as high as you can.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Can you raise your specific hands?
If we can go ahead and cut the jazz, we'll be ready to start. So good morning, everyone, and happy Valentine's Day. For those who are here, instead of being with your significant others, join the doghouse with the rest of us. Welcome to the President's 21st Task Force on 21st Century Policing public hearing and listening session. If you recall, on December 18th, President Obama assigned an executive order creating this task force on 21st century policing with some goals in which the co-chairs will talk about in a second, but basically to come up with concrete recommendations on building trust, but while doing so, how do we keep crime reduction still on a downward trajectory? We're going around the country doing a series of public hearings. Today we have a series of panels that will go over the issues of training and education, so we're looking forward to that. The President also identified the two co-chairs for the task force, which I will introduce in a second. One is Philadelphia Police Commissioner Charles Ramsey. The other is George Mason University Professor Lori Robinson, who also was the Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Justice Programs at the United States Department of Justice. For those in the audience, we're just going to remind you that this is webcast. We're being live streamed through the COPS website. For those that are watching on the webcast, you can provide comments. There will be a public comment period at the end of the day where we do want to hear feedback. You can also provide recommendations online to the COPS website because we do want to, this is why we're having public hearings, we do want to hear as much as we can from the public. With that, I would like to now turn it over to our distinguished co-chairs who will then introduce the panel as well. So, Madam Co-Chair.
Good morning, and I join Ron in wishing everybody a happy Valentine's Day. As Ron said, I'm a professor at George Mason University, formerly with the U.S. Department of Justice. And because it is Valentine's Day, I was thinking about my husband, Sheldon Krantz, who's back in Washington, D.C., and thinking about the fact that Sheldon, as a young staff attorney, worked on the President's Crime Commission back in the 1960s and was a writer on the Policing Task Force. And oftentimes, the more things change, the more they remain the same. I talked to him this morning, and he wrote much of the material in that report on training and education, the subject that we'll be addressing today. At that time, the training and education recommendations were a very key part of the policing recommendations, and I think they will again be a very key part of what we address today because the training and education themes have really been woven through so many of the comments that we've heard through our listening sessions to date, not surprisingly, because they really go to the implementation of virtually everything that we have been hearing from our witnesses throughout the hearings to date. So I'm looking forward very much to the witnesses on this panel and those who will be hearing from at our remaining two sessions coming forward. So with that, let me turn to my distinguished co-chair, Commissioner Ramsey.
Thank you, Lori. It's really an honor to be here with you today. For those of you that are watching, we will have an opportunity, which our Executive Director, Ron Davis, will talk about a little later on, for you to provide some comment. Send us an email to get your thoughts on record as well. I, too, want to wish my wife a happy Valentine's Day. You know, when these dates are chosen, you're not paying attention to little things like that. Of course, you get reminded very quickly once you have to put it on your calendar and let your spouse know where you will be on a given day. But again, without support of families, I think it goes for all of us, this would be very difficult for us to do in addition to our jobs. But it's also very important that we take on the challenges that we are faced with today in policing. This session today will focus on training and education, which I think is core, is fundamental to any change that's going to take place in our profession. So it's one that I'm really looking forward to. As far as my professional career, I've been in law enforcement a very long time. I'm currently the police commissioner in Philadelphia. I have been for the past 7 years. Prior to that, I was police chief in Washington, D.C. for almost 9 years. And I began my career in Chicago. I'm a native Chicagoan. I started as an 18-year-old police cadet in 1968. I spent nearly 30 years as a member of the Chicago Police Department. So my entire adult life has been devoted to policing. This is a tremendous opportunity for all of us in the profession to take a really close look at what we're doing and how we're doing it and ways in which to improve. So thank you again for being here to provide testimony. It's now my privilege to introduce the members of the task force. We're going to start with Roberto Villasenor.
Good morning. And now, just because everyone else has mentioned, no, actually, I live here in Arizona, so I get to see my wife tonight, and I'm very happy about that. But training is the cornerstone of everything that we've been talking about. And all of the concepts and things, we can talk about tactical things, we can talk about technical things, but what we're really talking about is getting to the hearts and minds of our profession, changing how we view things, how we accomplish things, and how we do things. And you need to start that from the moment a person comes in to fill out an application. Throughout that process, and the training time in the academy and in the field, and the constant ongoing training is where we reinforce the principles and the concepts that this country says is important for its police force. So I think today is an extremely important day, and I look forward very much to receiving the panel's inputs throughout the day. So thank you.
Good morning. My name is Brian Stevenson. I'm the director of the Equal Justice Initiative, which is a human rights, civil rights organization in Montgomery, Alabama. I'm an attorney and spent most of my career representing people accused of crimes and pursuing civil justice and civil rights and criminal justice reform. I am also really looking forward to the presentations today. I think many of us are persuaded that one of the great challenges of 21st century policing is creating a culture within police departments that is oriented towards service and addressing and managing people from various backgrounds in a way that's respectful and appropriate and enhances public safety at the same time. So I'm really excited to be here. I've been looking forward to this day of hearings, and I'm very much looking forward to your contributions as experts and those who are watching.
Good morning. My name is Sean Smoot. I'm the Director and Chief Counsel for the Police Benevolent Protective Association of Illinois. I'm also the elected treasurer of the National Association of Police Organizations. I've committed the last 20 years of my professional life to advocating on behalf of police officers at the rank and file level, both at the state capitol and the courthouse and at the bargaining table, and in forums similar to this. I'm also really looking forward to today's testimony. I think training and education, and I would maybe put more emphasis on the word education than training, because I think when we talk about training, sometimes that has a tendency for people to think more about tactics, and we miss out on the education part. I'm really looking forward to hearing the testimony of the panels that we have lined up. We've got an outstanding panel to start with this morning, and I'm also particularly interested in hearing what folks have to say about education and training for first-line supervisors, which I think is also extremely important beyond the academy and in-service training. So thank you all for your attention, and I sent my greetings to my family last night at the conclusion of that thing. So thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Connie Rice, and I'm a civil rights lawyer out in Los Angeles, and I run something called the Advancement Project. I'm delighted to be here, and it's an honor to serve with my co-panelists. It's a really stellar group of people, and I'm really glad to be here with you. This training session, this session on training rather, is important. I don't think there's anything more important than the mindset of the officers and the mindset of the community. And if we can figure out how to get the two mindsets to meld, then you've really got something. Out in Los Angeles, which is where I work, I think we've got the magic sauce right now. I used to sue police every day. I'd get up every day and find a new way to sue LAPD, and I loved doing it. Today, Chief Beck has me on speed dial, and he called me his partner. I told him he shouldn't do that in public. But now I work very, very closely with police, and I think it's very, very important that we figure out how to talk to our cops so they understand the community and that they don't fear the community. I've seen way too many cops who are afraid of the communities they're policing, and they're scared. The community's afraid of them. You've got some real hooligans in the community. They're shooting everybody up, and it's dangerous out there. And so the cops are like, look, I'm getting home to my family tonight, and I don't give a damn. And that's what we've got to pull the plug on. And we've got to get it to the point where the community supports the police. And whereas one cop said to me, Miss Rice, here's what I want, because I asked him what he wanted. He said, I'd like to know that when I'm in the black community, this is a white cop, that when I'm in the black community and I've been shot and I'm bleeding out in an alley, that they won't just stand there and watch me die, that they'll call an ambulance. What he was asking for was trust. He wanted trust, and when I talk to the community, they want trust. So I hope this panel can help us get to a point where we can forge that trust between community and police, even in the poorest housing projects, where you've got the poorest black people in the country, the poorest Latinos in the country, and the poorest whites in the country. And if you can do it with those communities, you can do it with anybody. And I can say in LA, I think we've got the magic sauce, folks. I know this panel is sick of hearing me talk about it. But in LA, we have LAPD, the most hated law enforcement agency in the country 20 years ago. They now have a specialized unit that is so revered in the black and Latino housing projects that when they walk into the housing projects, they get standing ovations by the residents. It is phenomenal. So I think we've got some answers to give the president. I think we've got some answers to give the American people. And we've got some answers to give to law enforcement who are out there every day, putting their lives on the line and afraid they won't get home to their families that night. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege to be here, and I thank you.
Good morning. Happy Valentine's Day. I also want to echo my colleagues about our purpose here. I've started policing in the late 70s. I spent 33 years working my way up through the ranks of the King County Sheriff's Office, which is around Seattle, Washington. And as I said yesterday, that was my training for what I'm doing now, which is running the police academy in Washington State, where we train all of our police officers from the entire state. And what I've taken away from the testimony that we've had here today and just learning is that we need to reset our commitment to constitutional policing. And I like to talk to my recruits about the Constitution, because my training through most of my career was about how to work around the Constitution. I always saw it as an impediment rather than my mission. And my hope is that we can get our newest recruits to start their focus on, my mission is upholding the Constitution, and my training is going to help me keep the community safe within the restrictions that the Constitution appropriately puts on police. So I'm looking forward to the testimony today. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Mears. I'm a legal academic. I'm a law professor at Yale University right now. I've been there for about 7 years. Before that, I spent about 15 years or so at the University of Chicago Law School. My research focuses on constitutional criminal procedure, criminal law, understanding the dynamics of crime and crime control and reduction, primarily in urban communities. The focus of my research as of late has been on procedural justice and legitimacy in policing and in challenged communities, and how to think about building trust between police and community. I'm really interested in what you all have to say today. I think the theories about what makes sense and how to get this work done are clear and have been a couple of decades in the making, but how to make it concrete on the ground is the task. I've done a little bit of that work with my colleague Tom Tyler in a few cities across the country, and I know there's much more work to be done, and you all are at the cutting edge of doing this work, and I'm really eager to hear what you have to say.
Good morning. My name is Brittany Packnett. In my full-time work, I work in education. I am the executive director of Teach for America in St. Louis, which is my hometown. But I've also been very involved in activism and community work in the wake of Ferguson, which is about 12 minutes from my home. And so I am consistently looking for ways to be involved and ways to involve others such that we bring about true systemic solution and not just disruptive change. And so I'm looking forward to today's testimony and have become quite hopeful after the work that we've done together as a task force thus far, and the quality of ideas that have been brought forth so far. So I'm looking forward to solutions, specific solutions and suggestions from experts in the field. Thanks so much for being here.
Good morning. Jose Lopez, lead organizer, Make the Road New York. We're a nonprofit, community-based organization across New York State with 16,000 members. Do a lot of my work in the area of police accountability, but also do a ton of work in the areas of housing rights and workers' rights. We are a member of CPR, Communities United for Police Reform, an unprecedented campaign in New York City to challenge bias-based policies and practices by the New York Police Department. And our organization's Youth Power Project is also working in partnership with the Public Science Project at the CUNY Graduate Center to finish up at this point research that we've been conducting over the last 3 years on the impacts and harms that the Stop, Question, and Frisk program has had on 14 to 25-year-olds across New York City.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Cedric Alexander. I'm currently Public Safety Director in DeKalb County, Georgia. I also serve over the past year as National President of NOBLE, National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives. My career started about 38 years ago. Much of my time was spent in Dade County, Florida, where I policed for a number of years. And on from there, too, I decided to take a hiatus from policing for a little while and went back to school and did a doctorate in clinical psychology. Worked as a clinical psychologist, drawn back into policing in the mid-2000s, where I chiefed at Rochester Police Department in Rochester, New York. And subsequent to that, I was appointed Deputy Commissioner of Criminal Justice for the state of New York under then Republican Governor George Pataki. And subsequent to that, I moved on to Homeland Security in Dallas, Texas for about 5.5 years, and more recently being in the role I'm in now. So the essential part of this whole training piece for me is critically important, considering that when I go back over my career and I look at time that I spent in upstate New York as Deputy Commissioner for Criminal Justice, all statewide training at that time came up under my purview with the exception of the city of New York. So I understand, as my colleagues here on this panel have articulated already, we all understand the importance of training, but I think where we want to go, and I believe where we need to go as a nation, it all begins with training, and how well we train, and the importance of training, and how updated we are on training. But more importantly than that, we also know too that our generations are growing closer together, and how I may have been trained 40 years ago is very different than how we have to train today, and even 5 years out from now. So we're beginning to see those trends and evolutions of new populations of young people who see the world and respond to it very differently. So I hope that the testimony that you're able to share with us today will play a real instrumental role in helping us to move the needle in which the President have asked all of us to be a part of. Thank you.
So right before we get to the panel, just want to remind people again that you can leave comments online, and that we will have a public comment period following all the panel presentations. I just want to take one moment, and I'm remiss in not doing this, and acknowledging the outstanding staff that is assigned to support the task force. The COPS office, they have an outstanding team here. Want to thank them on this Valentine's Day, because some of them are already in trouble. And so I have some spouses very mad at me, but they're doing tremendous work. So thank you guys for being here. And it's an honor to serve, to support the work of the task force. So Madam Chair, I think we're ready for the first panel.
Thank you so much, Ron, and certainly second your thanks to all of the support team. Our first panel is on Basic Recruit Academy training, and we have an excellent lineup of witnesses here. Let me remind the witnesses, if I may, that we'd like you to keep your remarks to 5 minutes. If you can summarize your recommendations, that would be terrific. I also want to remind our listeners and those who are here that the full biographies are on our website, and summaries are available in the back of the room. If I were to go through their resumes, that would take up our entire time. These are very gifted and talented individuals who are here with us, so these are going to be very brief introductions. We're going to start out with Arlen Chenanowski, who is here as the president of the International Association of Directors of Law Enforcement Standards and Training, IADLIST. Sir?
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. It's Cianowski, but I won't hold you to that. It's only 12 letters long.
Well, I gave it my best shot. Thank you, sir.
In light of recent events, the Presidential Task Force on 21st Century Policing is examining a number of high-profile issues surrounding strengthening public trust and fostering strong relationships between local law enforcement and the communities that they protect. The 21st Century Police Force will require new skills and approaches to strengthen public trust and strategies for effective crime reduction. Much of the public's perception of law enforcement has been underscored by recent events, and the national spotlight has been thrown upon deeper issues of damaged trust between citizens and the officers that they serve. As with all upheavals, these issues will bring to light new approaches for improving public trust and will require time and effort to disseminate positive changes across our nation. Depending on the outcomes of the task force and the recommendations that emerge, we would like to make you aware of our association and the impact we can have on setting national standards for law enforcement and changing or augmenting training, both for basic recruit officers as well as in-service and continued education. Changing cultures will require effective training programs for law enforcement in the 21st century. The International Association of Directors of Law Enforcement Standards and Training, IADLIST, a national entity representing all peace officer standards and training commissions, or post commissions, if you will, is a national entity, and we have long recognized the need for federal and state partnerships in meeting America's widening law enforcement training needs. Our mission is to research, develop, and share information, ideas, and innovations that assist states in establishing effective and defensible standards for employment and training of law enforcement officers. Almost every state has a post, directly tasked with creating minimum standards for employment of all law enforcement officers, minimum standards for basic training of all law enforcement officers, as well as the licensing or certification of those officers. IADLEST operates the National Law Enforcement Academy Resource Network that links every law enforcement academy in the nation together for sharing resources, training information, and best practices. IADLEST also operates the National Decertification Index, or database, which is an aggregation of information that allows hiring agencies to identify officers who have had their license or certifications revoked for misconduct. Because every state post agency is tasked with setting minimum standards for the training of law enforcement officers in their state, each post has experts that develop curriculum, conduct job task analysis, and deliver training both in person and through distance learning to every law enforcement officer within their state. IADLEST is capable of establishing a national training infrastructure, utilizing existing statewide law enforcement training entities, and under our direction and in cooperation with federal partners, vital training could be rapidly identified, developed, and delivered and tested. IADLEST has done this successfully for several programs using both classroom-based instruction and, as appropriate, leveraging existing distributed and self-paced learning methodologies. With IADLEST's national reach and access to subject matter experts in every state, an immediate solution to scaling and distributing training nationwide is available, which can assure adequacy and effectiveness of all offerings, satisfaction of diverse state approval requirements, and direct access to all agencies. IADLEST is already in the vanguard of changing culture. This culture change is being accomplished through a training program called Blue Courage. The training is a transformational process that focuses on the human development of law enforcement professionals. One of the primary focuses of this training is to train officers on how to build relationships and trust with the communities they serve. IADLEST, through a grant from the Bureau of Justice Assistance, is presently delivering this training to officers nationwide. It is designed to change the culture of law enforcement by reaffirming the core values of policing and extension to help neutralize the public's current views that police have become militarized. The training is reshaping officers' perceptions of their fundamental role, not as warriors, but as guardians and protectors of the constitutions and the citizens they serve. Today, law enforcement professionals are highly trained and highly skilled operationally. While skill training is essential, today is not complete. The behaviors that tarnish police agencies and the badge in general are also placing officers at risk every day. It is not tactical skills that officers are lacking, but rather essential attitudes of the heart and general mindset of officers that need to be addressed. Training has a critically important impact on the police culture that influences the way agencies operate and the way officers conduct themselves. To be effective in a changing culture, training must begin with recruit training and continue throughout the officer's career. IADLEST is the only national organization with a system capable of influencing every law enforcement training institute in the nation on this scale. We stand ready to work with the task force to develop training that can be incorporated into the law enforcement training nationwide, from basic recruit throughout, and officers and continuing education. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Our next witness is William Johnson, who is Executive Director of NAPO, the National Association of Police Organizations. Welcome, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Chairwoman Robinson. And for my comments, I'd like to focus on involvement of the community in education for law enforcement officers. But before I start, on this Valentine's Day, thank you for the reminder. Chairwoman Robinson, I'd like to focus my comments today on the involvement of community in education for law enforcement officers. But before I start on this Valentine's Day, I would ask all of us to spare a thought for Mrs. Ramos and Mrs. Liu. Their husbands aren't coming home today on Valentine's Day. Professor Robinson, Commissioner Ramsey, and members of the task force, NAPO appreciates this opportunity to provide information to you on today's topic of training and education. At the same time, however, we are deeply concerned about the quite limited opportunities to inform this panel due to the page and time limits imposed on written oral testimony. 5 minutes time and 5 pages length is manifestly insufficient to provide guidance for a century of policing. We urge task force members to be more receptive to the institutional knowledge and experience of the line officers represented by NAPO. Unless the aspirations and legitimate concerns of the men and women who are actually doing the job are acknowledged and honored, no meaningful improvement in relations can be expected between law enforcement officers and the fellow citizens they serve. Recommendation number 1 is increase both the time and page limitations for testimony. Many of our efforts have also been hampered by the media and political leaders who continue to paint a false picture of law enforcement officers as aggressors, not responders. It is impossible as a practical matter to achieve mutual trust when officers continue to be stereotyped and demonized. In much of what passes for political dialogue, the officers are portrayed as the other, the outsider, the occupier. Individual men and women are painted with a very broad brush as brutal, racist, xenophobic. Officers do not go to work hoping to get into a fight with someone any more than persons in any other profession. But the officer has given his or her word that he or she will not allow the law to be broken or people to be victimized and is willing to use force when it becomes necessary. The use of force is a sad necessity, but necessity nonetheless. There really are people out there who'd rather kill you than get a traffic ticket. And as we have seen with 2 of our own NAPO members recently, there really are people out there who'd rather kill you than see you sitting in a patrol car. Unfortunately, officers must sometimes use force, not only to enforce the law, but to defend themselves and protect other citizens in dangerous situations. Now, the officer on the street didn't enact the law. She didn't assign herself to that precinct or beat. He didn't choose to be dispatched to that disturbance. But the officer is the one who's sent, and he or she must act if the legitimate rights of peaceful and law-abiding citizens are to be secure. Recommendation number 2, all levels of government must publicly support officers when they've made unpopular but legally correct decisions. Now, we expect our officers to afford every citizen respect, dignity, compassion, and fairness. But it's vital to emphasize, particularly as it regards training and enculturation, that officers, like any other persons, can be expected to treat others the way they are treated themselves. If officers are consistently exposed to a corrosive climate of suspicion, distrust, second-guessing, and heavy-handed or arbitrary discipline, then we cannot feign surprise when those same officers accrete a similar worldview of the social environment outside their department. On the other hand, everyone benefits when a sense of fairness, mutual respect, and benefit of the doubt is recognized as not just being expected from officers, but being owed to them as well. Recommendation number 3, publicly support the legitimate workplace and adjudicative rights of officers. One often overlooked aspect of recruiting and hiring deserves to be pointed out. There's an obvious relationship between the minimum standards of education and experience that a hiring agency sets and the set of candidates who will meet those threshold requirements. In economically depressed communities and communities with failing schools, for example, it is far more difficult for a young man or woman to acquire the needed credentials to become a viable candidate. At the same time, critics of policing will often urge that the department needs better educated officers or officers from our own community. There's thus a risk of tension between demands for highly qualified candidates and demands that candidates be selected from a locality when the school system or job market is failing to provide the needed tools and experience. Recommendation number 4, provide financial resources directly to agencies who wish to hire local applicants to enable those agencies and their academies to provide educational opportunities to assist local applicants to become viable candidates. Finally, as we pursue policy changes, an educated public must be involved in the process so that appropriate expectations can be set. Many of our member groups, for example, have worked on policies regarding officer-worn body cameras. However, the public must be accurately informed and realistic expectations encouraged for the use of such tools. Not every facet of an incident can be captured, not every angle viewed, nor every word or preceding event recorded. Most critically, no device can capture the thought processes, perceptions, experiences, and beliefs of an officer. And yet all these criteria go directly to the crux of any legal evaluation of use of force by officers. A lack of understanding and false expectations will only lead to increased conflict between officers and the communities they serve. Recommendation number 5, education on new technology and related policies must include the public at large. In closing, we hope that you will work with us to educate the public about police officers' roles, rights, and duties. Encourage people, especially young people, to go on ride-alongs, participate in civilian police academies, try shoot, don't shoot simulators, and explore other opportunities to increase their understanding of law enforcement's mission. These interactions can counter the perception of the police officer as other and begin to provide an environment where the officer, regardless of race, background, or sex, is, to the community, one of us, and officers who quite literally bleed for their communities know in their hearts that they are one of them as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Johnson. Our next witness is Benjamin Tucker. Ben Tucker is First Deputy Commissioner for the New York City Police Department, NYPD. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, your co-chair, Chief Ramsey. It's a pleasure to see you all, panel. Thanks for the opportunity to address you this morning on this absolutely critical issue affecting our country. As you all know, given where I sit and what I do every day, these issues that we're struggling with are part of our everyday world. And we have, since I returned to the department in March of last year, been focused almost solely on how we might improve the way in which we train our police officers. And we're doing that in an environment that takes into account, lots of new oversight, a new monitor, new deputy inspector general, of course, our 5 district attorneys. All of those things are, I think, important, and we see it in the department as an opportunity as we face these challenges to think about how we can creatively enhance our interactions between our police and our communities. And my experience of almost 45 years in this business dictates and suggests that one of the key ways we can do this is through training. It can make a huge difference. Training is one of the most important issues, and it is determinative of police action. It shapes character, and it impacts the interactions with the public that form the essentials of what I consider to be constitutional policing. What we do in law enforcement is defined by how we train our officers, and this is especially important, as was mentioned already, with respect to our newest members. And certainly, the notion of mistrust with some of our communities, particularly in New York, particularly communities of color, have really, while not surprising, in light of some of the tragic incidents we've had with Mr. Garner and Mr. Gurley, but also is I think, has a brighter light shown on it in light of the senseless murders of Detectives Ramos and Liu. And so what I wanted to do today, my testimony is focus on 4 recommendations that we have that I want to put forth, and then I'll just touch on each one of them given the limited time, but and look forward to questions. So the first is to modernize and strengthen training techniques, and I'll go into those in some detail. Number 2 is to bring the community into the classroom. Number 3, provide recruits with community experiences both before they leave the academy and certainly during their immediate assignment to the field. And 4th, ensure that the lessons learned in the academy are not lost in the field, which is historically been a challenge for policing across the board. Recommendation 1, I'm just going to run through and just give you a flavor for what I'm suggesting in that regard with respect to modernizing and strengthening policing techniques. So one of the things I'm taking a close look at is how we balance our lectures, in our classroom, our academic discussions in particular, with increased scenario-based training. One of the things I believe, having been an instructor at the academy and spent a lot of my time looking at and evaluating issues after event issues through the Civilian Complaint Review Board process when I was there, but also now in the seat that I sit, where I handle responsible for all of the discipline within the NYPD. It really is critical to take those real-world events as they have happened and then run our recruits through those scenarios. It's going to be, I think, extremely helpful. We also want our instructors to be less about lecturing and more about facilitation to their engagement, more active engagement with students in the classroom, and also having them particularly force our recruits to engage in active involvement in the lessons. And so these facilitators are what we're going to require them to do is to guide these conversations in the classrooms and move the bar forward. We want to build on problem solving, which is something that's not unique in the profession, certainly in the last 20 years, to deal with a variety of specifically community conflict, as has already been mentioned, build on resilience, capacity of recruits to exercise sound judgment, decision-making, and discretion. We want them to be able to identify when there's a need to de-escalate in the work that they do when they encounter certain issues, particularly around emotionally disturbed persons, as an example. We also are going to be, as part of the scenario-based training, I think it's important to add a capacity for these recruits to see themselves as they are engaged in the activity and be able to assess it, their conduct and their role in the scenario exercises. And so we're using body cameras to allow us to keep track with that as we go forward. Recommendation 2, bringing the community in the classroom. Just briefly, one of the things I've done is I recommend that we get, in order to get the community engaged, set up a training advisory committee, and this training advisory committee is relatively small, 8 or 9 people, but it advises us on both the delivery and the content of training courses, helps critique some of the training that we conduct, and so forth. We also are bringing in, as part of our training, and this is connected with our field training, but it's an important notion that I want to close on, and that is the bringing in of civilian citizens who have volunteered to be what I call hosts to our new officers when they leave the academy. So this is part of this idea of having and closing the gap where when these officers arrive in their new assignments, that they have the benefit of citizens who reside in those communities, in those neighborhoods, who can help them understand the culture, help them introduce them to other members of the community so that they have some sense of what it is to be a police officer in that community. As you all know, it's very specific to the neighborhood and not necessarily one size fits all. So, and then with respect to recommendation number 3, we want to provide them, the recruits, with experiences before they get out of the academy and into the field. And so we will be sending them out into the field before their graduation for a week or 2 to spend time in their communities, to give them a sense of how they might, what's necessary to have a felt presence in the community and be able to acknowledge the citizens that they're going to be working with. And then finally, number 4, recommendation number 4, is to ensure that the academy lessons are not lost in the field. And I think that's a big part of what the field training process is about, but it also focuses on when the recruits graduate, giving them a sense of what we give them in the academy, giving them the ability to sort of push back against those officers who say, I know what you learned in the academy, what they taught you, you should forget about it, and we'll just move on with what I'm going to teach you now. So, so thank you for the opportunity to just present a sort of snippet of a sense into the world, a look at the world that we're trying to create. We think these recommendations are applicable across the board, and we're still working. It's a work in progress, but we believe we're on the right track. So appreciate the opportunity, look forward to the questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tucker. Our final witness on this panel is Dr. Stephen Winigar. He is Coordinator for Public Safety Leadership Development at the Oregon Department of Public Safety Standards and Training. Welcome.
Thank you. Professor Robinson, Commissioner Ramsey, Mr. Davis, and member of the task force. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you. I knew I was going to forget that. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. I began my police career over 40 years ago and retired in 2003. Since that time, I have been involved in the training and education of police officers and police leaders. My perspective on training issues is from that of a relatively small state, Oregon. We have less than 6,000 certified officers in the entire state, and all officers are required to attend a centralized basic police academy at the Oregon Department of Public Safety Standards and Training facility in Salem, Oregon. The task of Basic Recruit Academy training is to produce officers who can deliver services that our communities value. To accomplish this, I believe there are 4 important considerations for basic academies. First, police academies need to include training that addresses to what we refer to as the how and why aspects of the police job. Basic academy training has traditionally focused on what an officer needs to be able to do in order to perform his or her job. The knowledge of the law, police officer authority under the law, and the skills, defensive tactics, use of force that may be necessary to perform those tasks. To police society in the 21st century, we need to train our new officers on more than just what a police officer needs to be able to do. We need to train them on how best to do it and why the task is part of a police officer's role. The how includes efforts to establish the police as having a legitimate role within society, that police ought to be able to do their jobs, keep people safe, and maintain order through the proper exercise of police authority. The how relates to the processes officers use rather than just the outcomes. In order for officers to legitimately exercise their authority, they also need to understand the why of policing, that police exist to assist in providing for safe community, but to do that job requires the consent of the people. Officers need to understand the underlying tension that has influenced the relationship between the police and the people since the early days of this country, and that is the question of the appropriate balance between governmental authority and individual rights, because it plays out every day for police officers on the street. My second recommendation is that police academies cannot diminish the importance of training new officers with the knowledge and physical skills they will need. We need to continue to provide training for new officers so they have the skills they need when they face the challenges of policing today. For example, in June of last year, in the city of Troutdale, Oregon, a student brought a semi-automatic rifle and a handgun and more than 450 rounds of ammunition to a school. He shot and killed one student, wounded a teacher, and according to Chief Anderson of the Troutdale Police Department, there would likely have been many more casualties were it not for the 2 school resource officers who were at the school and responded in less than 30 seconds to the call of shots fired. The officers responded as they had been trained and saved lives. The challenge for police academies today is to find that appropriate balance, though, between training those physical skills and training the officers in how to best use those skills to serve their communities. My third recommendation is that police academies need to make use of research on the most effective training methodologies. We cannot rely on lecture and PowerPoint slides to train police officers. Police academies need to incorporate effective training methodologies in their training approach. Everything we do must contribute to preparing the new officer to do their job. For example, in Oregon now, over half of our time is spent on application-based training, everything from hands-on learning activities to scenarios in our scenario village. My last recommendation is that training needs to continue beyond the basic police academy. We cannot neglect the need for ongoing training of police officers. Officers need to keep their skills current in all areas. It is easy for an officer to become cynical and lose motivation when they are dealing with the same problems day after day. One of the antidotes for this is regular training to expose them to new ideas and concepts that challenge their thinking. We need field training officers who understand what will be required to police in the 21st century and what they need to do to develop the officers to fill those roles. In addition, we need to ensure that supervisors, managers, and executives are ready to meet the challenges of 21st century policing. In Oregon, we've developed a unique supervisory training that encourages supervisors to think about their jobs in a different way. We also offer a leadership development program that is proving successful. The purpose of these courses is to get police leaders to think in new and different ways in approaching the challenges the police will face in the 21st century. Change is not going to happen overnight, but it will not happen unless there are forces pushing for that change. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Winiger. We'll now be turning to the panel for questions, and I'm going to be calling on them in the order in which they've indicated their desire to ask questions. I'll be starting with Brian Stevenson, followed by Jose Lopez.
I have two questions, and I'll direct the first one to you, Mr. Johnson. I certainly appreciate the concerns of police departments and police officers who feel really burdened by the evaluations and the challenges that have emerged over the last several months. But I'm curious, because I really am trying to get perspectives from organizations like yours on what are the priorities for trainings. I understand that we'd all like to see sort of a deeper understanding and appreciation for the challenges of policing in communities. It strikes me that that's sort of an intermediate concern because many communities feel so alienated and so fearful and distrust police so much that they're not very motivated to kind of do the ride-alongs and things that sometimes happen. I'm wondering if you have an idea or a proposal, or your organization has identified something that police officers can do to better address the distrust that sometimes exists within communities. Is there one tactic, one strategy, something that you think your organization has identified would be a helpful approach for police officers to take? And if there is something like that, how can we facilitate that in a training and educational setting? That's my first question. And then to the rest of the panel, I'd be really interested in hearing you talk about this issue of implicit bias. It's not something you raised, but it's something we've heard about. We have a unique history in this country that has been shaped by things like race and ethnicity, and there are stereotypes that people bring into any relationship. We all have it. In the policing function, it's a particularly significant issue. We're about to be a majority-minority society in many places, and I'm interested in whether you think there are training tactics that can help police officers deal with implicit bias, and how you would rate that in terms of where academies should be prioritizing training as we move forward.
Thank you, Attorney Stevenson. To address your first point, I think the single biggest successful program that's out there and that we've supported, our organization has supported, and that has a proven track record is the community policing model. In the 1980s, I don't remember running into Dr. Alexander, but I may have. I was a prosecutor in Dade County, Florida, and we may have crossed paths at one point. But at that point, and in following that experience, I was probably very skeptical. I was very skeptical about the community policing model when 1992, 93, 94, when the crime bill first came out, with its kind of the assumptions that seemed to be made in the legislation and this and that. But I became a convert. I became a believer. It worked. And I think that model, and I'm proud to say our association itself, probably took the leading role amongst almost anybody else out there. At the time that the legislation first went down to defeat, we actually had our annual convention by chance in Minnesota, and Attorney General Reno came out to speak to it and help turn around the tide in Congress and got the thing passed. So if I could point to one thing that I think in practical terms, it's not academy training, but it is training for both the officers involved and for the community involved to get out there and change perceptions by meeting the other, educating each other about the other, so that we're not the other to each other anymore. Sounds like a Dr. Seuss rhyme. But your second point, how to go about doing that, I think it absolutely needs buy-in from political leadership and from community activists, from community leaders and spokespeople who are out there. It's not enough for chiefs, it's not enough for trainers, it's not enough for the individual officer to buy into it. There has to be a public buy-in, a public clear statement, and strong statement that although that we recognize there is mistrust, let's try this. Let's give it the benefit of the doubt and see if it's going to work. Unless the first steps like that are taken into the water, we're never going to build the bridge.
So with respect to the question around that you raised with respect to implicit bias, so let me just say I glossed over the issues of in my opening remarks of what we're doing around course content. And one of the things that we've paid a lot of attention to is what is the current research out there, and what are some of the philosophies that have been put forth that may be helpful for us to consider in dealing with the challenges that we face. And so we have to specifically answer your question, we have reached out to Phil Goff and we are in discussions with him and his organization about how we might, because we recognize this issue of implicit bias and that it exists across the board, and that it is something that certainly plays a role in how our officers do their jobs. So we're moving in that direction. We're looking at procedural justice as well. You had a great brief, I think, from my colleague on Blue Courage, which we are also fully engaged in. Because my view is that and I look at these issues not as just a add-on to the training that we're doing already, but I believe that, and since I came on board, my goal is to infuse these notions of fairness and justice, and remind our officers of being careful about and at least be aware of the potential for how the biases that they have and they hold personally might influence the way in which they do their job, and they have to try and manage that in every case in their interactions with community. So we are trying to, and I'm thinking about how we might infuse these notions in every aspect of what we teach, and that's not just the academics. In New York, we teach 3 academic disciplines: law, police science, social science, but also our tactics. This plays a role in tactics. It plays a role in the way in which we want our officers to engage community in whatever the situation is, whether it's one where there's criminal conduct and they have to take action. It's in their exercise of discretion and making determinations about whether or not to the stop and frisk issue that was raised earlier. What's the influence? Are they operating based on reasonable suspicion as the law is defined, or as it's defined and intended to be applied, or are they being influenced in the way in which they conduct their business based on some bias? So the goal would be I think, to really make a serious shift in the way in which our officers learn and then apply what they learn, would be to, in every aspect of how they're taught and what they learn and how we educate them, is to make sure that these kinds of issues are part of, and in many ways the instructors talk about these issues in whatever the subject matter area might be.
Do others on the panel wish to weigh in on that? If not, Jose Lopez is up next, followed by Tracy Mears.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. First for Director Arlen. There's a moment in your testimony where you state it's not tactical skills that officers are lacking, but rather essential attitudes of the heart and general mindset of officers that needs to be addressed. Can you unpack that for us a little bit?
Sure, I'd be glad to, Mr. Lopez. What we're looking at are values. Well, first of all, we would like to see that cultural change, but the only way we can really facilitate that, I think, is through the values that officers have, trying to break down some of the biases that Mr. Stevenson had talked about. And the only way we can do that is it has to be in our basic training program. It has to be pervasive. In other words, let's try to explain it a little better. Much of the tactical skills that we possess, we train very well and have for many years. But I don't think we do a good job in that human relations area. Blue Courage, we talked about, and several of us have mentioned it, is a really nice program because it's infused throughout the basic training curriculum. Even if the recruits are dealing with vehicle stops, those trainers have been trained on those human interaction skills, cultural diversity issues, so that they can deal with it throughout the program, I guess is my answer to that, Mr. Lopez.
Thank you. Director Johnson, one of your recommendations talks about the involvement of the Department of Justice and saying that at the very highest level, what we need from the DOJ is public support for officers when they have made unpopular but legally correct decisions. And so I guess my question there is what you think the role of the Department of Justice should be in terms of getting involved in particular cases where the majority of the country feels like whatever decision came through the first court was not the right decision or wasn't favorable or justified.
That's a good question. Thank you, Mr. Lopez. I would adamantly affirm that the role of the Department of Justice is to enforce the minority view. And when the majority of the American people think something's wrong, that should not influence the decisions of the Department of Justice in the least. And that includes when the minority is one officer who's done the right thing. And it doesn't matter if people are being violent. It doesn't matter if the community is being burnt down. It doesn't matter if people are calling for his murder. If what the officer did was legal, then the very highest authorities, including the Department of Justice, the Attorney General, the President of the United States, needs to go out and explain that. We don't like it, but here's what the law is. And whether we disagree or agree with the decisions, case also doubt that they looked at evidence. This is their decision in accord with the law. I think the role of the Department of Justice should be.
Just a follow-up question in training. So one of the things you talk about is the use of deadly force is frequently mischaracterized as shoot to kill. So can you explain the force training to me, kind of what happens? What are you talking to officers about at the moment where they may feel like they do need to pull the trigger as a last resort? Is shooting center mass a part of the training? And if so, would you classify that or would you say that that's still, when you say mischaracterization of shooting to kill, this idea of if you can talk to me a little bit about what happens in that training, and then talk to me about the idea of shooting center mass and how that is or is not shooting to kill.
Yes, Mr. Lopez. Each department or each agency that I'm familiar with may teach it somewhat differently, but in general, if and assuming that we've reached the point, officers reached the point where deadly force is authorized by law, assuming that we're at that situation, and an officer is going to fire a firearm, or I think any type of weapon, including a taser, at the offender or the person who's trying to be stopped, then in general, the officers are taught to shoot in the center mass, basically the center of the body. And the reason why is that ultimately that's the easiest place to hit, it's the biggest place to hit, it's the widest place to hit, it's easier to hit than, for example, an arm or a leg. It's unavoidable the way human beings are built that's also where our vital organs happen to be. So unfortunately, when the bullet or the projectile hits the person, there's no medical way around it, that oftentimes that use of force, it's recognized as deadly force, and it can cause a fatality. However, having said that, I think as I go on in my written testimony, it's also important to realize, and I think for the public to realize, that in every case I've ever seen, unless the officer himself has been incapacitated, it's the same officer who fired the rounds who was the first to call for assistance, the first to report it, the first to attempt to render medical aid, the first to attempt to assess the extent of the injuries. If the officers truly were going out there to kill people, that wouldn't be true. It's the officers who are out there also trying to save the person they just shot. And I think that that's an important flip side of the coin that needs to be emphasized just as much as we emphasize our concern about the use of force by officers in the first place.
Final question, if I may, Mr. Tucker, just a question around the idea of standardized policy around use of force. And so kind of understanding different jurisdictions in New York, different mandates when it comes to use of force. Has there ever been a conversation, or have you ever thought about the idea of standardizing policy around use of force, if not at the national level, maybe at the state level, so that when there are, training, so that the training around use of force can be uniformed in some way? Is that something that has been discussed? Is that something you think might be important, may not be important?
It has been discussed. It has been part of a conversation that's been had, and even recently with colleagues. But I think, and so we have a standard in the NYPD, and it's not that different, I think, from a number of police departments around the country. I think what we're trying to do most recently is think about, and we are examining our use of force policy, but we also are spending a lot more attention and time focusing on the situation of whether or not police officers have to shoot. And so there are a couple of questions here. The question you discussed with Mr. Johnson, you raised this sort of just when you fire, what you aim at, right? And that's an issue. But we follow the center mass, and that's how officers have been trained in the department as long as I can remember. I came through the academy in NYPD in 1972, and we were trained that way. You aim center mass. The targets were designed that way. We are looking at ways in which, from a tactical standpoint, because the questions that we look at when we review shootings is whether or not, among other things, it was a good shoot or a bad shoot, and how the answer to that question, I think, is different depending on how you analyze the circumstances. And so from a tactical standpoint, what you want to do is, did the officer have to fire his or her weapon because they didn't take precautions to take cover in a certain circumstance? Did they have to fire their weapons because they got too close to a person who they may have assessed as being emotionally disturbed, and now they have to take some action? So those are the kinds of questions that we're trying to answer, take a look at, and pay attention to. But to your question, I think we all many departments struggle with the idea of what the policy should look like as it relates to, particularly as it relates to when you use your firearm. But of course, you know that we have a whole variety of other less lethal types of alternatives that would and these kinds of alternatives are consistent with let's not go to the weapon before we go to a taser, before we go to pepper spray. So there are other options out there, and I think it behooves us all when we think about force policies. The whole idea is to have some sort of gradation, but I think it's also important when we for our recruits and certainly our in-service folks on a regular basis. In NYPD, our officers have to qualify twice a year, so the training that, to the extent that we're making adjustments to our policies, they'll certainly get that new training. And we're also looking at shooting platforms. I mean, NYPD has been in the dark ages in terms of, I was shocked to see when I came back in March that the same stanchions that we use and the same ranges that we use up at our firearms academy were the same that I used when I came through. And so you're standing at a particular distance from the target and you're firing, on that target. And so, we're looking at now refurbishing, we're redoing the entire outdoor range, upgrading it with state-of-the-art tools, and giving officers a different, when we have the new equipment, it'll be a different training experience, which will influence and play a role in whether or not they shoot. The targets will pivot. It'll mimic, I think, more what the real world reality is for officers in the street than it does now, certainly.
Our next questioner is Tracy Mears, followed by Cedric Alexander.
Okay, I have 2 questions. I want to try to make them crisp and succinct. So the first one is for you, Dr. Winiger, and the second one is for you, Mr. Sianowski. I won't give them both now, but so for you, Dr. Winiger, I want to try to convert the colloquy that Jose Lopez was having with Mr. Johnson into a point about training, because that's what this panel is about. And so this idea about The Department of Justice at the very highest levels must support officers when they've made unpopular but legally correct decisions. You, in your testimony, said something about having officers understand the how and why of what they're doing. And, you know, the research that I've done on procedural justice and legitimacy explores the fact that, at least as far as the public is concerned, what's lawful may not be actually perceived by the public as procedurally just. I wondered if you would comment, react to that point that Mr. Johnson was making in terms of training and how you would actually train recruits in terms of, you know, conceiving of their conduct merely in legal terms as opposed to conduct that's both legal and procedurally just.
Thank you. The question of establishing that procedural justice and legitimacy is really at the foundation of the how of policing. And, you know, you can do something as a police officer that's perfectly legal, and yet, as you say, the way that it's perceived by the public is, you know, outrageous. And so one of the things that we need to do in the training is to get our students to recognize how their actions are being perceived by the community themselves. And, you know, you talk about procedural justice, and that idea of just providing an explanation for why you're doing what you're doing is so critical. I go back to my experience as a police chief, and probably half the complaints we got against officers could have been resolved before they ever came if the officer would just have taken a few minutes and explained why they were doing what they were doing. And so, you know, that's the kind of thing that we're trying to get our officers to recognize, that that's an important role, that to establish that relationship with the community, you know, you have to develop that trust, and the legitimate role relies on procedural justice.
Mr. Sinowski, my question for you actually may not quite be fair, since this is a panel on basic recruit training, but you are the only representative of IADLEIST I think we're going to hear today. And you mentioned in your oral testimony, I also think it's in your written, about the role that IADLEIST can play in providing a national platform, essentially for making training more I guess, uniform. And wondered if you could help me to understand the infrastructure a little bit. So yesterday, Dr. Wesley Scogan spoke about this idea of using training academies as leverage points. So not actually relying on, I guess, posts, or at least all of them, all 50, but he said something like it would be a good idea to have 12 leverage points where people could actually come together. He was mostly talking about middle-level management, and I think we're going to have a panel on that later, so that they could not only have more uniform training, but also have an opportunity to work together from different states, regions, et cetera. Could you help me understand how IADLEIST could potentially support that vision?
Yes, Ms. Mears. IADLEIST is a very interesting organization in that, as I said in my presentation, just about every state has a post commission or peace officer standards and training. It can vary from state to state depending on the size. Where I'm from in Iowa, we do both the standards and training. In other states, there is just the post or the standards part of it, and training is done regionally around the state in different academies and that. But the one solidifying factor in that are the people that make the standards, the post directors around the state. That's what IADLEIST, or the International Association of Directors of Law Enforcement Standards and Training, is really made up of. And we have a system to be able to communicate at any time. For instance, if I were going to be looking at basic training for telecommunicators or dispatchers, I can put out a query to all my fellow directors and ask, what are the best practices? What have you found to be successful in Oregon or Washington or Georgia, wherever it may be? be. And so we have the ability to interact, I think, and look at those best practices. The other aspect of it is some of the programs that we push out to the states, for instance, Blue Courage is nationwide, and it's going through those post organizations to be able to achieve it. So I'm not sure I exactly answered it, but that's my take on your question.
We have a little over 10 minutes and 5 more questioners, so I'd ask everybody to be somewhat crisp in both questions and answers. Cedric Alexander, followed by Brittany Packnett.
Yes, good morning again, gentlemen. I have a couple of questions, but I also have maybe a brief comment as well, too. And actually, this question is for the 4 of you, because what I consistently hear over the last number of years, and you had alluded to it, Mr. Johnson, when we were talking about police officer education and qualifications in this country. And this whole notion of particularly when it comes around trying to recruit men and women of color or just diversity, period, whether you live urban or whether you live rural or whether you live tribal, whatever the case may happen to be, some of the challenges that may be associated with that in terms of recruiting those populations. But I am under the impression, quite frankly, I don't care where you're educated, if you look at post-standard training across this country, or should I say, what qualifications there are to become a police officer, I find them to be very minimal at best. All it requires is a high school diploma to be 18, 19 years of age in most states, and you're eligible to be a police officer. Now let's think about that for a moment, right? Let's think about that. This is not 30 or 40 years ago. We live in a much more complicated, much more complex environment. Technology is at the forefront of all we do. We have situations in this country where race is not becoming less of an issue. It appears to be becoming more of an issue, which is complicated in and of itself. And then we're taking young men and women who have very minimal education, and I don't care where they come from or who they are, what they look like. High school diploma is a high school diploma. That is not to be minimized. But I think when we start thinking about the profession and what comes with it and the critical decisions that have to be made in a split second and then you're judged for the rest of your life, it appears to me that we need to be doing more. Now, what does more look like doesn't necessarily mean that you have to have a college degree in physics, but what it does mean that maybe in our training academies or whatever standards we're going to set, can we do something more to help these young men and women to make decisions that are oftentimes very critical ones? Do we teach critical thinking? I can pretty much say across this country in most of our public schools, maybe even private as well too, not a whole lot of critical thinking goes on. People prepare you to take a test so that you can pass it and go to the next thing. But do we need to start teaching more about how do you critically think about situations under certain conditions? But let's also not underestimate the fact too that at 18, 19, 20, 21 years of age, you still have very minimal life experience. But regardless of what the qualifications are, those young men and women are looking to you and I to train them to go out and do the job and do it well. And the other piece I want to add, and I want to hear, I'd really like to hear from each one of you, the other piece I'd like to add as well too, is that, Mr. Johnson, you also alluded to the fact very early on, you only have about 5 minutes to review something that is hundreds of years old, and you're absolutely right, is that this whole issue around police and community from its inception, we cannot begin to think about, I believe, how to begin to resolve any of this unless we acknowledge and accept the fact there has been a horrific history with police departments and communities of color in this country. Now, we have made significant gains, and I have repeatedly stated that, and I'm going to repeatedly state it as well too. Significant gains have been made over the years, but a lot of work clearly still needs to be done as well too. But we cannot dismiss the fact that police departments in many parts of this country still struggle in many communities. in terms of relationships. And some of that fault is on both sides. But me being a longtime law enforcement person, understanding that the community has its perception of me or you, may have my perception of that community, but at the end of the day, who exerts the power? I do. I carry a weapon. I can take your life.
Cedric, I'm gonna have to ask you to turn, we're running out of time.
Yeah.
sir.
So the point is, and this is very critical, Mr. Davis, from the sense that when we start talking about training, this is the essential, the bottom line to it all. And this is truly why I believe we're here, because there's been a failure in training, and we have not kept up with a changing environment that has put us in a situation where young people are not thinking critically and we're not training as such. And I'd like to hear from each one of you.
I think, on the one hand, I would agree with you, and I think Dr. Winiger made a point, I think, in his testimony regarding the history of the U.S., and I was fortunate to teach sometimes as a guest speaker at American University, and would often talk about these issues in terms of law enforcement and so forth, and talk about a case that happened just in the wintertime where you had one officer by himself this was a northern town where immigrants were taking over, or perceived to be taking over the jobs that the low-level whites had and this and that, and a lot of stuff came to the forefront and ended up one night coming to a head. One officer was attacked, he fired, felt by himself, turned into a giant riot. He ended up being charged with murder. And of course, we're talking about the Boston Massacre. So it's nothing new in the United States. I agree with you as far as that goes. However, I do think it's inaccurate to say that at the end of the day, an officer thinks, I have the power, I can take your life, I carry a weapon. The officer also has a bulletproof vest. The officer also is issued a radio call for help. The officer currently in many departments carries a tourniquet. So it's not 100% accurate to say, I think that officers look at that and say, I have the power to take your life. I think an officer, on the end of the day, doesn't look at the shift and go, you know what, I got 30 minutes left, they haven't killed anybody today. I think they say, and as Attorney Rice mentioned in her opening remarks, they want to get home at the end of the day. But I would disagree to say that that's something that needs to be changed. I think they have every right to get home at the end of the day, just like a steel worker or a coal miner does.
Mr. Alexander, I'll address a couple of your points. One of them has to do with those minimum standards, and that's quite frankly what they are. You know, most departments, and I would say most of the states, certainly in the state I come from, can establish higher standards than those minimums. And they go back many, many years. As you know, I started about the same time you did in law enforcement. And so we're seeing a lot of departments that you need not apply unless you have a minimum of a 4-year degree. So even though those minimums still are out there, I think they're not really being adhered to, at least certainly in the states that I'm familiar with. We're starting to get very quality applicants. We have attorneys coming in, people with 4-year, 6-year degrees, and so I think that has changed. When I started in law enforcement many years ago, I think I was on a 40-man department. I was the only individual that had a 4-year degree. That is not true. That same department today requires a 4-year degree. So I think that has changed. And then you asked whether or not we teach critical thinking in the academies. And I think that we do. Many of the departments, you've heard from Oregon certainly, over 50% of their training program, and ours also, is practical application, which gives those officers that ability to look at critical thinking, making decisions, you know, in the field and not just following orders. So I think we do train it, and I think we're doing a pretty good job of it in most cases.
Okay, just quickly, 2 points. You know, in terms of the critical thinking, I think that you first take the recruits as you find them, as they come in and they've met the qualifications. New York City, you have 60 credits to become a police officer, but we also are looking at we have a cadet program as an example, and that cadet program, we're just increasing the amount of youngsters that we can bring into that program back to what it was. So we are, and that program is about, as we do this, going down to high schools. We have a number of high schools in the city, for example, that are public law enforcement or public safety, and we are trying to create, in partnership with John Jay College of Criminal Justice, a pipeline, a career path for these, a vision for these youngsters to be able to think about. And these are all youngsters who live and reside within the 5 boroughs. So we're trying to sort of reach down at the same time as we're trying to fix, I think, our recruitment process, particularly as it impacts African Americans, because it's not working like it should. But on the critical thinking piece, I think the way in which we're focusing on scenario-based training, and also the content and the focus on fairness and all those other issues, all, I think, go to and get at the heart of what we're asking our officers to do, and that is they have to have and apply critical thinking in every respect. We have to try and hone that skill for them.
Pardon me, can I take just 30 seconds? Okay, and in response specifically to your question, one of the things that we do find is that our recruits have very little knowledge of the history of policing. And so we do a class on the history of policing to inform them about that history that does exist, and how the police have been used in the past in ways that have negatively impacted certain communities. And on the critical thinking side, one of the exercises that we do, actually it's in the ethics class, is we ask the students to define justice, safety, and equality, and come up with and then in groups come up with a consensus for what those definitions are. And that's one of those things that gets in at that critical thinking piece. So.
Thank you. Brittany Packnett, who will then be followed by Chief Villasenor, who will now be our last questioner.
So 3 things very quickly. One, Mr. Johnson, earlier you mentioned that often police officers, when they've had to use force, are kind of the immediate medical first responders there, making sure that the correct attention is being paid to the victim. I would want to understand better kind of how those policies are communicated to officers, both as they are trained and during their continuing education, because we didn't see that kind of response in the cases of Tamir Rice and Antonio Martin in St. Louis. And so I want to know exactly how those rules and regulations are communicated to officers, and how they understand matters of accountability in those situations.
Thank you, Ms. Packneck. I don't believe I testified that they were there to assure that correct medical attention was being provided. They're not qualified.
Sorry, I meant
to
that
do
they
so.
would respond immediately
Right.
after the use of force.
Right. They would call for whatever the proper procedure is within their own department, usually report it to the immediate supervisor, say, I've been hurt, I have a suspect down, we need medical here. That would typically be the way it is.
And so I'm asking that, so you're saying that is kind of what is very clearly communicated during training. My question is, if that doesn't happen, how do officers understand their responsibility and accountability in moments where they make a different decision?
You'd have to ask the officer involved, not to be flippant, but if that's what they were trained and they didn't do it, then you'd have to ask why not. It may be if the officer's injured, it may be if the officer's in shock, but those are speculations. So if in an individual case it was not done, my answer is I don't know why it was not done.
Sure, maybe I wasn't clear because I wasn't exactly asking why it wasn't done. I was asking kind of in their training how they would understand what the consequences or follow-up would be.
Well, typically in the training it would be, if anybody's injured, whether you've injured someone yourself in a shooting, whether it's justified, whether you've come across a crime victim, anybody yourself if you've been injured, if you need assistance, that you would immediately call for qualified medical assistance with whatever resources the agency or the community has, whether it's EMT, whether it's an ambulance, whether it's a volunteer fire department in a rural area, and so forth.
Okay, thank you. So my next question is quickly, if you guys could talk a little bit to some of the messaging around the building of mindsets in the academy in particular, right, such that policing is not just the work of, you talked about the how and why, it's not just the work of crime reduction, right, but it is also the protection of the community, the preservation of human and constitutional rights. And so I'm wondering what some of the messaging is in your programs around the how and the why in regards to that premise of policing. anyone can answer.
I'll start. I mean, as it relates to the NYPD, this, you know, for decades, I mean, the training there's a social sciences curriculum, and there are, attached to that gets at a lot of what is taught during that curriculum has to do with some of the issues you raised. But beyond that, I think we are, as I said, looking at ways in which we can use some of what we now know specifically causes problems and challenges with the way in which our officers interact with citizens and the public, and when it goes south, we understand why it goes south. And so what we're trying to do is look at issues around fairness and equity and you know, justice, so that we can and remind our youngsters, our young officers, why that's important. As much as we possibly can, and we do that in a variety of ways, and we're starting to increase that. The whole idea of the Blue Courage messaging that we're focused on reminds them of the foundations of policing, which have to do with the importance of you know, having the right heart set, the mindset, why you took this job, and truthfully, you know, some of these particularly younger people that come into the department. They take the job for different reasons, and not all of them take it because they're looking to, you know, because they come in with that mindset. It may be a way that they're passing through. But even those are rare. We have some who start and then they stop and they drop out. But I think for the most part, our officers are, as we train them, we're training them to deal with the variety of issues that influence the way in which they do their jobs, and I think the whole notion of the nobility of policing is one aspect of it, but the idea of resilience and giving them the skill set to make decisions and regulate how they make those decisions, to deal with stress and to deal with fear that was mentioned. All of those are factors, and they're constant. And so I think those things are part of the answer to the question you raised, and my goal, at least, is to make sure that we address those issues in every respect, sometimes more subtle than others, sometimes right up front, when we're talking about tactics in particular, talking about the need to de-escalate and so forth.
Thank you. My last one, very quickly, is also around this question of mindsets, and anyone can answer, but what made me think of it was part of your written testimony, Mr. Johnson, where you say, where you talk about it being vital to emphasize that, like any other person, that officers, like any other persons, can expect to treat others the way they are treated themselves. But I have this question about public servanthood, right? And so when we think about public servants in many realms, they have to deal with issues of distrust, malice. I wouldn't say that they're the same, certainly. I would acquiesce that point, but that they are similar in some ways. And so I'm wondering how officers are really trained to understand kind of that higher standard of conduct as public servants and as people who've sworn an oath to the community.
Thank you, Ms. Peckner. Yeah, I think, and this is a marked contrast to Commissioner Tucker, but I went through a very tiny police academy up in Maine, but very similar in the sense of, I think it goes to your question, and I know from listening to your own introduction at the first session in Washington, that it is a golden rule, that you do unto others as you want yourselves to be treated. In our case, in the police context, it was if you have a younger sister, younger brother, a niece or a nephew, and they were pulled over, they were arrested, how would you want them to be treated? It's that simple. But I think as time goes on, and I'm glad to see the agenda for the February 23rd hearing for this task force, but as time goes on, the young men and women who've been graduated from the academy, and generally are pretty idealistic, and do have the proper servant's heart coming out, we throw them into an environment that is corrosive, that is filled with human misery, of sorrow, of violence, of physical danger, of having to be the one who doesn't just read about it in the paper, but has to be the one that actually notifies someone that your loved one's dead, that has to pick up the bloody body, that has to deal with it. It's not just something you saw, it's your responsibility to do something about it. And we're human beings, and the human beings change over time. And that's, I think, the danger, both in terms of poor relationships with the community, with the risk to get angry, the risk to act out, the risk of substance abuse, the risk of suicide, and so forth. So I absolutely agree with you. A servant's heart is vital. It is necessary. I think the challenge is how to maintain it in the years and the decades after one graduates from the academy.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our last questioner is Chief Villaseñor.
Thank you. Yesterday, I gave a shout out to several of our chiefs from Arizona here, some back here also. I'd be remiss not to recognize our post director, Lyle Mann, who's in the audience, listening to what we talk about on training. I somewhat differ in the, I think we need to represent the community and come from the community and the life experience that we have there. And so oftentimes, I think that taking a high school graduation as the entry level is okay, but we can't rest with that. And I think that I do agree with Cedric, the age, we need to deal with that. I think 18 and 19 is way too young to be a police officer. We need some life experience there. But when I came on, there was a program called LEAP. And I guess this is the bulk of my question. And it was a program because I believe that even if we allow them in with high school education, we need to constantly evolve their education and provide that opportunity to get further formal education, but it gets very expensive, time-consuming. The salary is not so much that they can afford that. But LEAP was something prior to going in, it would give you money to go to school, and for every year you worked in law enforcement, it forgave 25% of your debt. So after 4 years in law enforcement, you were debt-free on that. That program went away, and I guess I'm asking, do you see the benefit of something like that, or are you aware of any other type of program that allows us to require and to provide additional formal training for our officers?
Let me just say, I think a couple of us may be products of LEAP. I got my undergraduate degree as a result of LEAP, and I came in as a police trainee. So I disagree a little bit with you with respect to the age. And so we're not bringing them in at 18 as police officers. What we're doing with the cadet program, as an example, and it was true of me as a trainee, trainees were people who took the exam and met the qualifications in every respect, but you had to be 21 in the state of New York to carry a firearm, so you couldn't be a police officer. So you end up, so I did 3 years as a trainee. I was trained to be a drug prevention specialist. I started out as a telephone switchboard operator in the precinct. But I think, and cadets is slightly different, but it is very much driven by the education. So cadets are people who are in college. We will give them a stipend. They will work part-time as they continue to get their degree. And when they finish their 4-year degree, they automatically are eligible to be appointed as a police officer. So that's why I mentioned the high school piece, because I want to go to the high schools, and if we speak to these young people, it made a difference in my life getting in. I graduated in June. I joined the police department in November, and I got my undergraduate degree, as I said, during the time that I was a trainee and a cop. My law degree right after that. They didn't pay for it, but I got it. And so I think if we can get the younger people engaged, particularly younger people of color and others who live in my case, in New York City, then I think we have a better shot of developing, real sound, solid young people to be police officers, because they will get it. And I spend a lot of time talking to the recruits as they come through now about those kinds of issues and what the expectations are. So yeah, LEAP was great. The trainee role was great. We're looking at all of those. And the other thing that we do is, because we have 5,000 school safety agents, we are looking at ways in which they can make a transition into the police ranks. But there's some challenges in terms of, in some cases, in meeting the educational requirement. But so we're looking at, I think, to the extent that we can support programs like that can identify people who have an interest in criminal justice and policing in particular, and want to come and get their degrees. I think ultimately the goal is get their degree, and then number two, come into our profession, and we grow new leaders that way.
Well, thank you all. And just one note. I think all of us, Mr. Johnson, have a great deal of sympathy. You were more candid than many of our witnesses in saying some frustration about the limitations of the page length and the time length. Our timetable for this task force, as many of you may know, is extremely brief. Our recommendations are due in just a little over 2 weeks, I think we have 2 weeks and a day and 3 hours until those recommendations are due on the president's desk, but who's counting? We could spend the entire day with this excellent panel. This has been a wonderful discussion. We so much appreciate your coming, and I hope all of us can join in thanking this. We're going to take a brief 5-minute break, and then we'll return for the second panel.
You sure? Yeah, that'll be good. Okay, I was going to say if you wanted to All right, everybody, welcome back. We're going to begin panel 2, which is going to focus on in-service training. Again, a reminder, the complete biographies for our panelists can be found on the COPS website, so our introductions here will be very brief to allow for more time for both their testimony as well as questions from task force members. We're going to start this panel with Dr. Scott Decker, Professor, Arizona State University. Doctor?
Thank you, Ms. Robinson, Commissioner Ramsey, Mr. Davis, and members of the task force. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. I want to start with just a brief story about a conversation I had with a young man I worked with in St. Louis for 20 years, who's a street outreach worker, or was a street outreach worker, an African-American gentleman who graduated from the university I taught at in St. Louis for 30 years, now works at a prestigious private school, lives in Florissant, Missouri, which neighbors Ferguson and is like Ferguson in a lot of ways. He's a homeowner. He's got a retirement package. And we talk almost weekly about things in my former hometown and his current hometown. And he recently told me it's his observation that blacks, middle-class blacks in St. Louis, have two options. They can either let thugs run the street, or they can cooperate with the police and support the police, knowing that that'll bring some harassment and that'll bring perhaps worse. And that was the choice that they had if they wanted to be safe in St. Louis. I'm somewhat more optimistic than he is, but of course, I don't live in his neighborhood. That, to me, is the sort of personal challenge about the tasks that you all face and the changes that we can bring together in our country. Policing provides a public value, a very expensive public value, usually the most important line item in any city budget. And we train the police, both academy and in service, to expand this public value, to make sure that it works for all. I would point your attention to a recent occurrence here in my new hometown, Phoenix. Reverend Jarrett Maupin, civil rights activist, longtime critic of the police, who I think underscores the value of working with community and bringing police and community together. Reverend Maupin went through the shoot, don't shoot exercise at the invitation of the Phoenix Police Department, and now is among the stronger advocates for what the police do and what the police face in Phoenix, and has spoken out nationally. I think this speaks to the important role that training can play. Training is an important part, critical, I would say, of fair and effective training. Academy training is at the core of creating officers who engage in fair and effective policing. And in-service training can provide a booster to those who are receptive and a correction to those whose knowledge and skills and commitment, perhaps, have weakened. In-service training is critical for law enforcement officers to keep up with a very rapidly changing world of technology, of people, and circumstances. Diversity training has to be an integral part of basic academy training as well as in service. Let me offer a set of recommendations here as the clock ticks down. Training, I think, should take place in cross-disciplinary settings. This includes line and supervisory personnel from police, probation, parole, prosecution, juvenile justice, and corrections who need to train together to promote a broader awareness across our criminal justice system. All members of a police department, line level, command staff, specialized units, civilians, should receive diversity training. The training should be revised and repeated regularly. Training should integrate a group experience along with classroom components. Commissioner Ramsey, going to the Holocaust Museum, a Civil Rights Museum, tutoring elementary school children, visiting a VA hospital, and other activities ought to be integrated into police training to help build empathy. There should be leadership and support for the development of training at the federal level, and it's my belief in looking across the landscape of police training, the COPS office is the right place to do this. Earlier talk about LEAP in the preceding panel, I think harkens to the right set of images. Communications skills should be an integral part of all in-service and basic training. California Post calls this a perishable skill, one that it goes away every couple years and needs to be reinforced. Language ought to be a part of that. The vocabulary of police may contain words like procedural justice, but it shouldn't contain the F or the N words. There's a dire need to evaluate the effectiveness of training in its content and delivery. As an academic, I can tell you I'm embarrassed we haven't provided much useful information about what works and why. Integrate citizens into in-service training where possible. Web-based training, of course, is an important part of training in the 21st century. Community policing needs to be at the core of what we do when we provide in-service training. And the Commission may want to consider recommending state-level posts provide and certify CEUs, continuing education units, as is done in many other professions, such as law, medicine, and nursing. And finally, partnerships between researchers, who haven't always been the best partners, and law enforcement need to be enhanced, and researchers need to provide input in ways that's useful and that the police profession can apply, in particular about what works in training and why and for whom. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony, Doctor. Next, we'll hear from Aaron Danielson, President, Public Safety Employee Association, AFSCME, Local 803, in Fairbanks, Alaska. Mr. Danielson.
Turn this on. Thank you, Ms. Robinson, and the members of the task force for hearing us today. It's an honor to be here on behalf of PSEA and AFSCME. We represent Alaska State Troopers, the State Airport Police, and about 7 different municipalities across the state of Alaska, about 800 members. I've myself been a working officer and sergeant at the Fairbanks Airport for about 7.5 years. I'm also lucky enough to serve the community that I grew up in as well, and it's a great pleasure and an honor to do so. In talking about in-service, it varies vastly across the country between our various members, not just out of Alaska, but AFSCME members from the East Coast to the Midwest to the West Coast. Largely, it is not practiced enough for in-service training. There are funding limitations, staffing limitations. Represent many municipalities that are smaller departments that don't have the funding or the manpower to take people off the street to come out to do in-service training. It is an extremely important value. My department has practiced in-service for the last 7 years I've been there, until this last year where they canceled it due to funding. The Alaska State Troopers also have intermittent training for them, but it also costs $7,000 to fly a officer from Nome to our Sitka Training Academy. I'm sorry, not $7,000, $2,000 to do that. In addition, we have posts that only 1 or 2 troopers exist at, and it is hard to complete such in-service training. Funds are limited. We understand that municipalities, cities, and states need to put a priority on a variety of things, but I don't believe that we put enough priority on our training, our ongoing training. We spend 3.5 months in Alaska. Some cities and states spend 6 months or more training their officers, yet we don't do enough to refresh those skills. In-service training, oftentimes we go in there, especially in larger departments, appear to be more classroom-oriented rather than realistic training. And we do get into realistic training. A lot of that's for your specialized units, a CERT or SWAT team that you're going to practice on a monthly basis. But for your line officers, a lot of times it's what they learn from their fellow officers, whether it's at your briefing table, your morning briefings from your department. You just sometimes spend 15 minutes training there. Your field training officer, the other officers on the street that you are working with. And that's where you think you start to seeing divergencies in department practices, in that you don't sit down as command staff and officers, as your line sergeant like myself with my officers, and go over what we need to be practicing. Policing is changing, the communities are changing, the expectations are changing. I don't think we reinforce that often enough. It's what Dr. Decker also said, it's a perishable skill, policing. We talk about community policing as well. You go out into the communities. If you don't make contact with your community members, your business leaders, your elected officials often enough, you lose those connections. It's the same thing with our policing practices. You don't go out there and practice those enough, refresh those enough. You start to lose those. I've got only a minute and a half yet, but some recommendations I would also talk about is when we talk about realistic training, we get beyond just shoot, don't shoot type scenarios. When we do that, those are always lots of fun, but we need to practice a wide variety of use of force training, realistic use of force training. I'd also recommend that any department or this panel's recommendations include elected officials, community leaders proactively in these. We shouldn't be chasing tragedies with inviting folks to come see how we do what we do and why we do what we do. I think it's proactive to be working from the same page with our community, with our elected officials, so it isn't a surprise when a video or audio account comes out after an incident and the elected official can't answer for why this is occurring, why are police acting like this. And whether it's justified or not, they should have answers as well. Inviting the community to these training events as well, such as it sounds like we had a local community member go through use of force training, police scenario training, and how valuable that was. That should be more proactive as well. And I'll reserve my comments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Dr. Cheryl May, Director, Criminal Justice Institute and National Center for Rural Law Enforcement. Dr. May.
Good morning. Commissioner Ramsey, Professor Robinson, Director Davis, distinguished members of the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing, thank you for your valuable service on this important task force and providing me with the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Cheryl May. I am the Director of the Criminal Justice Institute, National Center for Rural Law Enforcement in Little Rock, Arkansas. Since 1994, we have provided advanced and specialized training and educational opportunities for law enforcement professionals in agencies of all sizes in Arkansas and non-metropolitan police nationally. Our goal is to enhance the proficiency and professionalism of police through training, education, resources, and collaborative partnerships. Education and training at the academy, in-service, and leadership levels are critically and equally important in enhancing the ability of law enforcement agencies to professionally and safely meet the ever-changing and unique needs of the communities they serve and protect. Failure to train can result in higher crime rates, poor department morale, poor inadequate services to the community, terminations, and fiscal liability for the department, city, and/or county. In-service training supplements academy training and is critical in providing the non-recruit officer, deputy, supervisor, or leader the opportunity to more effectively implement new technology, best practices, and departmental policies, as well as enhance their level of proficiency and professionalism and provide opportunities for professional growth. Expanded training in effective written and verbal communication skills, cultural competence, conflict resolution, social intelligence, ethics, community policing concepts and strategies, and emerging community issues such as working with the mentally ill and others can assist non-recruit personnel in developing and sharpening skills to enhance interpersonal and professional interactions with individuals within their department and their community. Unfortunately, access to programs such as these is not mandatory and may be limited based on the priorities of the supervisor, law enforcement executive, mayor, or county quorum, which may be dictated by funding and staffing considerations. In-service and leadership training for frontline and mid-level supervisors, including field training officers, is critically important in helping to shape the culture of the department. Supervisors and field training officers are not only responsible for ensuring the services are delivered effectively, but they also set the tone for the officers and deputies that they mentor, coach, and evaluate. The role of supervisor is essential in appropriate discipline. Without fair and consistent supervision, bad habits, are likely to prosper within the agency and undermine the ability of the agency to adequately and professionally serve their communities. A variety of strategies can be utilized to make in-service opportunities more accessible. Such strategies include roll call training, webinar, a variety of online courses, traditional classroom, and blended learning approaches. Each of these approaches have their merits and limitations. While traditional classroom instruction can be more expensive to implement, the benefits of face-to-face instruction can outweigh the costs. Interacting with diverse members of the law enforcement community, having different opinions, backgrounds, and experiences, and the ability to establish a network of professional contacts with different mindsets and worldviews are two such benefits. Despite the importance of training and developing a proficient and professional police force, in more difficult economic times, the reduction or elimination of training budgets is likely. Access to training has been traditionally difficult in both good and difficult times for non-metropolitan departments. Non-metropolitan agencies, which are counties with fewer than 50,000 people that are not adjacent to or economically dependent on a large urban area, account for more than 90% of the law enforcement departments within the United States and serve 20% of the U.S. population. Rural communities can vary significantly with respect to crime rate and socioeconomic profile. Lower tax bases and limited staffing significantly restrict training and education opportunities for officers and deputies serving non-metropolitan areas. Promoting and providing educational opportunities for police can enhance community relations in departments of all sizes. There is an apparent disconnect between police and institutions of higher education with respect to academic programs which tend to emphasize theory as opposed to more practitioner-focused curricula. From the perspective of the officers, the payoffs do not outweigh the investment in time and cost. Educational programs which incorporate in-service and leadership training, along with general education courses, can enhance the proficiency of officers while also providing them with better communication and interpersonal skills and broader worldviews, and in doing so, better position them for professional interactions with their community. The expansion in the ability of online academic courses makes practitioner-focused certificate and associate degrees more realistically attainable for the law enforcement professional. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you today.
And thank you for your testimony. Next, we will hear from John Ortolano, President of the Arizona Fraternal Order of Police.
Good morning, Commissioner Ramsey, Ms. Robinson, and distinguished members of the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing. As a state president of Fraternal Order Police, I represent over 8,300 law enforcement professionals in this state. I'm also employed as a captain at a police agency. I give the perspective both as a police manager, but also as an employee group president. The amount of hours that an individual law enforcement officer will spend taking in-service training varies by their department, their rank, as well as their responsibilities. Some of this training can be offered over the internet, but a great deal of it must be offered in an in-classroom type environment. In Arizona, the Arizona Peace Officer Standards Board determines which mandatory training must be accomplished, whether it be on an annual basis or at some other interval. There are some also training that has to be mandated that's inside the department itself. Some of the changes to policy as well as case law can also dictate what type of in-service training is accomplished at each individual agency. Some of the other in-service training that I've attended are tactical considerations, whether they be foot pursuits or crossfire situations, encounters with the mentally ill, human trafficking, and other items that are considered low frequency, high liability. Those include vehicle pursuits and use of deadly force. We also do a judgmental training. People frequently refer to that as a shoot, don't shoot type of training. It should be noted that a great deal of our training is given by other police officers. And the reason why I mention that is because the agency heads also determine a lot of the in-service training that is given at their agency. And one of the positive things that I've just recently seen is with the appointment of Chief Yonner to the Phoenix Police Department as their new chief. He's vowed to give 40 hours of in-service training to all his sworn officers in dealing with the mentally ill. That's a very commendable thing for Chief Yonner to do. He recognized that the community required it and his officers needed that training, and therefore he's implementing it. An additional thing is police managers, they have to anticipate what impact new technology is going to have on the officers, the public, and how it affects the performance of their job. More training is needed in dealing with the general public. Absolutely, we all recognize that. There are considerations that have to be taken into account more than just providing the training itself, and some of that has been briefly touched on. A lot of it has to deal with, we have to have officers working the street to answer calls for service. We also have overtime budgets. We have a budget we have to be within. The amount of training is also can be dictated by the geographic location. It's been mentioned by other people that officers frequently have to travel great distances to attend training. The other testimony that was given earlier today and even yesterday, they focused on we have to have more employment diversity in law enforcement, more training for police officers, and a focus on police leadership. The first step, which was discussed earlier, is getting the right people in the door. A lot of agencies are seeing a great decrease in both quantity and quality of the police applicant in this state. There are times where police agencies in this state actually go to other states to recruit. Our applicant pool is that poor in certain instances because people are not looking to get into this field. There has to be a mindset from all the stakeholders. The stakeholders I'm speaking of are the community, elected officials, police managers, and all the employees that we desire our agencies, our police agencies, to have more in-service training, but also a higher level of formal education. The reason why I believe that stressing more formal education is vitally important for a police officer, it forces them to interact with people with other points of view. It's extremely important. In the police environment, we're often surrounded by other police officers. The calls for service that we go on are generally people that don't want to see the police officers show up. When we're in a college-type environment, we experience other people's points of view. We understand where they're coming from, so when we go interact with these people on a call for service, we understand what their point of view may be. When I was 17 years old, I attended basic training in the Army National Guard at Fort Sill. The base motto was, mission first, people always. When I was 17 years old, I didn't get it. I'm older now as a police manager, but also as a representative of my police organization, I get it. We cannot perform the mission that our community wants of us if we don't take care of our employees. And part of that is the training and education aspect. I thank you for being here to testify today.
And thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Gary Schofield, Deputy Chief, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Good morning, Commissioner Ramsey, Dr. Robinson, Director Davis, and the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing. We thank you for the opportunity. We want to talk a little bit, or I want to talk about the 2010 experience of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. In 2010, 25 officer-involved shootings was the highest number in our history. After examining these and other shootings, we identified several common problems, such as on-scene overconvergence, loose command and control, poor tactical communication, infrequent use of de-escalation, poorly designed group tactics, rushed decision-making, and unwillingness to retreat. We concluded that at that time we made bad situations worse and needed to change our training. For our agency, the training came in the form of reality-based training known as RBT. In 2010, we put together a full-time RBT training team consisting of 1 sergeant and 7 officers. Their mission was to develop a robust reality-based training program for real-life events that they emphasize sanctity of life, team tactics, and de-escalation. By the beginning of 2011, our agency began the first installment of RBT. The training scenario used a barricade situation. It emphasized team communication, containment, and orderly tactical retreats. RBT builds upon other training programs that existed inside of their agency. Within 8 months, we had trained our entire patrol force in RBT. In 2012, the RBT training program installed Phase 2. This scenario implemented an ambush scenario on command and control, communication, and slowing things down. RBT is not a traditional shoot, don't shoot program. Our officer-involved shootings dropped from 25 in 2010 to 11 in 2012. But we were missing something. We did not include detectives in our training and realized that detectives responded to calls as well. To address this, patrol officers and detectives participated in the next phase. The training emphasized a car stop barricade scenario where de-escalation, problem recognition, containment, and sanctity of life was emphasized, and it took 11 months to complete. During phase 3, we also addressed mistaken of fact incidents. We created a scenario for officers to go through that was very high stress and low light, but the officers needed to determine if the individual was armed or not armed. They had to have communication, threat identification, and assessment, and forced transition. In 2013, we had 2 mistake of fact incidents in our jurisdiction. In 2014, we had none. In 2014, phase 4 of RBT rolled out. The training scenario consisted of an actual barricade incident that happened in our jurisdiction that resulted in an officer-involved shooting. The objectives were focused on team tactics, communication, down officer rescue, slowing down the momentum. It became clear that we needed to start training our sergeants. And in phase 5 in 2015, we worked on command and control, less than lethal options, and recognizing the situation. We think that reality-based training has been a success in the LVMPD for several reasons. First, we instill in all of our training programs that we are first and foremost guardians of the community. We are partners for good. Our community wants a well-trained officer who can, in a moment's notice, change a flat tire on the side of the road and transition to an active shooter response. We are not at war with our citizens. We are part of the communities we serve. We are not troops deployed to a hostile land. Second, in a world where we are accustomed to quick fixes, we caution everybody that you cannot fix this overnight. It took us several years, and we will continue to make the investment in that. Communities become disillusioned if we implement RBT without quick results. RBT comes with its own set of benefits. The benefits are many. Real-life scenarios that allow officers inside of a safe setting to make mistakes. Confidence building, improved decision-making skills. But there are shortcomings. RBT is a program that's time-consuming and resource-heavy. It must be part of an overall training component coupled with critical incident review. Finally, you have to understand that we cannot discard everything that has been done in the past on officer safety issues. That is part of RBT. RBT is another vital skill set that must rise to the same level of focus that we currently have on weapons training, tactical operations, and emergency vehicle operations. Our agency has opened its doors to several other agencies to look at the program. We have submitted our recommendations. The reality-based training become a national police standard. The standard includes 7 specific building blocks of RBT. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank all of you for your testimony. We're now going to turn to task force members for their questions. They will be called upon in the order in which they have indicated to me that they wish to ask a question. We'll start with Sean Smoot, who will be followed by Brian Stevenson.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here. Very, very good testimony from the entire panel. I'm an attorney by trade, and in order to keep my law license, I have to receive so many continuing legal education hours a year. And doctors who are board certified have to complete so many hours of continuing medical education per year to keep their board certification. So I want to push the panel here, and what I'd like you to do is not worry about the delivery at this point, because there are different models, mobile training units, that kind of thing. But in terms of your opinions, write down the number of days a year that you believe it would be appropriate to, or that you would like to recommend to the task force be set aside for officers to receive a full day of training. And then whatever that number is, if it's 2, 4, 6, if you could write down the topics that you think you would recommend be the mandatory training included in those days. And as soon as you're ready, whoever's ready, tell us the number of days that you would recommend and the topics that should be covered. I might. Please.
That's interesting, because in Nevada, I also serve as one of the Nevada Post Commissioners. And in the state of Nevada, it's about 720 hours for the basic academy. And currently, because of the demands in our state, it's very rural in nature. A lot of people don't remember that. We just reduced as a commission, despite us being on the board, from 24 hours to 12 hours of mandatory training. And the reason that occurred is the rural jurisdictions cannot retain their officers, and they cannot afford to send people to training away from it. An area like Elko or White Pine County has maybe 7 deputies, and that's it. But if I was to live in a fantasy world that you're sort of describing, I would have 30 days of training a year. And the reason I would have 30 days of training a year is because we do this in another area in my region on a constant basis that a lot of people don't pay attention to. In Las Vegas, we house the largest number of reality-based training programs of the U.S. military. We have Red Flag, Silver Flag Alpha. There's exercises going on out there, and they will take units, including young U.S. Air Force security police units, out of the field for almost a month to train them. And I went out there and took a look at what they're currently training, because I served in the military, and I served in the Air Force as a young cop. Significantly different than what I was taught when I was working at a nuke base up in North Dakota. They were spending a lot of time on cultural competency, how to interact with villagers in Afghanistan, Iraq, understanding those types of things. And it was taking 30 days for them to get through that training, to include their weapons training and their vehicle training and everything else. But we do that on a constant basis at a national level for our forces. We should be thinking about the same type of level of training to include constitutional law, community policing, and then, of course, tactics.
Thank you for your service.
I guess I'll go
and for
next.
your answer. I listed a minimum of 10 days. Some of the issues I have down here in no particular order just popped into my head were use of force issues, community interactions, addressing people that are mentally ill, scenario-based live fire exercises, tactical driving, defensive tactics, case law and legal issues, and also, because I'm in Arizona, human trafficking.
I came up with 14 days. Included in my list were communications. I think the better a law enforcement officer is able to communicate with the individuals they're interacting with, the less chance there's going to be any kind of issues. Ethics. I think the more we can talk about ethics as a profession. Conflict resolution is another one of those classes that I don't think officers get enough of. And I would also add social intelligence. It gets a little touchy-feely, and sometimes we don't like to go there, but it deals with the idea of being able to become aware as to why you feel and be able to empathize with others. I also feel that officers should all be given leadership programs, and they should talk about supervision and the impact of supervision, because it could be easily argued that leadership occurs from the bottom up and the top down in all organizations, and everybody has to think as a leader. Community policing strategies, and last and definitely not least, issues like cultural competence.
Well, I came up with 5 days for up in Alaska, and you kind of asked an interesting question, because up there we have advanced and intermediate police certifications as well that require certain amounts of credit hours, but it's not a required advancement or any required annual in-service training, but it seems like there's a structure there we could build into it of a advanced journeyman level, master level type police officer. I came with 5 days because I kind of describe more to instead of one set block throughout the year, multiple times throughout the year, quarterly type training, and then one time to get everybody together in one room all at the same time, rather than having your various shifts do different training. But your topics you're talking about, I agree. Use of force and de-escalation of use of force is great. Dealing with folks with mental health issues and how to handle those has been a big topic in Alaska the last few years. Evidence collection, legal updates, your interaction with community, use of force and ethics. It's pretty general consensus, it sounds like. So,
challenge of going last is all the good answers are taken. Not all, I don't think. 12 to 18 days, I think, is a reasonable amount. The cost of that for municipalities and counties is substantial, and that's not anything to ignore. Topics certainly would include the things my colleagues have mentioned: diversity, law, dealing with the mentally ill, which is a huge challenge, and congratulations to Chief Yonner for making it a high priority, communication. I would add some things as well: weapons and ethics, cross-agency training, having first-level line supervisors across probation, parole, juvenile diversion, and the police, very important. And I think there's two that haven't been mentioned that are particularly important. One is immigration. Recently completed survey of 500 police chiefs across the country. In less than half of the departments those chiefs represent, there's a policy for how their officers ought to deal with immigrants. And in only a quarter of those 500, is there any training at all? So we're pushing officers out the door every night, and here, like many places around the country, who will interact with large numbers of immigrants who have a difficult time determining who's legal, who's not, what do I do, what don't I do, how do I avoid getting in trouble. This is an area where in-service training, I think, could help officers. But the one, I think, omission that I would add is technology. These phone things now can translate English to Arabic and English to Szechuan, and languages that officers may not speak, that can at least get them by a little bit. Learning to deal with digital media and chain of custody for digital media issues are things that are critical and change almost from month to month. And providing in-service training, I'll fudge and add a little bit of process to your question, that in addition to the typical modes we think of in-service training, having sat on post board for 5 years and seen about 1,000 officers who got in some sort of trouble, maybe an individual counseling session that can save a career of an officer who might be getting off the track, who with a little additional personal FTO time in early or mid-career could get back on track, save their career, save their pension, and be a better officer for the community, is something that could happen. Coaching, I think we call that.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll go to Brian Stevenson, followed by Sue Rohr.
Mr. Shopio, I was really interested in your description of the reality-based training that you all have adopted. And you used a bunch of words, and I just would like you to comment on this. You talked about sanctity of life, you talked about de-escalation, you used the word guardian, and I'm curious if you could tell us more about how much of that kind of labeling is used in the training, and how important you think that is in creating an identity for the officers that creates a sort of culture and orientation that you're trying to achieve, and just how you do that.
Well, I'll go back to the very first scenario and explain and sort of paint a word picture for the task force. The scenario involved a hallway. And the hallway, and this was designed by a lot of people, myself included as a former SWAT commander working in narcotics and all those things. And we said, what we're trying to do is get officers to understand that they have a responsibility to take care of both the suspects as well as the officers. So we set it up so the suspect was down at the very end of the hall with a simulated rifle, and there was a downed officer at his feet. And then we sent officers down there, and the initial response by almost all of our officers was to charge down that hallway, opening fire, forgetting that they might end up hitting their own officer as well as hitting the suspect. Just training that through, there was a lot of controversy. A lot of people went to the associations in our area, complained about what we were doing. But we were trying to make them understand that you need to slow down, think about the situation, put together the appropriate tactic to rescue the officer, as well as make sure that the suspect, and if they worked the scenario appropriately, the suspect gave up. We used a situation we actually had in our town with a veteran with PTSD that actually walked through a neighborhood with an M4. So you can talk in classrooms all day long with young officers and officers on the street, but unless they see it in person, and they don't feel it, they don't internalize it. A lot of the stuff that we do, we talk about it at the national level. We have to internalize it because the boots on the ground have to feel it. And as much as they wanted to walk down that hallway and open fire and do all those things that have been done in the past, they had to understand that we wanted them to slow down, think about the response, and think about their actions in the community as well.
Thank you very much. Sue Rohr, followed by Brittany Packnett.
Chief Schofield, I have a couple questions, and I have to address my own biases. I'm a huge admirer of Doug Gillespie, and I want to acknowledge his courageous leadership in bringing Las Vegas Metro to where they are. There's a couple things you said that I think are pretty extraordinary, and it reflects the unusual ability of Las Vegas Metro to self-reflect and evaluate. I wanted to ask you to go into a little more detail about your training on tactical retreat. I think it's a lesson that many of us need to adopt. And I'm also, please address what kind of pushback you got when you initially introduced that training.
Thank you, Sheriff. I remember you as the sheriff. The tactical retreat portion, again, we relied on a lot of people within our agency to talk about it. Unfortunately, we, like every other agency, have had officers killed in the line of duty. Last year, we recently had some pretty horrific incidents that occurred to us. What we try to make officers understand that it is not, they're trained to go forward. We had worked hard with the LAPD and LASD and myself on a task force on MACTAC, which is a Mumbai-style response. That is a different situation than an individual that's inside barricaded and it's no longer a critical incident. We trained in our training over and over again to make sure that the MACTAC response was connected to the RBT training, was connected to the Advanced Officer Skills training, was connected to the firearms trainings and tactics training, and the EVOC training, as well as the academy and all the things that we do. You've got to have that all at the table. So I'll give you an example of how that worked. Unfortunately, we had two sovereign citizens last year walk up and execute two of our officers as they were having lunch. God rest their souls. The response by the officers and the sergeants on that was quick and decisive. They pinned down the two suspects inside of a Walmart. We have released that video to the nation. People can watch it. But what is little known behind the scenes was that sergeant that was running that had recently become a sergeant in only a couple months. He had gone through all the training, and he realized that once the individuals were pinned down, there was no reason to go forward and to pull his officers back and contain them, and then allow different resources to come in. I can give you example after example, not today, of that occurring now when a barricade is a barricade as opposed to a hostage rescue. That took a lot of time and a lot of effort to train people to understand that simply because you have heavy weaponry and that type of things does not necessarily mean that we want you to go do that. There is a time and a place for those tactics, but sergeants and officers have to determine the appropriate time to do that.
And on that note, you were talking about doing some training, or training jointly with some of the military folks. And I think it's an important discussion for us to put on the table, because a lot of people believe that if police officers train with military officers, somehow we're going to become more military. Would you talk a little bit about how some of the military tactics are appropriately incorporated into police response, and dive a little deeper into the cultural interaction skills that are crossing back and forth?
I will. Nellis Air Force Base is the home of some of the premier training programs within this nation to prepare young men and women to both do air defense, space defense, and now currently cyber defense. I was talking to the general. He now hires individuals from the San Francisco area and Seattle area, not as airmen, but with tattoos and the whole 9 yards. It's a different culture to be part of the cyber effort. That is a change. A lot of people talk about the militarization, but what they don't realize is they haven't gone and taken a look at how the military has changed the way they're responding. I was out there, and we have access to these facilities and sit down with the top generals that are looking how to train. An example, our UAV forces are flown out of Southern Nevada, and they're trained out of Southern Nevada. And to sit inside of a simulated UAV session and listen to them have the talk about should we or should we not drop ordnance on that, and ask the question, what is going to be the collateral damage? Are there innocents in the area? Are there children in the area? Is there anything that indicates that we should not do this? That is part of the decision-making that's going on there. Because the American public and the U.S. government demands that. We cannot have those types of situations occur. The same type of thought process was applied to our RBT. We don't have the millions of dollars of resources, the video, and everything else that they have up there, but we do have access to sit down and talk to them about, okay, they learned from us on community-oriented policing. We've had some very successful programs that were recognized by ISAP, and we talked to them about how they patrol through neighborhoods and talk to people, but we also learned from them about how you bring large numbers of forces together to determine how to go in and work with the village and make it safe for the people that are living currently in Afghanistan and Iraq.
Thank you very much.
Next, we'll hear from Brittany Packnett, followed by Connie Rice.
Thank you for your testimony. My question is specifically for Dr. May and Chief Schofield. I am in the business of training teachers, and so we often are working on issues of cultural competency. And I think we can agree that if it's done well, right, if cultural competency, cultural responsiveness, anti-racism training is truly done well, then it is revisited time and time again at deeper and deeper levels each time. And so kind of in the vein of Mr. Smoot's question, if money and time were no object, what would you want to see that kind of cultural competency training look like in a little bit of greater detail? And how often would you require or mandate officers come back around to that training?
That's a great question. And one of the things that we looked at when we were trying to determine about 7 or 8 years ago on how to do that is we had an incident occurred in an area called West Las Vegas, which is predominantly African American. And the normal response of the police department, and I was the captain of that area years ago, was we would respond, put the yellow crime scene tape up, detectives would show up and be complaining about nobody wants to talk to us, there are no witnesses, et cetera. And then we looked at the number of officers that actually lived in West Las Vegas. We're a pretty large agency and found that we had no officers living in West Las Vegas, even though some of them had grown up in that community, but they had moved on. Then it was, well, how do we get officers that are from all parts of the country? We draw a large group of people, Las Vegas by its nature. We said, well, let's set up a program with the local pastors that we had worked with on Safe Village. And what we did is we set up a program where young officers and senior officers were brought in, and the people in the churches and the social centers were told, these are just some interns that are coming here to help out with programs. And they would work inside of the program for a little while, work with kids and everything else. By the end of the week, it would be revealed to everybody who exactly they were. These are police officers. And then, of course, that was a different response. Well, wait a minute, you know, there's not like normal cops that we've seen. But as a result of that, some of those officers adopted some families that are in need within the West Las Vegas community, and we've expanded that type of thing. It's getting people to understand where each other's coming from. You know, we always hear this, well, I can walk in your shoes, and that's incorrect. I cannot walk in your shoes. I was born in Okinawa, Japan. My mom's Japanese. I'm half Asian. You can't walk in my shoes any more than I can walk in your shoes, and talk about that. But you can get an understanding of why. That also resulted in another program that returns ex-offenders to the streets by a pastor named John Ponder. And what we do there is we have police officers come in there and we talk to offenders that are coming out of state prisons and county jails and say, look, this is what we want to do to make you successful. And we have a weekly, I just got another one on the mail, graduation of these folks, and hardened convicts come up and give hugs to cops. In my almost 30 years of doing this, I'd never thought I'd see that. But it works because we broke down the barriers and we were brave enough to walk in and admit we had made some mistakes, and those mistakes were what we were going to use to learn. I still remember my first meeting with the pastors in West Las Vegas when I told them, hey, I'm from Las Vegas Metro, and we have been lying to you for almost 20 years that I've been here. Stunned silence, African-American ministers. said, it's not deliberately. We told you that we could fix your problems and all those things, but we can't. We can help you, we can assist you, but we can't raise the kids. We don't educate your children, but we're here to help. And that type of relationship was developed. Ms. Packnett helped us make sure that, and that continues to this day, and now it's part of our culture, and it won't go away.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for your question. Officers in Arkansas are required to take a racial profiling class every year. And so basically what we've done is we've provided an online training program for them. But what we've also done is that in our advanced supervision, we do a school called the School of Law Enforcement Supervision. And there are several elements within that School of Law Enforcement Supervision that focus particularly on cultural competence. We obviously believe that, the more an officer is exposed to issues like this and exposed to having opportunities to be able to be around the table and discuss those issues with individuals who are unlike them, the greater chance that they're going to be more understanding of diversity and how important it is.
Thank you very much. Connie Rice, followed by Jose Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It might help if I turned my mic on. And thank you to the panel for your testimony. Just a real quick message. For those of you who've been complaining about me closing my eyes, I have Meniere's disease, so please don't bother Ron about that. There's nothing he can do to keep me from closing my eyes, and I apologize. To the panel, the best cop I have ever worked with, and he's now the chief, probably wouldn't have been allowed in if the traditional tests had been used, because he has severe dyslexia and he doesn't test well at all. And I was wondering, he is so fantastic. His intrahuman IQ is off the scales. He gets along with every community. He's this white guy who gets along with the black community better than black officers. He gets along better with Chinese communities, better than Chinese officers. I mean, he's just spectacular when it comes to that intrahuman IQ. And it's a lesson for all of us in who's good with whom. We think a black officer's going to be better. Maybe not. With black communities, maybe not. You never know. So, are you aware of efforts or tests or thinking or strategizing to reach extraordinary candidates, the rare extraordinary candidates who can really be the future leaders of your department, but that your current testing would miss? Are there efforts to find alternative ways to evaluate people's skills and their qualities for being a police leader? Maybe you're not. Maybe you just say, no, we're not.
I'll speak to that a little bit. I did a research paper on police promotional systems, and there's a lot of research out there about how to promote people, and there's a lot of unique ways. The traditional way of promoting at a lot of agencies is still just a written test. And everybody knows that there are some great test takers who can just regurgitate information on a multiple choice test. Other people are horrible at that. However, they have great interpersonal skills. If you get to have an oral board with them, you get to see the true candidate as opposed to just a Scantron sheet on who they are. I do know that the IACP did a lot of work for assessment centers and promotional type exams, and they also go around the country and do training on that. Some agencies adopt some of the recommendations from IACP. Other organizations say, hey, that was great training, we're going to keep doing what we do because we're smarter than you. There's a lot of big egos in law enforcement. Everybody knows that. And part of that can be changed through continuing education for police leaders. And to that point, a lot of the issues in police agencies are brought up through the ranks, and often there is a gap where the information from the frontline officers or first-line supervisors doesn't make it all the way to the chief executive of that agency, because there are a lot of people in the agency that don't want to let the chief know that they dropped the ball. And they don't want to offer alternatives to testing because they don't want to have the courage to confront the chief or whoever it is that's making the decision for an alternative testing process. I've been a very vocal advocate at my place of employment that I believe that there should be a complete overhaul of the promotional systems. And I feel that my efforts have always went on deaf ears. And I wish that they would get some of the higher level of education that I've been exposed to perhaps see things from a different point of view.
I'll speak to that real quickly. The current way that we test for recruit police officers is broken within this nation, in my opinion. The reason is it was designed on a system that took a military basic training system for 17 and 18-year-old kids, put them through an ASVAB test, and then got them into basic training. We're not looking to look for 17 and 18-year-old young men and women. We're looking for, if you're going to use the military model, we're looking for second lieutenants. That's a whole different paradigm. And so as long as we continue with written tests and oral boards and those types of things, we will continue to not look for those types of candidates. And it's a heavy lift to change that, Ms. Rice. I mean, it really is. We've tried to push in our agency. We have now gotten rid of pretty much written tests and oral boards for all of our promotional processes, from sergeant to lieutenant to captain. They're all assessment centers. And we have found in assessment centers, because of the way things are weighted, heavily more defensible, come out with a better candidate, and people prepare. But we can't take that step on entry level because of the amount of time and effort and money that goes into that. But if you look at the way the U.S. military selects second lieutenants, we have a model to go out there, but we don't have that right now. We have a model to select privates.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jose Lopez, followed by Cedric Alexander, who will be our final questioner.
Yeah, so I just have a quick question around training for management staff. And so 2 years ago, I became lead organizer at Make the Road. And so my position changed a little bit. I was essentially a community organizer for 13 years. And because I was good at that, I got promoted to be able to manage and supervise staff, which is something that I was completely unfamiliar with, right? I had different folks who were supervising me who had different styles, but in terms of investment in that particular area, so that once I got to the point of management, I felt effective at my job, that was something that I'm still continuing to learn. And so one of the things that I think about in my experiences with members and staff is the power to transform their way of thinking and being, and being able to do that more so in the one-on-one space than I am in developing leadership material for the entire group, whether it's members or staff. And so that brings me to the question around kind of training and resources for management. So what are the ways in which we need to invest in supervising staff, in law enforcement, to make sure that both in group spaces, but really, for me, what seems to be effective is in that one-on-one space, so that they're really able to invest in the folks that they're mentoring and coaching, and kind of transform the ways in which officers are thinking about their jobs.
I'll answer that. One of the things that we do in policing is we have the FBI National Academy, Southern Police Institute, a variety of different things. Back to Sheriff Gillespie's stepping out on skinny branches, one of the things that he did, and I think was insightful and amazing, was he forbade his executive staff, captains and above, to go to those types of programs more than once. So we would go to the National Academy, but then we had to find something each year to go to that we were totally out of our norm. So I went to the Aspen Institute, which at the Aspen Institute, as a police officer at the Aspen Institute, I was a duck out of water. But I was exposed to so many different types of people throughout the world, from everything from somebody working for Teach for America, for somebody working for a Uganda AIDS outreach to the president of Tanzania's aid, people that, as a deputy chief in the Metropolitan Police Department, I would have never been able to do. We took that type of concept back, and the sheriff implemented the Sheriff's Leadership Series at Las Vegas. We still have our traditional training that goes through the management things that you're talking about, but the big thing is we go out for a 9-month period and take captains and upcoming leaders and expose them to nonprofits, take them to the back of the house of ARIA, take them over and talk to Tony Shea's people at Zappos, so they get a broad experience and they bring that back. That is now filtered all the way down into sergeants where they're doing those types of things too. So in downtown Las Vegas, they're sitting around talking to people that write books. We were lucky to have Chip Heath, who wrote a book called Making It Stick on the New York Times bestseller. We would have never had access to him, but we had access through Zappos. And we listen to those folks, and it helps the profession become better leaders and managers for the future.
Can I add to that just a little bit? One thing I've seen a lot of police managers do is get a lot of great training that looks great on a resume. I have seen very often a lot of these things that look great on a resume not get adopted by the person that went to the training or adopted by the agency. We in police management, we need to do a better job if we're sending somebody to an expensive training session that the agency gets some value out of that. Let's utilize the concepts that if we're paying to send someone to this training, we better be utilizing that individual to either train people or implement the changes in our agency that he was or she was taught at this training.
I would say also we ought to, and I speak from maybe the profession that does this worse than any other. Oh, you can write a book? Well, good, go do a budget and a schedule for the next year. I mean, we don't do it well at all in universities. It was made earlier about early exposure, perhaps even in basic academy training to principles of management so that recruits and new officers can understand part of the decision-making process that happens, but also making available training early on so that people get exposure, providing them with mentors along the way to help them step up those rungs and succeed as opposed to get thrown to the wolves for a while and see how they do. I had the opportunity to sit through Steve Winiger's training in Oregon for first level management, built on many of those principles, and I thought was excellent training. But to the point of going outside of what we're comfortable with, I think those in the end can be the most effective kinds of additional trainings that we get outside of our own agencies.
Thank you. And the final question will come from Cedric Alexander.
And I would be very brief, Mr. Chairman. To both Cap Montalento and Chief Schofield, you both appear to be tactical operators, have been, from what I can gather. So here's a real important question, because I want to make sure we don't miss this as we talk about training. We still have a growing emerging threat that's coming from outside this country. Do your people in departments such as yours, do we still need to make sure that you are provided with that type of training and resources in order to meet that threat? Because what we saw in Paris certainly can happen anywhere on the face of the nation. And if it happens in this country, it's not going to be the military that's responding, it's going to be your police departments. So if you could just briefly, quickly, make sure that we understand that that part of your training still needs to exist as well.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Yes, we still need to do that. That was part of my testimony about we have to be able to change the tire on the side of the road. We have to be able to active shooter response quickly. And we still have to have operators on the agency that are not just SWAT operators. That's going to be a first-line officer that's responding to that. You know, one of the problems that we have sometimes with tools and toys is if you go and pick up the average police magazine, that's what it's filled with, the latest tactical stuff that's out there. The mindset behind that is how do I make sure that our officers are prepared for the Las Vegas Boulevard to respond, or the airport or anywhere in that community quickly and put down that type of threat and then transition quickly back into community policing. That is a skill set that has to be taught and developed, and it has to start in the academy with an understanding of what we're trying to do, which is be guardians of the community, not an imposing army that's come in there, because we go home at the end of the night and we live in the same communities that we guard.
Mr. Alexander, to build on what Chief Schofield talked about here, the average patrol officer does not have the adequate tools and equipment to deal with an active shooter type threat with multiple assailants like took place in Paris. There are a lot of products out there that cost a lot of money, whether it be, say, a quick plate carrier that would stop rifle rounds that would be in the trunk of a patrol car that an officer could easily don and then try to go engage the threat. The typical body armor that an officer is issued does not stop rifle rounds. I'm on the NIJ Special Technical Committee for body armor, and we're in the process of rewriting the standards for soft body armor as well as plate armor that's going to be used by the police as well as the military. And we're trying to address these things, try to find a product that could stop the most common threats, but isn't going to be so burdensome to the officer that if he goes in there, he's like wearing a bomb suit to try and protect himself. We understand that there's a cost-benefit analysis, but those threats that are out there, we do need to prepare our officers to neutralize those threats, unfortunately, but the average patrol officer is not equipped to properly do that.
Okay, well, thank you all very much. This has been a very interesting panel. Please join me in thanking all of them for their testimony. Before we break to lunch, I want to turn things back over to Ron Davis.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations to the panel. Great job. We will now break for lunch. We will return at 1:15. Just a reminder for those in the audience and watching that during the break, the task force will not deliberate on any discussions that occurred today. We will just enjoy a nice lunch. So see you guys at 1:15.
Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome everyone to the resumption of our listening session. And we're ready for panel 3, which is supervisory leadership and management training. I want to remind everyone that the full bios of our witnesses are available on the COPS website. So we'll just have very brief identifications of our witnesses. And we're going to begin with our first witness, Ed Flynn, who is the chief of the Milwaukee Police Department. Chief Flynn.
Did you hit your button there?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this. Thank you particularly for inviting me to Phoenix. It's 4 degrees in Milwaukee right now. So thank you very much. I'm not going to try to recite my testimony or race through its conclusions. I know you've seen it, and there'll be a Q&A where we can explore more specifically some of the things about which we will be discussing. But I'd like to make a couple of points early on. First and foremost, it's an honor to be here now. The context for that remark is that I remember the President's Commission on Law Enforcement and the Administration of Justice. I was a young officer when it was all published, and I remember that I was a beneficiary of its recommendations. Although I was already a college graduate, the law enforcement education program that was part of the Law Enforcement Assistance Administration basically paid for a generation of police officers to get their bachelor's degrees, and in my case, get a master's degree from John Jay College. And I'll tell you that master's degree was in some ways a saving grace for me, because I had decided in all my idealism to become a police officer in a challenged urban jurisdiction, Jersey City, where I thought I was going to be a good liberal arts graduate and everybody would understand me and like me as I did good in the poor, devastated communities, and found myself the object of more than a little derision and sometimes outright hatred. One of the books I was exposed to at John Jay was Niederhofer's study on police cynicism, and the first line of the book was, officers quickly learn that they are Rorschach tests in uniform. They're walking inkblot tests. And they are viewed not through their own actions, but because of what they represent in both historical terms and community terms, and that, it's very hard for officers to overcome the fact that citizens bring to an encounter with a police officer their entire history, plus the history of whatever affiliation group they belong to. Going to graduate school helped me contextualize the experience I was going through. And I gradually came to learn that although this is a physically dangerous job, but the emotional hazards were greater than the physical ones. And that essentially, as I would come to read books by Kenneth Kerr Muir, or books by Wilson, or books by Wesley on violence and the police, I began to understand what was happening to me. That I could come into that profession with all the goodwill in the world, but if you spend your life pretty much racing from terrible social circumstance to family violence to every kind of human degradation or human evil, it affects you. And the nature of 911 policing was that's all we did was race from emergency to emergency, seeing the worst of people and the people at their worst. Now I mention that because the generation of coppers that got their bachelor's degrees and master's degrees became the senior commanders and chiefs of the community policing movement. And that the next major federal intervention, 25 years later, was about community-based policing. And I was already a chief then of a very diverse community of 40,000 people characterized by high rates of poverty and crime. The emergence of community police strategies and problem-solving tactics was an essential way to restore communities not just to social health, but I began to learn that police departments could be the most significant agency of local community development of anything the city had. Because before people would locate industry or business in my small challenged community near Boston, they wanted their investment to be safe. They wanted their employees to be safe. They wanted their properties to be safe. Safety was an essential component of making areas and neighborhoods amenable to economic development and the positive impact that could have on the lives of the residents. But I say that because that federal investment in education in the 70s produced 20 years later some seminal changes in policing. Well, now we find ourselves facing some challenges now. And there's an opportunity now, I think, for the right federal investments in training and education, which I know the Q&A question afterwards will be about, that'll recognize the true nature of policing, that we're the social agency of first resort for the poor, that much of our mandate isn't crime fighting, although no one else can do it, but economic and community and social development. Most of our calls for service are in our poorest, most challenged neighborhoods. And as we try to decide what to do with the recommendations of this task force, keep in mind that with 20,000 different jurisdictions, one size will never fit all. But our target group has got to be those cities, whether they're 40,000 or 600,000, that are challenged by high rates of poverty and that is connected with communities characterized by people of color, people of other ethnic backgrounds, and people of other cultures. That's the heart of the challenge of American policing right now. It's a privilege to have that challenge, but we must recognize that that's where the challenge is most significant, and our recommendations probably by definition cannot apply to everyone.
Thank you so much, Chief Flynn. Our next speaker is Kimberly Jacobs. She's the chief in Columbus, Ohio.
Ms. Robinson, Commissioner Ramsey, Mr. Davis, and members of the task force, I'm honored to have the opportunity to discuss a topic of great importance with you and the audience. The majority of my testimony will discuss recommendations that I believe will help educate our police supervisors and leaders to make wise decisions that result in building trust in our communities and increasing the delivery of community-minded policing. I believe that we can be more creative in finding training, funding it, and sharing it. Access to high-quality training that builds competence builds confidence. Training that includes coaching builds credibility. And training that builds character builds community-minded compassion. Number one, chiefs have a duty to implement model training policies or standards that have been created by law enforcement and academic professionals with best practices in mind. Chiefs who value outside review and oversight of policies can seek accreditation or follow IACP model policies. Number two, chiefs must insist on leadership training that involves police supervisors on current issues and practices, explains how to critically and objectively examine investigations of police actions, about early intervention systems to identify problem officers, and how to reduce errors through close call reporting systems. Number three, all training courses offered internally by police agencies must explicitly emphasize how the material being taught aligns with the agency's values and how it will impact the community. For instance, when training on police pursuits, we discuss our respect for life and the dangers the pursuit presents to our citizens who may be engaged in either vehicular or pedestrian travel. Number four, chiefs must insist on de-escalation and interpersonal communication skills training for new and veteran officers every year that teaches and demonstrates via reality-based training how techniques and tactics that slow things down, employ less aggressive actions and force, have positive outcomes without sacrificing officer safety. Number five, crisis intervention training needs to be available on demand for any police agency that wants the training, and as this is a public health issue, federal, state, and university assistance should be sought in providing this vital training to more officers. Number six, academic research in some vital areas can greatly impact police training, its costs, and its effectiveness. Research to determine if a college education for new hires is the best practice, and to determine the effects such practices would have on hiring sufficient numbers of officers locally and nationwide. Research that accurately identifies trainees that are slow to comprehend or apply subjective training, who act out of unreasonable fear or biases, use poor discretion, act on emotion, or because they suffer from trauma. To these personnel is making training more efficient. Also, research on new training methods such as the Suspect Threat Assessment and Response Training, or START, must be further explored as perhaps a viable new approach to instruct officers when the constitutional use of force may be appropriate and how to apply it. It is time to seek a national best practice that clearly identifies the ideal way to train officers to that standard. Tuition reimbursement for higher education will ideally be a part of all police agency budgets so officers have access to college and the benefits of that experience. And promotion to progressively higher ranks should include requirements for certain educational degrees. Number eight, establish a national resource, much like Angie's List or the Better Business Bureau, which provides police leaders a catalog of training programs offered throughout the country. This catalog will improve access to highly rated courses near their communities and superior instructors that effectively impart new knowledge for police personnel and leaders. Number 9, mentoring programs like the Major City Chiefs Police Executive Leadership Institute must be expanded and supported through public or private funding, grants which would help chiefs from all sized agencies. Additionally, new police leaders can learn from experts in our field and share their perspective and experience for programs such as the BJA executive sessions on leadership. Mayors will be better served with chiefs that have participated in, who have educated themselves with such mentoring programs. Number 10, grants from funding sources such as the DOJ or state agencies should be obtainable to cover the cost to send police supervisors to high-quality leadership schools, including to non-traditional trainers who can teach leaders on topics such as interpersonal communications, creativity, leading change, organizational improvement, cultural competency, and customer service. And number 11, a lack of knowledge or fear of the police can be overcome with community outreach programs. A Citizen Police Academy, which most progressive agencies offer, is but one very successful education program, though it does require an investment of time from the attendees. Chiefs need to make this training and other educational outreach programs more accessible. Thank you for this opportunity to share my recommendations with this task force, and there are more details about my recommendations in my written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief. Our next speaker is Sandra Hutchins, who is the sheriff in Orange County, California. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to be with all of you today on behalf of Major County Sheriff's Association. I currently serve as the Vice President of the Major County Sheriffs and have been in law enforcement for 37 years, the past 7 as Sheriff of Orange County, California. Today's listening session on training and education is of vital importance, and I thank you all again for allowing me to be part of this discussion. Training and education together serve as the cornerstone to good community policing. Law enforcement officers face a variety of challenges day in and day out. Every situation is unique. Without proper training and education, our deputies and police officers would not have the tools and knowledge they need to help resolve a domestic violence incident, a mentally ill individual set on self-harm, a victim of sex trafficking, or an adolescent in the midst of opioid overdose. One of the topics you have noted for discussion asks for recommendations on working with the mentally ill, which I think is one of the major areas that we face. Mental illness is as prevalent as ever, and for far too long, our nation has stigmatized the issue instead of confronting it. Over the years, our nation's local jails have progressively become the primary lodging and treatment institutions for the mentally ill, although their actions are more often than not driven by the manifestations of their illness rather than criminal intent. Jails were never meant or designed to be mental health facilities. However, that's the reality we currently face. In my county, for example, our monthly average for active or open mental health cases in our jails is 1,500. The monthly average for inmates on mental health medication is 856. Our jail's average daily population is 5,300, so this is a large percentage of our population. As a nation, we need to take the initiative to improve access to treatment and strengthen community-oriented programs to effectively combat recidivism. Specifically, I'll mention the Mentally Ill Offender Treatment Crime Reduction Act that was signed into law under President George W. Bush in 2004, and since 2006 has provided 321 grants to fund innovative and critical initiatives such as mental health courts for adults and juveniles, training for law enforcement officers, and diversion programs. For fiscal year 2015, the same program was funded at $8.5 million, and the President's budget request for fiscal year 2016 included a plus-up of $5.5 million. As my colleague Sheriff Rich Stanek from Hennepin County, Minnesota recommended to you at the first listening session, sheriffs need stable and consistent funding for programs and initiatives designed to assist state and local law enforcement. Changes from year to year can disrupt our community initiatives training, and counseling services, all needed to ensure an effective, reliable, and responsive police force. Special attention should be paid to community-based diversion programs. Low-level mentally ill offenders do not belong in jail and should not be caught in the revolving door. With the help of community-based diversion initiatives, law enforcement officials, prosecutors, and courts can effectively reduce recidivism and save lives. In Orange County, we have utilized a successful collaboration between the Superior Court, the Public Defender, law enforcement, the Public Law Center, the Veterans Administration, and healthcare to address low-level mentally ill and drug offenders. The Orange County Collaborative Courts includes Homeless Outreach Court, Drug Court, and Veterans Court. Individuals are effectively diverted from jail to programs designed to meet their individual needs. Crisis intervention training has proven to be a valuable and worthwhile tool for law enforcement officials. Designed to improve the outcomes of police interactions for those suffering from mental illness, crisis intervention training calls upon law enforcement agencies, mental health providers, and community support networks to collaborate and work together towards recognizing mental illness, providing the right resources, and fostering sustainable change. In far too many organizations, including those in the law enforcement community, training is severely reduced or eliminated when budgets are tight. When those decisions are made, sheriffs and chiefs prioritize certification training, such as firearms qualification, for the few dollars that remain. As a result, training and educational opportunities for supervisors, managers, and the executive staff are put on hold until money is available. Yet frequently, it is the failure to train and supervise that form the basis for bad outcomes and lawsuits arising from critical incidents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sheriff. Our next witness is John Layton, who is the sheriff in Marion County, Indiana. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I am John Layton. I am the sheriff of, yes, sir, it's on. I'm the sheriff of Marion County, Indianapolis, Indiana, and it's my distinct honor to be with you here today. There, it's working. I want to start off by thanking the task force for holding this listening session. These forums are critical in helping provide the public with insight and experience and the experiences of the prospective sheriffs from across your nation. I'm speaking here today on behalf of the National Sheriff's Association. National Sheriff's Association represents the more than 3,000 elected sheriffs nationwide. As you may recall from previous testimony, sheriffs are the only democratically elected law enforcement leaders in the country. And each sheriff serves for that reason as the chief law enforcement officer in his or her respective county or parish. Sheriffs are directly accountable to the communities that they serve, and as such, give a unique perspective on the needs of those very communities. Education is key for every sheriff's office. We begin educating our deputies at the academy and continue that education throughout their careers. But sheriffs themselves are not exempt from education and continuing such. And we participate in a range of seminars, workshops, training, and conferences to continually enhance our abilities to be effective leaders. The cornerstone of that education is the National Sheriff's Institute, which was developed in the early 1970s as the foundation for first-term sheriffs and has continued to change in response to needs of those sheriffs and the communities they serve. The NSI was first developed with federal funding through a partnership between the National Sheriff's Association and the University of Southern California in 1993. It has been housed in the National Institute of Corrections in Aurora, Colorado, co-sponsored by National Sheriff's Association and the NIC. Concepts at NSI are taught in the context of their relationship to effective leadership and the sheriff's ability to achieve his or her leadership direction. Over a week-long intensive course, very intensive, I can attest to that. First-term sheriffs examine topics such as the sheriff as leader, ethics, the external environment and the office of sheriff, leading change, defining your leadership direction. Each topic is explored in depth to address direct and practical changes a sheriff may face at home, and discussion is led by the NIC staff, NSA staff, and expert instructors. For example, the module on the external environment and the office of sheriff, in that particular module, first-time sheriffs explore public partnerships, identification of critical stakeholders, steps to establish partnerships with those stakeholders, relationships with the media, and the partnerships between the sheriff's office and the funding authority. Each of these discussions is critical in helping a first-time sheriff understand the enormous responsibilities he or she has to their community. The NSI graduates all over the country will tell you that this module and others uniquely prepare them to serve their communities better. Excuse me. From better media relations to reducing budgetary constraints, NSI has proven an invaluable resource to our nation's sheriffs. On a personal basis, for this sheriff, the NSI was invaluable in preparing me as a freshman sheriff. Workshops, exchanging of ideas, professional instruction, and an in-depth study of historical successes of the sheriffs who have gone before me were paramount in my accomplishments so far. During NSI, for example, I personally networked with sheriffs who either ran or had utilized a sheriff's ranch in their county or their state. For those not familiar with the concept, a sheriff ranch is a facility that fosters youth mentoring and interaction in an outdoor camp situation. In the training, we discussed many helpful ideas concerning fundraising, organizing a volunteer corps, and even the pitfalls that one might come up against in developing a sheriff's ranch. I was able to document and build those ideas and begin the process of developing a sheriff's ranch in Indiana. I now am the chairman of the Indiana Sheriff's Ranch Committee, and it will become a reality in just a few months, as we're about to close on a 250-acre wooded complex that will be dedicated to the youth of Indiana. In addition to the education offered to first-time sheriffs at the NSI, the National Sheriff's Association provides all sheriffs with the opportunity to participate in seminars and workshops annually at its conferences. At our 2014 conference in Fort Worth last June, NSA offered more than 100 seminars on topics ranging from active shooter training to inmate communication technology, to reducing the line of duty deaths, and further keeping our seniors safe. My time today does not allow me to go in depth on any of our topics. We have an exhaustive list of the areas in which education and training is ongoing for every sheriff and every sheriff's office. However, I hope that this very small sampling of topics helps this task force to remember the vast knowledge that we must equip each sheriff and deputy with to protect him or her on the street. Sheriffs and the law enforcement community as a whole rely on our training to ensure that we are prepared for any of the thousands of unique calls for service we receive each and every day. Again, I thank the task force for allowing me to speak on this important topic and to inject the NSA into this conversation. I hope that events like this listening session will lead to more regular and open discussions between law enforcement, their leaders across the country, and the policymakers in Washington, D.C. I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Sheriff. And our final speaker on this panel is Dr. Ellen Scrivner, Executive Fellow with the Police Foundation and former Deputy Director of the National Institute of Justice. Welcome.
Thank you, and thank you to the whole task force and for the opportunity to be here today. I want to join in my colleagues in commending you on selecting the topic of training and education, which is such a critical area, and we've heard so many good ideas throughout the whole morning session, and my colleagues here at the table. I'm going to make some recommendations that suggest that we take a lot of what we've heard today and begin to weave it into new ways of approaching how we train police officers, both at the recruit, supervisory, management, leadership levels throughout the entire chain of command. Because I think we have an opportunity to do it because of the work of the task force, and I also think it really needs to be done. So much of what we're doing now is really based on models from the 20th century, and we really need to start, if we want 21st century policing, we have to start training people in models that reflect the 21st century and how that world is changing in terms of the world becoming not only more technical and digital, but also more complex, unpredictable, a whole new range of types of police officers coming in to law enforcement in terms of the new generation of officers, but also those who are waiting in the wings to be promoted, to take on the leadership roles. They too may be changing in terms of their management perspectives and how they think about developing police officers and making decisions that will run their agencies well. The one piece that I think we also really need to zero in on, which unfortunately I think I've heard less about today, I've heard references to working with the community, but I'm talking about collaborating with the community, where the police and the community work together to solve problems and to reduce crime. They become partners in that. And in many instances, this will be difficult because there's a lot of mutual distrust. In some areas, I think Ed Flynn referred to absolute hatred at times. We've got to learn how to bridge that gap, and it's doable. I think it's very doable. It's being done in different places throughout the country, but it's not being done generally throughout the country. So the training model that I'm going to propose that we start to look at is a very strong role for community representation, but not just sitting at the table and talking nice to each other. It's really going to be working together to solve the crime problems in those neighborhoods, in their areas, and that they become partners in making that community safer for everyone, so people feel they can walk to the grocery store, they can send their kids out to play, they don't have to worry about getting shot, they don't have to worry about somebody passing drugs to their kids, and they don't have to worry about are police going to come in and treat them as though they're the criminal rather than the victim of crime. So I think we've learned an awful lot from the presentations this morning on new ways to do training. We've got a lot of good programs out there, but truthfully, many of them, as I said, are based on 20th century models, kind of the talking heads, classroom type formats. We need to really start doing things differently. And some may argue with me on that and say, well, we have all these good programs and they're working. And that may very well be true for some of these programs, particularly I'm talking in the executive development or management development area. That may well be true, but I think we need to ask the question, if they're working so well, why are we having some of the problems that we've had? So we really need to kind of take a look and kind of create new transformations, and I think the task force has this opportunity to really create a new day for training and education. I'd like to focus on that, the education piece of it. Sean Smoot said something very early this morning, that we need to look at education because we're now talking about people learning, not just being trained in a skill. Learning how to collaborate with your community is very different than being trained to shoot a gun or to prepare a budget. So we really need to start looking at how we can change the mindsets of people who are doing training as well as people who are seeking training and development, and start thinking more about education and learning. So based on that background, I've got some recommendations that I would like to make. One is, again, focus on the learning rather than training, since learning to collaborate with the community is very different than some of the other things we've talked about. Number two, I would like to review the training models that we've heard about today, some of them very creative. Some of them may need some reconfiguring, but add some new approaches that are designed to build trust with communities and with the goal of beginning to change the police culture. To do that, I'm suggesting we create a network of national law enforcement learning centers. Again, I'm using that word learning, not training, across the country that would include the best of the existing models, but also provide trust-building experiences and comprehensive programs where the community is an equal partner. Within that network, however, we need to incorporate police reforms and police patterns and practices that are based both on the law and scientific evidence and reflect constitutional policing. And I'm thinking particularly of procedural justice when we talk about that. I think after we develop a network like that is across the country, then we need to sustain whatever on-site learning occurs through those learning centers, but we have to combine then post-experience, post-learning center experience, and there's a lot of innovations out there today that we can do that. Again, we don't want a situation where somebody goes there to get their ticket punch and that's over, and now it's on their resume and that's going to help them get a chief's job somewhere. We want them to be able to continue to work after they finish up with this training through the post-training, post-experience. So innovations such as e-learning helps us with that. The BJA executive sessions, there's a website that's very creative and engages people rather than just reading things that are on the website. Looking at community internships, not just for recruits that I think Ben Tucker talked about that earlier, but looking at that as well for our people who go through management training, coming out and doing some kind of internship in the community, maybe within the business community, and then also maintaining communication with all with whom they were trained with through regularly scheduled conference calls or virtual meetings that are focused on best practices and new initiatives, in essence creating a community of practice that they would have to be able to commit to, that they would commit to these regular contacts through this community of practice where people will with every call there would be a particular incident that's very current and something that everybody knows about. Ferguson could have been one of those incidents that everybody will start to focus on, and how can we prevent that from happening in our place. Finally, we want to strengthen end product goals, which hopefully would over time become a shifting of police culture to that of the guardian versus warrior mentality, growing police legitimacy, and enhancing greater trust in the police. I don't think any of this means that the police will be soft on crime. Rather, I think crime prevention and crime response will be much stronger because they'll be collaborating with their community. And I think the task force can provide the needed direction to get this done. More importantly, the task force represents an important moment in history and has the opportunity to create that new day for how police services are delivered across the country and can change the national police mindset, as well as shift the culture to that of service rather than adventure. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Scrivner. We're now going to turn to the task force for their questions. We're starting with Tracy Mears, who will be followed by Sean Smoot.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your testimony. I don't know if all of you were here earlier today, but one of the things that is interesting to me is the sort of consonance of everyone's comments about the substance of the kinds of things that need to be taught. So we've heard procedural justice a lot, leadership, values-based training. In fact, there's going to be a later panel today where we really get into the substance. What I'm interested in hearing you all talk about, and I think this question is for you, Chief Flynn, and for you, Dr. Scrivner, is more of a structural issue rather than a substantive one when it comes to management training. So yesterday, Dr. Scogan talked about this idea of having these 12 nodes of leverage, or it was something like that, about making sure that people come together in certain ways, maybe not unlike the NSI. And Dr. Scrivner, in your testimony, you mentioned these national law enforcement learning networks. I'm curious to hear you just give a little bit more content of what that looks like. It sounded like it was a clearinghouse, but maybe it was actually a place where people were to come and get the learning. So if you could say something about that. And Chief Flynn, the challenge I want to put to you is, if Dr. Scrivner's vision is kind of like the ideal, I wonder if you might think about that problem from a more reality-based perspective in a world in which you've got agencies that don't have a lot of resources, but this training or learnings are very desperately needed. And how would you structure that to ensure that the middle-level management in the country gets a kind of opportunity that you got 20 years ago?
Okay, do you have a preference for who goes first?
I do not.
Okay, do you want me to go first, Ed? Well, first of all, I think mine is reality-based, because I think it has happened before. There was a network of community policing institutes across the country that lost out in the budget wars many years ago. But it's and I actually took the note when you mentioned what Wes Scogan had talked about in terms of using the police academies as leverage points. I think there's somewhere in between there that can be done, that if you have these learning centers throughout the country and they may be regional, they become a resource to police academies, they become a resource to any police chief or any police organization who is trying to create very different kinds of training for their personnel. And so they, in terms of the structure, maybe it's 2 states per learning center. I mean, a lot would, obviously it would take some federal funding to do that, but I think there's enough concern right now that we could take advantage of that to really begin to make some changes. My biggest concern is we do not want to come out with a series of 2-hour courses that includes important things like implicit bias, community policing, a cultural competency, de-escalation of mentally ill issues. We don't want just a group of specific classes. You can have the best instructors and the best curriculum in those classes, but unless it's woven together into some way that has a common goal of really making change in the police mindset, change in the culture, and bringing the community in to help you do that, I think you're just going to have more of the same. And why do we want more of the same? So my sense is I think it is reality-based, and that we can take a lot of the kinds of things that we've heard here today and that you've heard in prior sessions, and really start to put that together, that this becomes like a forum for ideas for how to begin to put that together into this network.
2 things. Starting with senior managers, it's my experience, both in terms of the people I've sent to school and the schools I've gone to, that I think we all know this inherently. Data is essential for making sound decisions, but stories are what people learn from. And in management and leadership training, stories is case studies, which are expensive but essential. Now, my folks have gotten a lot of value from the PERF program at the SMIP. The value of that program is it's a case study method in which colleagues learn from each other, as well as what it is they're dissecting, engage their brains, and think like senior level managers. But backtracking from that, I think we have an obligation to develop organizations in which leadership is a core value of the organization. What do I mean? Historically, 20th century training, police officers were trained to be order-following privates. This was a remnant of the professional school of policing from the 30s and 40s, when being organized was a big reform. Well, what do we know about policing? What did we learn from the President's Commission? What did we learn as people analyzed the nature of the police role? It's complex, it's essential for the maintenance and formation of communities, and it can devastate confidence in democratic institutions. So what do we do about that? Well, we start recognizing that the entry-level title for police people is officer, not private. Now, OCS can be physically rigorous. OCS can be about learning to follow orders, because you've got to be an ethical follower as well as an ethical leader. But notions of leadership go to the notion of what defines our job, which is ethical decision making. Baby cops, as soon as they're propelled out of the academy to collide with reality, are asked to make essential, crucial decisions under pressure with insufficient information and ambiguous circumstances. And if they go wrong, all hell will break loose. Now, that's not what a private does, okay? That's what an officer does. So you build the institution around notions of leadership training. Now, in our police department, when I was the Arlington chief, I had the privilege of being the pilot project for the IACP's leadership and police organization model. I'm not saying this is the only approach, but what attracted me to it was this notion of dispersed leadership. We all know the informal leaders of the organization can basically veto what the formal leaders say. Who are they? Where are they located? How do we inform their judgment? And if we start building leadership-based organizations, we are recognizing the reality of police work, which is decision-making. And what do we ask police to do today? Neighborhood formation and development. Now, we all like to say it takes a neighborhood to raise a child, but in our central cities, maybe our neighborhoods are failing, our villages are failing. You know, Milwaukee was the only city in the country to both get a White House Building Neighborhood Capacity Grant and a Byrne Criminal Justice Innovation Grant. We're using both to basically do nation building at home, which is getting neighborhoods to learn to advocate for themselves. LPO was part of the leverage to get our officers in a mindset to do that. Then we developed a code of conduct, which said if we're going to discipline you, it's going to be for disciplining you for violating a value, not getting a rule bollocksed up in your mind. What is our mission? Our mission is to create neighborhoods capable of sustaining civic life. That's our articulated mission. That's why people in a free society tolerate the police power, and this is why we control crime and reduce violence and try to reduce levels of fear, is so people can pursue the American dream safely in a neighborhood. What I'm driving at is as we recognize the complexity of the police role and its centrality to confidence in democratic institutions and its necessity to develop viable neighborhoods that can advocate for themselves, that can create some base level of social capital, so there's some base level of informal social control, the police are the levers to do that. But to do that, we've got to develop them consciously as leaders so that by the time they're ready for the case study method as senior leaders, they have come from an organization that has been developing that aspect of their competence from the very beginning. You can hang, and I mean this in a good sense, not a pejorative sense, on that basis. When you realize our function and why we are doing what we do, fair and impartial policing training makes sense. Crisis intervention training makes sense. Community, we have a partnership with Local Initiative Support Corporation. We're developing a training program specifically for officers to do community development work, because that's why they fight crime. That's why they deal with disorder. That's why they're the social agency of first resort. So what I would ask is that as we move forward into making recommendations for what police basic training, management training looks like, recognize how important ethical decision-making it is, and recognize that that is absolutely dependent on officers thinking of themselves as community leaders, peer leaders, and ultimately formal leaders.
Thank you. Our next question is Sean Smoot, followed by Brittany Pagnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd first like to thank the panel for their testimony. It's been really good so far, and appreciate you all making the trip and coming to talk to us. I want to ask you specifically about first-line supervisor education and training, because it has become apparent to me, and I think others in the field, that we really lack, we're really behind when it comes to first-line supervisor training, and a lot more emphasis is placed on officers who, once they become first-line supervisors, then move up in the ranks. There's a lot more training for those folks that occurs. And so what I'd like to ask you is, as the panel, is if you were going to design a training education program for first-line supervisors that they would have to go through before you would place them in a position where they were actually supervising and directing subordinates, how long would that take, and what would that look like? What topics would need to be included in that training? And I'll open it up to the entire panel.
Well, I'd like to address that if I can. I think you hit on something very important, and I found Dr. Scrivener's ideas very, very interesting. And as she was speaking about these learning centers, I was thinking how important it is for our officers, deputy sheriffs, but our first-line supervisor, our informal leaders, our corporals, whatever you want to call them, they are that line that makes the decision at that critical moment when something is occurring out in the field, and the chief or the sheriff are probably home in bed, along with the rest of the command staff. So I can tell you that in California, we do require first-line supervisors to have training through our Peace Officer Standard and Training. Sometimes that comes after they've been promoted. The ideal situation for me would be to have that occur before the person is promoted. I know I believe it's in London, they have a program where the other failure here is to get someone promoted who thought they wanted to be a first-line supervisor, and then they decide it's really not for me, but they stay in the position because they don't want to backtrack. In London, they have a program where they have to do an internship for about a year to see if it fits for them and if it fits for the organization. So, because you've hit on something very, very important here. First-line supervisors are so important. They have to be the leader out there. They have to be willing to make those critical decisions, and they have to have the training to be able to do that. And I agree with Chief Flynn that it is so important to have leadership at all levels of your organization. We are not the military, the quasi-military organization that I started with. That wasn't a good idea then. It won't work at all now because it's too specialized. There's too many decisions to be made, and if they're going to wait till someone shows up to make that decision for them, things will already have gone wrong.
Let me turn then to Brittany Packnett, followed by, Chief Jacobs.
I was just going to comment on that. First of all, one of the things that I think if we're going to ask before they get promoted is, first of all, what's your motivation? And analyze exactly why they want to get into that formal leadership role, because sometimes it's just a race. And we have to understand what they are going into that level of supervision for. Ask them what their motivation is, what they're planning to do, what their expectations are for that particular type of role, and understand that it's no longer an 8-hour-a-day job. You've taken on 24-hour responsibility for those personnel that you will lead, and try to get into their head a little bit and share some of the experiences that they might do. We have a very long mentoring program that we're building up, and we find out really fast if they're motivated for the right reasons, and that is to take the first level of supervision, which is the most important level of supervision, and make sure that they are motivating people to do the hard work that must be done out on the street.
I have a response to that as well. I think you raise a really important point, and I do a lot of work in police reform, and so often what I find are departments that have a 40-hour sergeant school. In my judgment, that is totally inadequate. That you're setting people up to fail, really, or to end up doing, kind of taking shortcuts simply because they've never really had the opportunity to pursue a lot of different ways of problem solving. I don't know the exact right number, but what I would say, it's not a one-shot deal. You don't go to school and then that's it. You get your initial training. Maybe you come back in 6 months and you get more training, and at that time you are able to talk a lot about the problems that you're having. Maybe it's 3 months. I'm not suggesting that I know the right time frame here, but the point is that they come back over the course of the year a couple of times, and during that time also they have some mentoring and coaching from other supervisors, that you begin to look at a package of interventions to really start to develop that first-line supervisor in ways that they will become very successful as they move up the ladder.
Thank you. Our next questioner is Brittany Packnett, followed by Connie Rice.
Thank you so much for your testimony. 2 quick questions, the first for Chief Flynn and the second for Dr. Scrivner. Chief Flynn, I was able to listen to the This American Life piece that covered your work and covered the work in Milwaukee recently, and you stated something, no pun intended, when you were talking about your intentions around venturing to Milwaukee and having that be the place where you wanted to continue doing your work, about it being the place where a lot of the solutions for 21st century policing could be found, could be seen, given the size and scope of the region, given the deep history and reality of segregation and racial divides, that the kind of solutions we needed to see for 21st century policing could happen in a place like that. So my question, as it regards kind of training in particular of management, is what kind of major reforms need to occur in training, and also just in the mindset of officers such that that kind of vision can actually be carried out?
Thank you. I think your question very much relates to Sean's question as well, and that is, do we continue to emphasize this artificial divide between the officers on the front end of the organization and their supervisors? And one of the sad things about policing is, for understandable reasons, back in the 1900s, we adopted military forms of rank structure. And once we created sergeants, it meant we had commissioned officers and non-commissioned officers. But that is not the reality of policing. Policing is done unsupervised. The entire organization ends up responding to the decision somebody with nothing on their sleeve or collar made in a crisis situation in a neighborhood in which the circumstances could break very badly, but that circumstance was made without review and without advice. What is the function of supervision in that environment? Our first-line supervisors aren't coming out of West Point to tell a bunch of snotty 19-year-olds what to do. They're often supervising people older than them who don't want to be formal supervisors but are smart leaders. When the sergeant is called to that scene, what are they really being asked for? Tell us to do the right thing, or make us do something we don't want to, but we can't quite make the decision ourselves, or show up and make sure T's are crossed and I's are dotted. But they're not just giving orders to people who are following them. And what I'm driving at is the organizational connection between leader and follower is an intrinsic developmental process that you're developing your sergeants and lieutenants in the police academy. Because again, as I indicated before, the entire organization and the community turn on that decision made by somebody without supervision, which means it's based not just on their training and their knowledge of law, it's based on their values. And has the organization give them permission to go outside the rules if the values are still being adhered to? But this is an extraordinary situation. The essence of the job is the ethical and responsible use of discretion in crisis. The law doesn't apply to 90% of what we do. Therefore, we're trying to develop thoughtful decision makers, and the relationship to supervision is certainly with lieutenants and sergeants as much a negotiation as it is following orders. They are colleagues in the solving of these community problems. And yes, some of my guys and gals are knuckleheads, and they've got to get yelled at and disciplined. But the majority of them are out there trying to solve community problems for which there are no simple solutions. We all know that, right? People call 911 because there's nothing else to call. So what I ask, when you think about training in the big picture for American policing, cut the false divide that here's supervisors and here's coppers. It's a continuum. And we've got to be thinking about developing those people all the way through, and the extra training is for just different types of decisions they'll be making, rather than this notion that they're just strict order givers.
Can I ask a quick follow-up question? Because this notion of values that you talk about, I think, is extremely important. And when we look at the incredibly unfortunate case of people like Dontre Hamilton, that question of values keeps coming up. So I wonder how you are thinking about deepening those core values, right, and an adherence to those core values in extraordinary circumstances, certainly, but in everyday circumstances, beyond kind of stereotypes, right, the typical tropes of black-on-black crime, et cetera. How do you deepen that adherence to core values?
We learn from stories. 3 months after the Dontre Hamilton case, 2 of my officers confronted a mentally ill man who had just murdered 2 people in his apartment. They let him chase them around the car with a knife until they were able to talk him into dropping the knife before they would have to kill him. All right? Same police department, same training. What's one of our 6 core values? Restraint. The minimum use of force and authority necessary to accomplish the police purpose. We fired an officer because he behaved in an unrestrained way and put himself in harm's way unnecessarily. And we're awarding 2 officers who literally put their lives at risk not using deadly force because they knew they were facing somebody who was mentally ill, and before they were going to finally pull their triggers, they kept giving him commands, and he finally complied. So, you know, I mean, there's no doubt here that you can try everything you can and still have a terrible incident occur. The question is, are most of your personnel, the vast majority of the time, inculcating the values that you are hanging your disciplinary system on and your training on? And my belief is you can accomplish that. And I think we've got, you know, many more examples dealing with mentally ill people that ended peacefully than we have that ended tragically and became, you know, crises.
I'm just going to interrupt for a moment to say we have 2 more questioners after this and almost no time left, if everybody can be quite brief.
Yes, so very quickly, as you were thinking, Dr. Scrivener, about this network, I know we've talked a great deal about the importance of cultural competency in terms of the officer relating to the community, but also as an educator myself, I'm thinking about cultural competency within the training model, right? So if we're working to diversify the force, meeting people where they are, accommodating various learning styles, et cetera. So how do you think that kind of work can be implemented in the network that you're thinking of?
Well, if you may recall, I talked about a big piece of that network would be collaboration with the community, and I'm talking about a diverse community. And so if you, and learning about the traditions and the cultural values of different ethnicities throughout the community, that they would be brought in, and not just, as I said, to give a little talk, they would be sitting at the table with officers engaging in maybe you create a problem solve, just to get it going, you create a problem solving situation that they all have to work on. But then your goal would be to start to create a deeper conversation where, again, they begin to learn from each other. I refer to that as mutual learning, which we do not have a lot of that in police training. And so I think that's an important key.
Thank you, all of you. Actually, our last questioner, as it turns out, will be Connie Rice.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Susan Rahr. I don't know what I'd do without you. Hi, everybody. I am so thrilled to have heard your testimony. This panel, though, reminds me of an old bias, an old explicit bias. There's nothing implicit about my bias whatsoever. I have an explicit bias that goes back 40 years when I couldn't work with the men in LAPD. I work with them now quite well. But back then, there were no men who would work with me, and it was all female officers I got everything done with. So my explicit bias, which I do not expect anybody on this panel to confirm or agree with, so don't worry about that, but it's that women make better cops. And that's saying that when you have the brilliance of Chief Flynn. Chief, I would love to work with you because you finished my sentences. You were just brilliant. And so were you, Sheriff. Are you Sheriff Layton? Sheriff Layton. And so, and I work with mainly men in LAPD, so I certainly have no bias against men. I just have a bias for women. And what I want, and I know the men on this panel they are not surprised at all given my inclinations, but could each of you or some of you tell me, I'm very disturbed that the level of women hasn't gone up. It seems to be going down in some instances, and I'm more positive about nothing other than if you have more women in law enforcement, you will have more problem solvers, you will have more empathetic, higher EQ people doing policing. And you will humanize the men, because it's the women in LAPD who have changed the men of LAPD. LAPD didn't used to be like it is today, and I can tell you it's because of the women. So with that total bias placed before you, could you tell me, how are we going to increase the number of women in law enforcement today? Because we seem to be stuck.
I will start off. I was a product of recruiting. Women don't naturally think of the profession because they don't see a lot of women in it. And recruiting is essential to create interest in people that haven't previously thought about it. We need to show them that it is an organization where they can use some of the skills that women naturally have in talking to people. Women are good at that because we can't go up and grab somebody's arm and push them into the back of the cruiser. We have to talk them into the back of the cruiser, and I believe that was one of my successful ways of dealing with people, was talking to them. So we need to share those stories with a lot of our females that are out there looking for work, looking for careers to help people. Naturally, a lot of women used to go into nursing because they wanted to help people. Well, this is a profession where you can help people every single day, and we do that, and save lives as well. So it really is reaching out to more women and showing them what this career does offer to them, and it is certainly a good one, and I agree with you that we're very good at it.
I would like some help, and maybe this is the big picture. There's no doubt when you access 50% of the population, your place gets smarter. Okay? So it got smarter. We know that. But here's the great challenge. Police departments, by definition, all right, by contract, by need, by definition, are not family-friendly. I mean, I've got a large number of police officers that are married to each other. My son's a police officer. He's married to a sergeant, okay? What the two of them have to do to raise their kids and have somebody be home when there are special deployments or there are steady shifts or they're contractually mandated this or they're contractually forbidden that, it's very tough on them. I don't have the answer. It's the same thing in my organization. All right, I've had lots of married couples in which eventually the wife leaves the business and the husband ends up going up, not exclusively, but often. And maybe they come back and work in the department part-time somehow or another because they were good and smart. But there's a real challenge for our business, this shift work, this need to work weekends and holidays, the pressures on the job to fill slots and not grant days off, and all of that stuff is hard on families, particularly when both members, both members of that couple are police officers. So I've got part of the challenge. Getting them in the door, they come in the door, they're good. It's a form of social work, and it's about talk, and it's about problem solving. But keeping them, that's the problem. I think the attrition there has got to do with raising families, and it's just not a family-friendly business as structured.
I think, we talk about being reflective of the demographics of the communities we serve, and the last time I checked, women made up 50%. So that's my goal, one I won't live to see, I'm sure. We haven't done a very good job of moving that needle. And I think, in addition to what Chief Flynn said, it is a misperception of what the job is really about. And television, I hate to say, and movies feed into what it's about, when you have a shooting or a fight every 5 minutes. That's not the reality of law enforcement. Law enforcement, as Chief Jacobs said, is about talking to people and resolving conflict. And those are all very good skills that women have. I think the other thing is that I see in terms of women promoting, which is also important, if they see that there are women lieutenants or captains or chiefs, they're more likely to say there's a place for me. But women, and I'm generalizing here, have a tendency to wait to be asked, or they don't think that they're ready quite yet, where men, and again I'm speaking generally, will more likely jump in and say, I'm ready. And so I have had those conversations in my organization to try and encourage women to go for those promotional specialized assignments. But I wish I have not found the answer out there, and it's frustrating, yeah.
In Indianapolis and Marion County, we rely heavily on our recruitment and our recruiters. I have done everything I can possibly do in Marion County to bring about as much diversity within our office as I possibly can. Recently, we came up with an idea to start bringing in college students from around the different community colleges in and around Indianapolis in what we call a Blazer program, where they actually help out with city-county building security and things like that. I will only bring in actual college students. They have to be registered in college at that time. They have to be taking courses in college, many of them part-time at some of our community colleges there. But they have to be ingrained in further education to be able to be a part of this plan. Over 50% of those that are taking part in this and are taking advantage of this situation are female. Now, we don't pay $7 an hour because they're college students, and in my opinion, those youth have a direction in life, be it a little foggy maybe, they don't know exactly where they're going, but they have a direction. They've put themselves in that position. So therefore, give them even more. Bring them in and let them, they interact every day with deputy sheriffs within the Marion County Sheriff's Office, with Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department officers. They see what's going on. Many of them have an interest in law enforcement before they ever sign up. Of course, when they see that we pay pretty good part-time, their name's on the dotted line, but then we bring them around. But then we also have recruiters within the Sheriff's Office that actually go out and target. We will target women. And I'm proud to say that in the last 15 years, the Sheriff's Office in Marion County has gone from 10% women to 31% women. And that's not going to stop. We're going to continue to do that in every area of diversity. 33% of my decision-making deputy sheriffs, that's captains and above, are African American. And it's because we recognize that everyone can do the job, no matter where you come from, and we're going to reflect the community we live in, and that certainly includes the 50%, Sandra, of women we have in Marion County.
I think Chief Flynn, put his finger on the family issue, which I think is huge, particularly in today's world with kids involved in so many different activities, and a mom trying to stay current with her job and handling children as well. But I think Sheriff Hutchins really touched on something that's very key. How many police chiefs, a few sheriffs, that do we have that are women? Not too many. I go to different meetings, Major City Chiefs being one. We'll count, go around and look at the table, see how many women are sitting there. It's one hand almost. I think it was the year 2000. Maybe I went to the second hand and counting the women. I think that was also the year that IACP had a woman as president, which was historical. So we don't, if in today's world with women having a lot of opportunities, if you look at law enforcement, even if you're interested in it and you think you'd really do a good job, or you think, where am I going to go? Am I going to be a private or a police officer all my life? Maybe I'll make sergeant, maybe a little bit above, but can I really be in the top position? I think when they look around, they may question, it's not going to happen. So that's a particular area that I think we really need to focus on.
Thank you all. This has been a terrific panel. Let's thank them collectively. In the interest of time, we're going to move directly into our fourth panel. I'm going to turn this back over to co-chair Commissioner Ramsey.
Thank you, and we need a little time for people to get seated, so there'll be a short break. 4, Voices in the Community. Again, a reminder for those of you that are watching the proceedings here, complete biographies can be found on the COPS website. Again, we will not be reading a complete bio. The introductions will be rather brief. So let's begin. First, we have Allie Bones, MSW, Chief Executive Officer, Arizona Coalition to End Sexual and Domestic Violence. Ms. Bones.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and welcome to Arizona. It is our Statehood Day as well as Valentine's Day, so happy Statehood Day to all of you. I'm very honored to be here today to talk to you about issues of domestic and sexual violence. These are such significant issues that affect our law enforcement community, and something that I feel like I could have talked all day about, but they told me I had 5 minutes, so I will try to be brief. Domestic violence, we know, is the #1 call for service in many jurisdictions, often the #1 violent call, second usually only to burglary. It is the most dangerous call many times that law enforcement respond to, and involves a high number of repeat calls, also similar to burglary. And it's something I thought of this morning when I was thinking about my remarks and what I would share with you all. I did a review of 911 calls, listening to dispatch and what they were dealing with, and they dealt with a lot of calls for beer runs to Circle K. And the thing that I thought of was that nobody questions Circle K's, why they continue to keep beer in coolers, not locked up, why they don't move their stores, why they don't change their behaviors, their habits, change their entire business model, because they're consistently and repeatedly robbed by people trying to get free beer. But yet, victims of domestic violence are often questioned and judged because of the actions that they take. And we know that law enforcement officers all across the country, from different studies that have been done and surveys, that they have very negative attitudes towards victims of domestic violence, particularly when they have to return on a repeat basis. We know that there are so many things that law enforcement can do to lower rates of domestic violence. It is a very serious crime, and one that we know, if was taken seriously, would lead victims to having greater participation with law enforcement in the criminal justice process. One thing that I think is very important is a campaign that was started by the End Violence Against Women International group called Start by Believing. Arizona was the first state to adopt the Start by Believing campaign in the country. Many cities and law enforcement agencies across the state have adopted the campaign, and it includes powerful training and messages that reminds officers to start from a place of believing victims of domestic and sexual violence. Attitudes and judgment about victims of domestic and sexual violence often cloud officers' responses to victims and can have an impact long-term on victims' involvement in the criminal justice process, as I said, which leads to accountability and a belief that law enforcement will respond appropriately. Another thing that law enforcement could learn more about around domestic violence is the impact of trauma, and that people in trauma don't often look how we think they should. They don't often act the way they think we should, and we don't often think of victims of domestic and sexual violence as being trauma victims. So understanding better how victims of domestic and sexual violence are victims of trauma, and how this might impact their responses and how they appear when officers arrive on the scene, is incredibly important. Another issue is understanding of the power and control dynamics and the use of coercive controlling tactics that batterers often use. Law enforcement is very much rooted in looking at an incident and recording that incident and focusing on what's happened at that exact time. And one thing that we know is that abuse often happens over time. It's a pattern of behaviors over time intended to have power and control over another person. And so understanding those power and control dynamics and the use of coercive control is very important. Also is the issue of orders of protection. There's often so much in the media around orders of protection and how enforceable are they. We often hear they're only a piece of paper. And as advocates, we basically say that orders of protection are as much of a piece of paper as they are enforceable. If they are enforced and it is seen that law enforcement will enforce them to the full extent of the law, then they do carry more weight. So it is incredibly important that officers understand the power that they have in stopping stalking behaviors and controlling behaviors and violent actions through the enforcement of orders of protection. Finally, I also, around orders of protection, wanted to just quickly mention the enforcement of gun restrictions on orders of protection is incredibly important. We know that this is such a lethal time for victims of domestic violence when they might be leaving a relationship or get an order of protection, and that's having guns removed is very important. And finally, law enforcement's awareness of victim services that are available in the community. There are such great opportunities for partnerships and for law enforcement to know who the experts in the community that are there that can help support them in working with victims. So thank you very much again for having me.
And thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Ronaldo Fowler, Staff Advocate, Arizona Center for Disability Law. Mr. Fowler?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ronaldo Fowler. I'm a senior staff advocate with the Arizona Center for Disability Law for 30 years now. I would like to thank President Obama for convening the task force and for asking the panel here today to present testimony on behalf of the Arizona Center for Disability Law and the National Disability Rights Network. The Arizona Center for Disability Law is a federally designated protection and advocacy for the state of Arizona. The protection and advocacy systems throughout the United States assures that the human rights, civil rights of persons with disabilities are protected. P&As are also authorized to pursue appropriate legal, administrative remedies on behalf of persons with disabilities to ensure enforcement of their constitutional and statutory rights. NDRN, the National Membership Organization of the Protection and Advocacy, the nationwide network of congressional mandate legally based disability organizations exist in the United States and territories and are the largest legally based organizations that protect the rights of people with disabilities. My testimony today will focus on several areas. Number one, the interaction of law enforcement relating to students with special needs in the educational system. Also, the interaction of law enforcement regarding individuals with mental illness and intellectual disabilities. Physical and hearing community too. Excuse me, I'm a little bit under the weather. We have observed a troubling trend in the manner in which schools are utilizing law enforcement in response to disability-related behaviors. In many cases, schools often seek intervention from law enforcement instead of providing the appropriate positive behavioral supports to address the student's special needs. Students with emotional and intellectual disabilities are at the greatest risk of law enforcement interaction. We have encountered law enforcement interaction with students as young as 8 years old. And those behaviors are not criminal behaviors. Those are non-compliant behaviors based on disabilities. Our recommendation when it comes down to looking at law enforcement and interaction with students with disabilities, number one, schools have resource officers. Most Arizona schools have resource officers. And those resource officers are not necessarily trained to work with students with challenging and cognitive behaviors. They also need to develop uniform standards for reporting interaction with students with special needs to the U.S. Department of Education. And also state and federal organizations, the government should continue to support positive behavioral supports. I'm going to give you an example of law enforcement interaction with students with special needs. You may have a student with an emotional disability or cognitive impairment that may have a meltdown in the cafeteria. Not necessarily throwing chairs, not committing a crime, but a meltdown, being very, very verbal. Resource officer comes over and start giving commands. Law enforcement officers give commands, basically to comply. And often those students with cognitive impairments, they're very upset. Maybe 2%, 3% is being processed at that particular time. Law enforcement officer, resource officer put their hands on the student. At that point, the student turns around, you have assault charges now on that student. So that is an area that we're very concerned with, and we see that trend in the school system. We understand schools do have the right to call law enforcement with criminal activities, but these are two separate activities. For many individuals with mental illness and intellectual disability, they are frequently faced with inadequate access to appropriate community mental health treatment and other community-based supports and services resulting from people with disability coming in contact with law enforcement. As we heard today, there's a lot of recommendation. Training is essential in terms of addressing these particular issues. Oftentimes, that interaction will lead to injuries and, in many cases, the death of that individual with a disability. The deaf and hard of hearing community continues to experience challenges when they encounter law enforcement. State and local police law enforcement agencies are required to take actions to ensure effective communication with individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. They are required to provide accommodations that are necessary to ensure effective communication, such as a qualified interpreter, cart services, assistive technology, and listening devices. For example, it may be impossible to provide interpreter services when a police officer stops a person with a hearing disability on a routine traffic violation. The police officer should take any steps, other actions if possible, to communicate effectively with the individual with the disability, such as exchanging written information, notes, to ensure effective communication. PNAs, NDRN, we are here to collaborate with law enforcement to ensure the protection of individuals with disabilities. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
And thank you very much, sir, for your testimony. Next, we're going to move to Keyshawn Harley, member, Communities United for Police Reform. Mr. Harley?
Thank you. I would like to say, firstly, if you tremble with the indignation at every injustice, then you are a comrade of mine. This was said by Che Guevara. I would like to thank the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing for inviting me to testify on behalf of Communities United for Police Reform to this important panel on the training and education of police. CPR is a New York-based campaign to end discriminatory and abusive policing practices consisting of many of those unfairly targeted by police action and aggression. As a young, black 20-year-old man first stopped by police at the age of 13 and stopped and frisked over 100 times since, I know firsthand the issues our communities face with respect to everyday interactions with police. I've been slammed against the wall, placed in handcuffs, yelled, and questioned at by police in my city while doing nothing wrong, whether on my way home from school or just walking in my neighborhood. And as I watch closely at all that is happening across the country, it is hard to avoid thinking about my own interactions with the NYPD in my neighborhood of Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn, New York, and how they could have been fatal or lethal for no justifiable reason. The sheer number of these unnecessary interactions increases that probability. The killings of Akai Gurley, Eric Garner, Marley Graham in New York, Mike Brown in Ferguson, Tamir Rice, Tanisha Anderson, and John Crawford in Ohio, Jesse Hernandez in Denver, and so many others at the hands of police demonstrate the tragic consequences of systemic problems with police accountability and the disregard for black and brown lives. The history of incidents like these occurring is long and painful. Some debate the role that the inadequate training and education of police officers plays in many of these cases. What is certain is that systemic lack of timely and meaningful accountability in so many of these instances sends a training message. Unfortunately, the training message is too often sent to officers from these incidents is that the departments and criminal justice system will treat them as above the law. In New York City, again and again, it seems the training message has been that there will not be timely and meaningful consequences when the lives of unarmed black and Latino New Yorkers are taken in police incidents. Formal police training and education sessions are close to useless if there is no accountability for non-compliance or the inadequacy. This task force has an incredible opportunity to acknowledge and urgently confront the serious problems with policing in America that have resulted in distrust of police departments and the criminal justice system. The challenges we face are not those of a few individual bad apples, but are more systemic and structural in the way policing approaches, targets, and treats certain communities. Black and brown young people should not have to expect to be stopped by the police simply because of who we are and where we live, and our parents should not have to prepare us for it. For young people like me, the effect of being put on display by the police in our communities and to our neighbors over and over again is demoralizing, dehumanizing, humiliating, and only serves to fracture our communities. It criminalizes us to our neighborhoods who may not have the appropriate context that we have done nothing wrong and assume the opposite, stigmatizing us as criminals or delinquents in our own communities. The reality is that we constantly see increases in police activity in our neighborhoods, but rarely see equal focus by our local governments to increase other critical services outside of law enforcement. Experiencing and witnessing the largest increased investment in our neighborhoods, primarily to be on the law enforcement side, has a negative cumulative impact on the conscious and subconscious of self-perception within our communities. It also perpetuates a destructive cycle. We are criminalized through broken windows policing, sent into the criminal justice system, returned back into our communities without adequate services and with collateral consequences of criminal records, which is then used to further justify increasing the police presence and hyper-aggressive enforcement against us. We are not anti-police. We are against policing systems that devalue our lives and repeatedly mistreat us in daily interactions and holistically. Policing has failed our communities, failed to meet community needs for safety and accountability, failed to respect human dignity, and failed to acknowledge our humanity. As Malcolm X said, I am for truth, no matter who tells it. I am for justice, no matter who it is or against. I am a human being, first and foremost. And as such, I am for whoever and whatever benefits humanity as a whole. We, as Communities United for Police Reform, offer 3 areas of recommendations with respect to police education and training: re-education on the role of policing, transparency, and education with training and accountability. What this means is the role of police must be refocused through education and training to be attentive to serving communities accountably rather than exerting control and power over them. It is critical that such re-education be implemented at all levels, from the officer on patrol all the way up to the police commissioners. Consistent with this, education and training should standardize the use of force policies seeking to eliminate excessive use of force and incentivize communication and tactics that are not based on force or humiliation. Police officers should be educated with initial training that is continually reinforced about the need for respect and transparency in their interactions with the public. Federal funds for local police departments must come with stronger requirements for reporting on use of force, particularly excessive and deadly, and the disclosure of disciplinary action taken against officers. Accountability must contain real consequences because the costs to civilians are too often severe harm, including the loss of liberty and death. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. We'll next hear from Andrea Ritchie, Senior Policy Counsel, Streetwise and Safe.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the opportunity to testify before you today. Streetwise and Safe is a New York City-based organization focused on profiling, policing, and safety of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender, or LGBT, youth of color, and serves as a member of the LGBT Advisory Panel to the New York City Police Commissioner. In addition to our testimony submitted today, Streetwise and Safe drafted a submission endorsed by over 40 LGBT organizations and adopted by Lambda Legal in its testimony before you. My testimony and recommendations are rooted in the realities of women of color and LGBT people of color. People like Jessie Hernandez, a 16-year-old Latina lesbian recently killed by Denver police, or Rosser, a 40-year-old black woman killed by Ann Arbor police responding to a domestic violence call. Tanisha Anderson, a black woman killed by Cleveland police responding to a mental health crisis, and Kyla Moore, a black transgender woman killed by Berkeley police also responding to a mental health crisis. It's also based on the experiences of women like Roseanne Miller, a 5-month pregnant black woman who, like Eric Garner, was placed in a chokehold by an NYPD officer, in her case during an attempted arrest for the broken windows policing offense of grilling on the sidewalk. Denise Stewart, a black grandmother who, like Eric Gardner, had asthma and was dragged naked into the hallway of her apartment building by NYPD officers who simply had the wrong apartment. And a pregnant mother recently thrown to the ground by NYPD officers who then used a taser on her belly. It's based on the experiences of clients like mine, including 2 lesbians, black and Latina, thrown to the ground and beaten by officers calling them dyke-ass bitches outside of a gay club. A black transgender woman profiled and falsely arrested for prostitution when leaving a convenience store by officers who told her, "We know what you trannies are up to," chained her to a railing outside a cell for hours on end, and referred to her throughout her detention as it. A Latina transgender woman beaten bloody during a prostitution sting by officers who then grabbed and twisted her genitals and held her in a cell with men. And a transgender woman swept up in a mass arrest during a protest, only to be subjected to an intrusive gender search. And it's based on the experiences of LGBT youth in Streetwise and Safe, who share experiences of racial profiling and police brutality with members of their other members of communities of color, as well as discriminatory treatment based on sexual orientation and gender identity, including profiling of gay men of color for lewd conduct in public parks and public bathrooms, profiling of women of color, including lesbian, bisexual, and transgender women of color, for prostitution-related offenses based on possession or presence of condoms, and pervasive sexual harassment and assault by law enforcement officers. These experiences are consistent with those documented by DOJ investigations in New Orleans and Puerto Rico, and across the country by organizations as diverse as the International Association of Chiefs of Police, the Cato Institute, Lambda Legal, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, and Make the Road New York. They, too, must be at the center of national debates around policing and safety. Training and education of law enforcement officers is necessary, but certainly not sufficient to ensure safety in our communities. Without clear policies on which to base training, accompanied by strong, effective discipline and oversight, impacts on individual officer behavior will be limited, and structural and systemic change cannot be achieved. Accordingly, I will offer 4 recommendations to begin to address the experiences I described today. First, in the absence of clear guidance to officer with respect to how to determine gender for the purposes of arrest processing, accompanied by a clear statement that searches to assign gender are both unconstitutional and impermissible, no matter how many cultural competency training officers receive with respect to LGBT communities, transgender and gender nonconforming people will continue to experience assaults on their rights and dignity, as well as dangerous and degrading placement in police custody based on anatomy rather than safety. We therefore urge the DOJ, in consultation with LGBT advocates, to develop and promulgate national standards and training concerning arrest processing, searches, placement, and access to hormones and HIV medication for LGBT people in police custody that will ensure respect for rights and safety. As part of a team of transgender advocates and LGBT organizations who drafted and negotiated comprehensive changes to the NYPD Patrol Guide, which have served as a model to departments across the country, Streetwise and Safe has seen firsthand how the involvement of members of LGBT communities, and particularly transgender people, is essential to developing policies and trainings to protect the rights of LGBT people who come into contact with the police. Second, as the IACP concludes, without clear policies prohibiting sexual harassment and assault of members of the public by police officers, it will continue to take place with impunity. We therefore urge the DOJ to develop and promulgate, in consultation with advocates for women and LGBT communities, modern policies and training to address sexual harassment and assault by law enforcement agents, consistent with the recommendations of the IACP. Additionally, the DOJ should aggressively pursue enforcement of existing PREA standards for police lockups. Third, sensitivity training and cultural competency must be founded on strong and enforceable anti-discrimination provisions. Accordingly, local law enforcement agencies should be required to adopt and effectively implement anti-profiling policies consistent with the DOJ's guidance for federal law enforcement agencies. Moreover, we urge the department to close the significant loopholes left open by the guidance, which enable profiling affecting Muslim, Arab, Sikh, South Asian, and immigrant women and LGBT people. Finally, to ensure that condoms are never used as a tool of profiling to the detriment of public health and safety, the DOJ should, consistent with the recommendation of the Presidential Advisory Commission on HIV/AIDS, issue and publicize guidance and model training to law enforcement agencies condemning reliance on the mere possession or presence of condoms as evidence of intent to engage in criminal activity. As evidenced by the use of a prohibited chokehold against Eric Garner and Roseanne Miller, even the existence of clear policies and trainings will not ensure safety or prevent rights violations. In order to ensure meaningful reduction of police profiling, brutality, and violations of constitutional rights, there must be effective civilian oversight of police departments and disciplinary procedures that ensure that training is accompanied by compliance. Thank you once again, distinguished task force members, for the opportunity to testify before you today, and I look forward to your questions.
And thank you for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Linda Sarsour, Director, Arab American Association of New York.
My name is Linda Sarsour, and I'm honored to submit this testimony for the record on behalf of the National Network for Arab American Communities. Yes, I'm also the executive director of the Arab American Association of New York. The National Network, which was established in 2004, currently has 23 member organizations in 11 states. Our member organizations are grassroots nonprofits located in the most highly concentrated Arab American communities in the country. Since 9/11, NAC has been at the forefront of public discourse, policy campaigns, and grassroots organizing to address grave civil and human rights violations against Arab Americans and American Muslims. I commend President Obama on his leadership to bring the critical issue of policing to the forefront of public discourse and amongst our government representatives. We at the National Network believe in the values of our nation that our nation proclaims: inclusion, plurality, and diversity. We continue to be committed to upholding the civil and human rights of all Americans. The Arab American and American Muslim communities continue to face one of the most hostile civic environments since 9/11. It has almost been 14 years since the tragic events of 9/11, and unfortunately, Arab Americans, South Asians, Muslim Americans, and those perceived to be Muslim continue to be impacted by post-9/11 policies. Anti-Arab sentiment and Islamophobia have been on the rise and increased dramatically this past year. Hate crimes against Muslims and those perceived have rose significantly. During the summer of 2014, according to the NYPD's Deputy Chief Michael Osgood, hate crimes against Muslims increased by 143%. We urge federal government and law enforcement agencies to take increased measures to prevent, address, and combat hate crimes in the United States. When one community feels unsafe, we are all unsafe. Since the tragic events of 9/11, we have witnessed a fixation by some in our government with radicalization and extremism of Muslim Americans. While it has been nearly 5 years since the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. Hate Crimes Prevention Act was signed in 2009, strengthening existing legal protections, hate crimes and hate groups continue to be a serious threat facing our country. An issue plaguing and deeply impacting Arab Americans and American Muslim communities across the country is racial and religious profile by local, state, and federal law enforcement. We have learned through investigative reports, FOIA requests, and lawsuits that agencies target communities by religion and national origin. For instance, we learned from the Associated Press that the NYPD engages in unwarranted surveillance of American Muslim communities in the Northeast. They continue to spy in every aspect of Muslim daily life: cafes, mosques, bookstores, community centers, and Muslim student associations. NYPD has gone as far as attempting to infiltrate my organization's board of directors, the Arab American Association of New York. Unwarranted surveillance, racial and religious profiling clearly violates the constitutional rights of these communities. Surveillance chills free speech and creates unnecessary fear, alienation, and isolation. The actions by members of law enforcement can perpetuate biased perceptions of community members through discriminatory policing. Discriminatory police practices diminish trust of law enforcement by targeted communities, including during times when assistance is needed when faced with hate crimes or in cases of domestic violence. Another issue of concern for the Arab American and American Muslim communities relates to pseudo-experts on Islam and Muslims training law enforcement about our communities. These so-called experts have been used to spread misinformation about American Muslims, falsely portraying Muslims as intrinsic threats or fifth columns within our homeland. Moreover, within the context of training and Fox documentaries, which are in fact anti-Muslim propaganda, such as the Third Jihad, have been shown to law enforcement officials, thus solidify the framework advanced by pseudo-experts to paint loyal Americans as having a secret plan to fundamentally undermine the American way of life. Such training shaped law enforcement perceptions of Arab Americans and American Muslims, which translates into the misuse of tax dollars and manpower hours of law enforcement, as well as the overextended use of surveillance. I have had the privilege in the past to train probationary FBI agents on how to interact with American Muslims in a religiously sensitive manner. Law enforcement agencies and officers need practical information to make lawful interactions between them and our communities comfortable and effective. Our recommendations include consult with civil rights advocacy and community-based organizations regarding trainers that pertain to community outreach and education. In particular, do not invite trainers who have been deemed members of hate groups or have obvious biases towards any communities. Law enforcement should allow members of the community at large to train law enforcement agencies or do presentations. There should be guidelines set for all trainers or thresholds that must be met. The vetting process must be clear to all parties. Create a mechanism for advocates, faith-based leaders, community leaders, and academics to provide input on training curriculum. The more communities feel included and invested in the curriculum, the more trust this builds amongst communities. Allow civil rights leaders and advocates an opportunity to observe aspects of law enforcement trainings about engagement and outreach in Arab, Muslim, and South Asian communities and give feedback. The Department of Justice should create a civilian review board to give feedback when police departments accrue a significant number of complaints that are systemic or egregious in nature. The review board would consist of community stakeholders and/or advocates that can provide suggestions on what the DOJ mandates on those departments so they can be compliant with civil rights. We are at a critical juncture in law enforcement and community relations in American society at this time. Training is only one part of reforming policing in our communities. It is an important first step, but we must first end policies that target specific communities and ensure that we engage in fair policing that focuses on criminals and not entire communities. In order to rebuild trust and improve public safety, new mechanisms need to be implemented to better ensure that law enforcement is equipped to optimally perform its duties while at the same time purge the potential for biased policing and unwarranted surveillance of communities. We hope that the recommendations presented today will help facilitate the mutual goal of better policing and safer communities. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony, and thank all of you. It's been a very interesting panel. I'll now turn to task force members that will be called on in the order in which they've indicated to me that they have a question for the panel. The first will be Connie Rice, followed by Brittany Packnett.
Hi, and to this panel, each and every one of you, thank you so much. It's extremely important that we hear from you. What can Chief Bratton do to signal to you that he is changing things at NYPD in favor of equitable, humane, fair treatment of your communities? What can Chief Bratton do? What would be a sign to you that he's serious about deep change and that he does no longer will permit your communities to be humiliated and harassed?
To reply to that, I think there's several things that he could do. I mean, Bratton has consistently and persistently stood by his policy of broken windows and whose practice is stop and frisk, and that we have seen to be a great dehumanizing factor in New York City, where over 5 million young people, Black and Latino specifically, have been stopped, harassed, humiliated, and virtually just...
Bratton thinks he has stopped stop and frisk. Are you telling me that that's not the case?
Yes. Bratton has not ceased the practice of stop and frisk at all. As a young, like I said earlier, as a young Black male in Brooklyn, New York, living on the streets and moving through the neighborhood, I know for a fact stop and frisk has not stopped. I know that when I am put up against a wall, that it is a police officer who randomly has stopped me for no reason, not because I have done any criminal activity.
When's the last time that happened to you?
The last time this happened to me, I would say, was earlier in the month. I was walking down the block and with my brother, and the police officers just kind of came out of an unmarked car. Following the deaths of the two officers in Bedford-Stuyvesant, policing has escalated even more. And I wouldn't say that it's so much due to that specific incident as I would say it is due to the trend of aggressiveness and hyper enforcement of laws and petty laws in Black and brown communities. And I feel like if Bratton wants to show the communities that he is serious about creating relations with us that are substantive and systemically changing, then he will end these practices that we feel as a people are dehumanizing and demoralizing.
Okay. So if he stopped stop and frisk, that would be the sign to you?
It's not stop and frisk, it's broken windows, which is the theory behind stop and frisk. Stop and frisk is the practice. To use it in an analogy, broken windows would be the gun and stop and frisk would be the bullet.
Ms. Censor?
So for me, I'm going to speak from a different context. I think Commissioner Bratton has a lot to do when it comes to building relationships with American Muslim communities. And as you know, in the current kind of global context that we're working in and thinking about extremism, we need to make sure that the police departments are not focusing simply on, quote, Muslim extremism, because what we do is we miss the boat, as we've seen recently in Chapel Hill, where we are missing the boat on what I understand to be the real threat in this country is the profile is an angry angry white male is what we should be also focusing on. So one thing that Commissioner Bratton could do, and there was a lot of celebration about this closing of the demographics unit, AKA the zone assessment unit, which was tasked under the Kelly administration to map Muslim communities. They already mapped us. They already know exactly where we are. So when Bratton came in and closed down the demographics unit, it was already an inactive department. So it wasn't really much to celebrate about, at least not for our communities. One thing that he could do, well, the first thing we believe is just end surveillance of Muslims and follow leads is what we're asking for. So we're not saying end surveillance, just follow the leads when they are available or. But the other thing is, during the Kelly administration, there was an analyst who wrote a report called Radicalization in the West, the Homegrown Threat. And it's a public document online. It's 99 pages that basically describes normal things that Muslims do as potential red flags for terrorism. So if a young man stops smoking, if he stops wearing, quote, hip-hop clothing, looking at terror hotspots, taxi depots, hookah shops, and Muslim bookstores. This is what this document. So we believe it was a prescriptive policy document that the NYPD followed in how they surveilled Muslim communities. It would be tremendous for Commissioner Bratton to publicly stand and say, this document was not made under my administration, and we denounce it as the New York Police Department. I think it's a very easy ask of him. What we haven't moved far with Commissioner Bratton because his administration continues to say, you're suing us, we're in multiple lawsuits. They need to remember that there are 800,000 Muslims in New York City. And while yes, there are lawsuits, 3 lawsuits in fact, that those lawsuits cannot hold us hostage to information and the demands that the Muslim community wants. All we want is to be treated fairly, and we want to be part of the process. As we invited Commissioner Kelly through the front door of our mosques, we gave platform for NYPD to speak to our community directly. They were coming in through the back door, and our community does not trust law enforcement, and I don't think they still trust law enforcement. And for me, I think that is a true public safety issue if you have one community who does not trust working with their local police department.
And if I might add from the perspective of women of color and LGBT people of color, that I completely support what Kishan was saying about ending and stepping away from broken windows policing, which explicitly in the theory names youth of color, homeless people, people who are or are believed to be engaged in the sex trades, and poor people as threats and signs of disorder. And when you're looking at a population of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender young people of color who are disproportionately homeless, that puts them in the crosshairs of all of the broken windows policing practices that are taking place in New York City and which proved fatal in Eric Gardner's case. And I feel like broken windows policing practices also offer tremendous opportunity for policing of gender and sexuality through sort of the perception that if someone's gender doesn't match what a police officer might initially think it should be, or they're struggling with putting someone in a particular box, then the implicit bias is that that person represents disorder. And then that generates public attention, questioning, and harassment that then can devolve. Similarly, sort of the notion that someone might be displaying a sexuality that's non-conforming is then also read as disorder. And finally, broken windows policing offers tremendous opportunities for sexual harassment because police officers can write you so many tickets for so many things that then it creates so many opportunities to say, and this has been documented multiple times in New York City, to say, give me your number, I won't write you the ticket. Or do this, and I won't write you the ticket. And I'll spare you the details of what this might be.
One quick thing about the stop and frisk, because I work with these beautiful people that are sitting right next to me. The numbers were so outrageous. When we're talking about 685,000 stops in 1 year, and let's say the number went down to 280,000, I'm just making that number up. What people don't understand is that they disproportionately still impact communities of color. So while it may look like the numbers went down, the impact is so great on those particular communities that it does not feel like stop and frisk stopped. And that's the kind of larger context that we need to speak in because, yes, the numbers on paper absolutely went down, but the impact has stayed the same. So if you went to Brownsville, parts of central Brooklyn into the Bronx, and we talked to young people, they're like, what stop and frisk stopped? It didn't stop in my neighborhood, it didn't stop on my street. So I think those are the kind of conversations that we need to have, that even when the numbers drop, where are they disproportionately impacting young people and people of color?
Thank you. Brittany Packnett, followed by Roberto Villasenor.
So I really want to thank you for your honest and courageous testimony, all of you today. My question can go to anyone, but in particular, Ms. Ritchie and Ms. Sarsour, I think you probably might have some thoughts about this, because several times throughout this panel, it's been mentioned, right, that cultural competency training is one thing, but if policies are inherently discriminatory, then that is another piece. And I would say that perhaps the third leg of that stool is data, right? So there's a statement that you made, Ms. Ritchie, in your testimony. It says, moreover, although no official data currently exists, research indicates that sexual harassment and assault of women and LGBT people by police officers occurs with alarming frequency. And I kept zeroing in on that phrase, although no official data exists, because we know that often anecdotes and stories, while they are valued in other traditions, are not always of value in Western traditions. And so I want to know kind of what are the current barriers either in the community or according to policy to actually collect the necessary data to prove to people that these are real issues, and what your suggestions are about what can be done about it.
With respect to specifically the issue of sexual harassment, as you may know, according to the Bureau of Justice Statistics, only 30% of sexual assaults by anyone are ever reported to anyone, much less law enforcement. So I believe as Chief Penny Harrington, formerly of the Portland PD, has said, if the police officers are the people committing the sexual assault and they're the people you're supposed to report to, then who are you going to report to? So I imagine the percentage of reports is that much lower. I have several suggestions, one of which would be, so the data is not collected in federal surveys around police contact, and it's not collected in federal surveys around violence against women. So I would suggest adding that question to both those data sets. So for instance, the BJS police contact survey, we're about due for one. It would be fantastic if there could be a question added to that about sexual harassment and assault by law enforcement agents. It's an anonymous survey, and therefore one of the safer ways to gather that data. Similarly, the National Crime and Victimization Survey doesn't ask when you're reporting a sexual assault whether your assailant was a law enforcement officer. That would be a great question to add. And then finally, to make it more possible for people to report these incidents to civilian review boards. So one, civilian review boards aren't necessarily trained to receive such complaints or to offer referrals and support in those situations, or to even ask the question, you know, was there anything about your interaction with law enforcement that was uncomfortable during your stop and frisk? Do you feel like you were touched inappropriately? Was there comments about your appearance, your body, and so on? Because often when I ask those questions, I get answers that don't come out in the first part of the story because of stigma, shame, and because it's not commonly perceived to be part of what police brutality, racial profiling, stop and frisk is about. So one, we have to make it part of the conversation so people feel safe coming forward to talk about it, and make the conditions possible for that, have support available for people when they do that. Make it anonymous, because often what happens in those situations is someone reports that, and then it immediately gets referred to internal affairs if it's criminal conduct, and then internal affairs detectives start showing up at people's doors and banging on their doors and asking them questions in ways that make them feel very unsafe. So that I would have to say, like, I receive almost more distress calls from my clients. I receive them when they're being stopped, but I also get distress calls from people saying IAB is banging at my door, or they've been asking my neighbors about me, and I'm terrified now because I reported an officer, and now there's an officer sort of pursuing me and questioning me in a way that feels very much like I'm the suspect. And so I think that finding other ways to address that. And then finally, the LAPD at one point had some very successful sting efforts, and I've heard of them in other cities as well, where you don't rely on people to come forward to report sexual violence, again, because of the stigma and shame and fear of retaliation. But if you hear about it, you immediately follow those leads, and you create a sting for officers, and you catch officers in that way. And I feel like that has been very successful, and therefore hasn't put all the onus on people who are already feeling threatened, violated, and fearful to come forward, go through with the whole complaint process, and then often in the prosecutions, the officers are rarely convicted, or they're convicted of misdemeanors. So I think that for women who come to me, they say, I'm not bothering with that. So if we could get departments doing some more proactive things to deal with that, and the International Association of Chiefs of Police has some very strong recommendations in that respect.
So there isn't really, so we have, as an Arab American and from an Arab American community, there's actually a problem with data collection nationally. As you know, anyone from the Middle East or North Africa is considered white by the US Census, so there isn't really a lot of data, and obviously police departments are not collecting the right data and this information. The only data we have is basically the data that comes out of mapping Muslim communities, which folks could, see from the secret documents leaked by the NYPD. So if you want to know where Muslim communities are, where we eat dinner, the NYPD has that available. And also the policies that are in place. The DOJ guidelines just recently got revised and added things like national origin and religion. I mean, the fact that we were running on anti-profiling guidelines that didn't protect religion and national origin, for me, was something unfathomable, including with having to add that to the Community Safety Act in New York City, which is a citywide legislation where it allows, we were able to expand the categories to include national origin and religion. And I think you're right, it's about changing the minds and hearts, and I think training is a big part of that. So when you're a police officer and you're watching a film like The Third Jihad, which is on YouTube, I don't like to give it hits, but it'd be something interesting for you to watch. It's a very obvious Islam-bashing propaganda film that tells you that Islam is at war with the West and that we're here to take over America. What kind of perception does that put into the minds of police officers when they're out in these communities and see people that look like the people in the video? And the other piece about it is this practical information. So for example, when police officers are dispatched to crime scenes, things like domestic violence or whatever, you know, we have this issue where there are many people in the Muslim community are very conservative. The fact that, you know, female officers are not being dispatched, especially in highly concentrated Muslim communities. We've had instances where NYPD officers would walk into homes and it'd be raining outside and they'd wipe their feet on prayer rugs because they didn't know prayer rugs, what they look like and what they are. So there's a lot of insensitivity, and a lot of times people don't see that as a lack of ignorance. They see that as a lack of intentional disrespect. And when I went to, I went for a few times to talk to about 75 probationary agents, each time FBI agents, they would come up to me afterwards and they'd say, why do they bring us these professors to tell me about the evolution of Islam and the history of Islam? I don't care about the history of Islam. I care about when I go into a Muslim community or I have to do an investigation or interrogation or whatever it is that they do, they want to know how to act with women. They want to know how do they act when they go into a home? How do they act when they go into a mosque or when they talk to an imam? They don't care about what the 5 pillars of Islam and how many days a year we fast. Like, that is not that's not information that is helpful for a police officer or for an FBI agent to know. So again, I think it goes back to who's training, what are they training, is it accurate information, and are we allowing these local police officers, including patrol, to actually really build relationship with local communities? Do they come into the mosque? Are they trained to do the very practical things to show respect to communities so that communities could then be a little bit more open? But again, the backdrop is there has to be just policies that are in place for that to happen.
Thank you. Roberto Villasenor, followed by Jose Lopez.
I'd like to direct this towards Mr. Fowler. I don't want to lose the importance of the topic that you're bringing to the table too. Are you familiar, you know, because we're looking and trying to develop best practices throughout, and I think that the issue of law enforcement dealing with disability and people who have issues like that, are you aware of any good programs that you can point us towards, or if not, some suggestions on you think that law enforcement should incorporate into their response and service strategies?
I would say to you the National Disability Rights Network in Washington, D.C. would be an excellent starting place for you. They have information on working with law enforcement, and I do believe that they've interacted and done some trainings with law enforcement, but I would really steer you towards National Disability Rights Network in Washington, D.C. That would be a start in terms of looking at issues regarding people with disabilities, because I think so often when we talk about disabilities, I know we talked a lot about mental health today, but there are individuals with physical disabilities, there are individuals with intellectual disabilities, and one of the things that happens so often is when you have officers giving commands and directions, they may be multiple commands. That person with intellectual disabilities may only get half or partial of it. Then that behavior may be seen as non-compliant, so it escalates things. And I think one of the things that's very, very important is de-escalation. I think if you're in this field, you're a law enforcement officer, de-escalation, de-escalation, and having the appropriate law enforcement officers trained to interact with individuals with mental illness and other physical disabilities, and especially, you know, in Phoenix, it's an issue we have now in this community. So I just really, really feel because people are losing their lives because people are not trained and people are violating protocol. So I hope I answered your question. Yes, sir.
Jose Lopez, followed by Sean Smoot.
Yes, I just kind of have a broader question
And so one of the things that we've been talking a lot about today is the training and retraining of officers and kind of the refocusing of departments across the country to be able to engage collaboratively with communities. And so I guess my question for the folks doing the groundwork in these communities with the populations that you're working with, are our folks ready for the engagement in that collaborative model? And if not, then what needs to happen for us to be able to accept the hand of the department once it reaches a point where it extends it to work on that collaborative model?
I certainly know from the perspective of LGBT communities and women communities, we are ready. In San Francisco, back in 2003, LGBT communities came up with concrete proposals for the police commissioner there around policies around LGBT folks. They proposed them, they negotiated them, they got them, they trained every single police department, or every single officer in the police department, and the Human Rights Commission reported that complaints of police violence and harassment against transgender people went down. In New York City, we were ready. We researched policies that were developed in the District of Columbia, in San Francisco, in Canada, in Europe, around the world, and compiled the best practices and brought a very thick proposal to the New York City Police Department and negotiated for 18 months until we came up with what at that time was the best practices in engagement around LGBT folks, which have since been improved on by many cities. We co-authored a roadmap for change, federal policy recommendations to address criminalization of LGBT people and people living with HIV. We're ready. It's right here. Just, I'll hand it to you. And I feel like women are very much ready to talk about sexual harassment and policies, and worked with the International Association of Chiefs of Police to come with those recommendations. The last example I'll give, because Mr. Serpis is here, is there's an organization in New Orleans called Breakout, which also was ready when the consent decree came to New Orleans with a proposed policy written by and for LGBTQ young people and a video that they wanted shown at police trainings to improve their interactions with police officers. And they are also now a registered complaint receiving agency to make it more possible for people to come and file complaints and feel safe to do so. And Women with a Vision, another organization in New Orleans, has also become certified to receive complaints. So we're ready. But it has to be, as one of the previous panelists said, as equal participants, not just to have us sort of come in and do a 5-minute roll call training. It has to be as equal participants at the table, coming with, being taken seriously with the proposals that we're bringing and negotiated with as equal partners.
And I'm going to say this. The PNAs throughout the United States, in DRN, National Disability Rights, are waiting to work with you and provide you technical assistance and collaborate with you on this important issue.
I just wanted to, from our community, and that's such a great question, because when I was writing my testimony, I was like, am I even ready to write this testimony right now? Like, that was like a serious thought that I had, if this was the right place for us to start. And I think one recommendation I have on February 18th this week, as you know, the White House is putting together what they're calling a CVE summit, a Countering Violent Extremism Summit. And they're inviting Muslim communities only, and it's about Muslim extremism. And there's some pilot programs in like Minneapolis, Los Angeles, and I believe in Houston, where the government's going into communities and saying, let's work together to counter violent extremism, but then we're not having those same conversations in a civil rights context, right? So our community, literally, they look at us and it looks like, I swear to God, I think they think national security is written on my forehead. And I'm like, when are we gonna be treated as a community that also has other concerns as well when it comes to policing and public safety? And our community is so traumatized by the level of unwarranted surveillance that people don't understand the paranoia that is in these communities. From imams who are recording their sermons because they're afraid that they're going to be taken out of context, to coffee shops who don't want to put like Al Jazeera on their flat screen TVs because they don't want to provoke political conversations. I mean, this is not Jordan or like Saudi Arabia. This is like the United States of America. So I think before people are going to start feeling comfortable with the kind of engagement on that level, I think there needs to be a conversation with Muslim leaders. Not in a national security framework, in a civil rights framework, and we believe that we deserve that, and we believe that it would be a first step to having a much more productive conversation than just talking to a particular community in a national security frame, and which is going to be obviously happening on February 18th, and I hope that you can tell your colleagues that, it's not a helpful conversation to have, especially not in light of this recent shooting in Chapel Hill, that we cannot in our country talk about extremism in the context of one particular community, because we do lose out on the larger problem that we have.
I would like to even, oh, sorry for that. I would like to even say that I know definitely for a fact that young people in New York, Black, Latino, whatever the case may be, we are definitely ready to sit down and have these conversations. I mean, the youth held a media summit basically in Soho in Lower Manhattan that expressed their concerns about policing and policing tactics. You know, the fact that young people in coalition with Researchers for Fair Policing at the CUNY Grad Center came together to create a survey so they could survey their peers in schools and out of schools and talk about policing in these aspects. You know, what does violence look like? What does brutality look like? What do you expect from your policing institutions? What does good policing look like? What does bad policing look like? How does policing look like in your community right now? All of these ideas and these concepts, you know, that are really prevalent today in our dialogue when we talk about community policing. Young people are having these conversations, so I definitely feel like young people are ready to sit down and talk with policing agencies, whether it be the DOJ or Bratton himself, to really come up with something substantive and that will change the system, not just a police officer or a case or an indictment. You know, that's something that will bring serious cultural change to this institution that we have.
And I just want to say, from the domestic and sexual violence world, Violence Against Women Act passed 21 years ago this year, and we've been having these conversations and been willing to sit at the table with law enforcement, prosecution, court, community for that entire time. And I just also want to add that, I mean, those who experience domestic and sexual violence are as diverse as this panel, and those who are experiencing it very differently, and their interactions with law enforcement very differently, depending on the communities in which they also are. No one is just a victim of domestic violence or just a victim of sexual assault. That is one part of their identity, and that we must recognize that people have many ways that they identify themselves, and we need to be respectful of that. The thing that we need more than anything is resources and time. If those things are not, if it is not invested in, if the resources aren't put towards it, I mean, the Violence Against Women Act is such a small amount of money considering what all is needed, and it's only a drop in the bucket in in ability to invest in jurisdictions here, there, and not everywhere. And I think that's the biggest issue that we need to address.
Thank you. Sean Smoot.
We're covering a lot of ground here today with this panel, so I wanted to thank you all very much for your testimony. I really appreciate what you just said. I think you summarized that very, very well. So I have two questions. One's for you and one's for Mr. Fowler, and just kind of specifically, because we're trying to formulate these recommendations. Is there a place you would point us towards a really successful training program for police, or even an example of a really good community or program where we see the integration of not only law enforcement, but also a lot of the other social services and maybe not social service, but even faith-based services, to work get the whole community working together to help victims of domestic or sexual violence. So that's my question for you. And my question for Mr. Fowler is a little more specific about your testimony, because on the policing side, we're facing in the schools in particular, and with younger and younger children, it seems, situations where officers are called, and you talked about a school resource officer. In many communities, there's no such thing as a school resource officer. So your general practitioner is going to be the one who comes to respond to the call. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of training that's provided to those folks. And in particular, it seems to me that there's been almost an explosion of kids who have been diagnosed with autism or autism-related characteristics in learning disabilities. And so can you point us to a very good resource that would, give us a good recommendation on where to go?
So absolutely, there are examples, and in fact, within the Department of Justice, the Office on Violence Against Women actually has been funding projects specifically around increasing community collaborations between law enforcement and victim service providers. There are two examples in particular that I can point to. One is actually called the Maryland Model out of Maryland, where they are connecting law enforcement with victim service providers on the scene. And they're doing that through the use of a telephone or an on-scene victim advocate who is responding with law enforcement officers. So that law enforcement officer knows exactly who to call and make that connection between the victim on the scene and the victim service provider. And then also in Massachusetts and Boston, there's a homicide reduction initiative that has been going on and is really, again, looking at using tested lethality assessments with victims by law enforcement and then making those connections to victim advocates on the scene. So those are two examples. Here in Phoenix, without any resources whatsoever, they implemented a program where they're doing an assessment of coercive controlling behaviors to see how lethal a situation is and what type of intervention needs to be implemented. I see the Glendale Chief of Police is here in the audience. They've also implemented a similar assessment tool. And so some of these things are done with tremendous amount of resources, and others are being done just because they've seen that it's the right thing to do in other jurisdictions.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Well, the part with the school system, I think there's multifacets to that. You're correct, kids with special needs are being identified more, kids with autism, in the school system. There's an elaborate federal law that requires schools to provide appropriate services for kids, including kids with challenging behaviors. They talk about positive behavioral support. So there's this whole framework in terms of special education that's supposed to be occurring in the school system that often does not occur in the school system. For some reasons, schools are not providing, and in many cases they are providing services for kids, but there are a few schools, and I think a lot has to do with the old philosophy of zero tolerance when you use law enforcement, and they're shifting towards positive behavioral supports in the school system. So now we're moving from zero tolerance to positive behavioral support. So what happens so often when you talk about law enforcement officers or resource officers, when they're called to a school, you know, they'll make an assessment. Is this really criminal behavior, or is this a behavior of challenging behavior for a kid? And so, I mean, the officer's going to have to make that call, especially if they'll be repeatedly called to school, same kid, same issues. Well, it may not be criminal activity. It may be just they're not providing the kid with an appropriate services. It may be that simple. But what happens is if law enforcement gets involved with this child's life, and we would want kids with special needs to see law enforcement as somebody to go to. Okay?
So would we,
yes,
by the way.
somebody to go to. However, when the only interaction you would see with law enforcement officers is when something negative happens, I would feel very bad if those kids are out in the public, they get lost, they should be able to see a law enforcement officer as a safety person to go to at all times. So, so it's kind of elaborate. So what I'm saying to you, that model requires schools doing the right thing. There are schools doing the right thing. What resources are available for officers? Again, there's University Centers for Excellence on Developmental Disabilities throughout the state. They may have some research for you on this particular issue. NDRN, it's also a good resource for law enforcement officers because it's a very complex issue.
Thank you very much.
Well, I want to thank all of you for your testimony here today. It's been very enlightening, so thank you very much. And the audience, please join me in thanking our guests. We're going to take a short break while we transition to our final panel. Thank you.
Okay, we'll be starting in 30 seconds.
Good afternoon. We're beginning our session again, and this is Panel 5, Special Training on Building Trust. We're going to go out of order here because one of our witnesses has an airplane to catch, but we're delighted all of you could be with us. We're going to start with Dr. Ronald Serpas, former Superintendent of Police in New Orleans, Louisiana, and here representing Cure Violence in Chicago as an advisory board member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, for this opportunity to testify here today. My name is Ronald Serpas. I'm currently a professor of practice in the Criminal Justice Department at Loyola University, New Orleans, and a former superintendent of the New Orleans Police Department, former chief of the Nashville Police Department, former chief of the Washington State Patrol, and former second vice president of the International Association of Chiefs of Police. However, today I speak to you as a board member and representative of the nonprofit organization Cure Violence, founded by Dr. Gary Slutkin. In communities where violence and crime are endemic, law enforcement has sometimes taken a warrior mentality. As police officers, we were taught to fight crime and to lead the war on drugs. We have at times treated these communities as combatants, and it should therefore be no surprise that there is now a fractured relationship between law enforcement and far too many communities in America. As the chairman of the International Association of Chiefs of Police Community Policing Committee, and in partnership with the Bureau of Justice Assistance and the COPS Office, we define the key concepts of community policing as developing community partnerships, engaging in problem solving, and implementing community policing organizational features. I believe it makes perfect sense to recognize as a part of our key component of community policing that building a stronger relationship and trust between police and the community requires that we adopt and add a health perspective to violence and train our officers and the community in this understanding and approach. A health perspective offers an understanding of the causes of violent behavior that is based in the latest science. The science tells us that violent behavior is transmitted between individuals for all types of violence, including child abuse, community violence, and intimate partner violence. An evolving science-based understanding of the causes of violent behavior is an essential component of the problem-solving feature of the community policing model. This transmission of violence occurs as a result of exposure. We unconsciously learn violent behavior, as all behaviors, from those around us. Violent behavior has added effect of being a traumatic experience, which can have a profound mental health impact, leading to increased impulsivity, depression, stress, and exaggerated startle response. Exposure to violence also creates physiological effects, such as changes in our neurochemistry and brain structure. While the details of this transmission process may be extensive for this meeting, understanding that violence is a transmitted behavior is essential to moving law enforcement to a more fair, equitable, and effective approach. This understanding moves us away from an adversarial relationship where community and law enforcement blame each other and think of the other as the bad guy. It moves us towards understanding why some human beings, those in the community and those in law enforcement, exhibit violent behavior. The health perspective is not in any way contrary to society's need for accountability for crimes committed. The rule of law is fundamental to a civilized society. Rather, this approach rests on the acknowledgement that we cannot arrest our way out of the problem of violence. As in community policing, we seek to more fully understand the causes of violence and, in partnership with our community, devise and implement alternatives that do not rely on arrest. The health approach can help us move from the warrior mentality to the guardian mentality. Fundamentally, this approach is about preventing future violence by understanding what is perpetuating it. It recognizes that the experience of living in a violent community is creating more violence, and the only way to stop violence is to address the underlying causes. My specific recommendations for this task force and for President Obama is that we need to implement training in the health approach to violence for all law enforcement officers in this nation. Further, we need to make this training available to the community. This training would serve at least 3 valuable purposes. First, health training increases our officers and community's understanding of how violent behaviors are formed, including the dynamics in the community, the experience of individuals in the community, and the traumatic effects of the exposure to violence. Having a more complete understanding that is common to both the community and law enforcement would help each side humanize the other and is a fundamental step in building relations. Second, fostering this understanding of violence helps us to identify treatment needs for both law enforcement and the entire community. Trauma from exposure to violence is widespread, largely untreated, and is a significant factor in the growth of violence on both sides. By understanding this, we can begin to identify resources in the community to treat it. Third, this training can help our law enforcement officers learn methods for de-escalating violence, addressing high-risk individuals, and partnering with the community to change behaviors and norms that perpetuate violence. If we want our officers to succeed, we have to give them the tools to be effective as possible, and this is something this training can provide. Details on what this training would include are available upon your request and are currently being developed with law enforcement agencies in Baltimore and Los Angeles. Most of us got into the field of law enforcement and criminal justice because of a desire to make our communities a safer place. As we have sought solutions, despite our best intentions, our strategies have sometimes sustained the problem of violence. Just as the science of DNA has revolutionized our understanding of crime and wrongful convictions, the power of bringing an awareness to police officers and the community of the science and a health-based understanding of violence to more fully inform our community policing efforts is timely and needed. We must remember what the ultimate goal is: safe and healthy communities. Training in the health approach to violence, I think, can help us get further down that road. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Serpas. We'll now hear from Lieutenant Sandra Brown, who's here as principal, a trainer for fair and impartial policing.
First, I'd like to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in front of you, the director and the task force. I'm honored, after 30 years of law enforcement, having had the opportunity to work with communities that we are talking about today. I am the principal trainer for fair and impartial policing and have the distinct honor of working with over 250 law enforcement agencies within North America. And I can tell you that fair and impartial policing is very popular and it works throughout the entire ranks. The fair and impartial policing perspective reflects a new way of thinking about the issue of bias policing. It is based on the science of human bias, which tells us that bias policing is not, as some contend, due to widespread racism in policing. In fact, the science tells us that even us well-intentioned humans, thus our officers, manifest biases that can impact on their perceptions and their behaviors. These biases can manifest below our conscious level. Social psychologists have shown that implicit or unconscious bias can impact what people do, what people perceive, and it even impacts people who consciously hold themselves to hold non-prejudice attitudes. The implication of this science is that even the best law enforcement officers may manifest bias because they are humans, and even the best agencies, because they hire humans, must be proactive in producing fair and impartial policing. Agencies need to implement what is called a comprehensive program to produce fair and impartial policing. This program addresses the ill-intentioned police officers who produce biased policing and the overwhelming number of well-intentioned police officers in this country who aspire to be fair and impartial, but who are human like the rest of us. The elements of this comprehensive program includes, and it's infused throughout the agency, recruitment and hiring, agency policy, training, leadership, supervision, and accountability, which I've heard a lot of today, assessing institutional practices and policies, outreach to diverse communities, and measurement once the training is completed. The fair and impartial policing perspective has been placed into 5 training programs. There is a 1.5-day program for command level as well as for community stakeholders that come together to talk about the problems in the communities. The United States Department of Justice COPS Office, thank you, funds 4 other curriculums for recruit and patrol officers, first-line supervisors, which I've heard questions about today, mid-level managers, which would be your lieutenants and your captains, have been developed. There is also a Train the Trainer program, which we are booked throughout this year into next year, training law enforcement officers to train the police within their agencies to teach the academy, first-line, and first-line supervisor programs. All of these courses that I've described have been received very positive evaluation from our participants. We, with Fair and Impartial Policing LLC, have 5 recommendations to bring this modern science of bias into today's law enforcement agencies. Recommendation 1, law enforcement executives need information and other resources so that they can implement science-based policies and to promote fair and impartial policing, top-down training. Past and current efforts to promote bias-free policing have fallen short. When leaders have attempted to identify officers who exhibit bias policing by focusing on those with explicit bias. The science indicates that leaders must expand their focus and include our well-intentioned officers. The science has implications for law enforcement policies and practices throughout the department. During the command and staff community training, the participants leave that particular training with preliminary action plans to go forth within the community and throughout the agency. Recommendation 2, law enforcement agencies should provide science-based bias policing training to all participants of a law enforcement agency, including our non-sworn, our civilian staff. The good news is that implicit biases are malleable and are controllable. We humans, all of us, can be trained to reduce and manage our biases. One of the key mantras that we throw throughout the entire training is policing based on stereotypes and biases is ineffective, unsafe, and unjust. Now, our supervisors and our mid-level managers receive additional training. They are trained to scan for bias policing on the part of their officers. They are given tools for intervening when bias is suspected. Now, identifying an appropriate supervisory response is very difficult and is very challenging. But when this bias behavior is non-intentional or malicious, punishment would not be appropriate. This training guides supervisors when and how they can intervene to stop what appears to be inappropriate conduct. Over 250 state, local, federal agencies in North America have received training in these various curricula. Most trainees, especially at the lower levels, come into the classrooms with their arms folded, very angry and upset about being forced to come to the training. This attitude abates quite quickly once they start to hear about the implicit bias and its impact on all humans, not just law enforcement officers. Recommendation 3, scenario-based videos used during use of force judgment training should incorporate science-supported elements that can help to reduce bias. State-of-the-art training where pre-service and in-service officers respond to video scenarios and must decide if the subject is a threat or not a threat, and whether and how much force to use. Such video training, which includes ambiguity and counter stereotypes, help officers reduce or eliminate reliance on demographics when attempting to discern threat or lack of threat. The demographics that are tied around stereotypes in some of the conversations I've heard today. In recommendation 4, resources should be made available to agencies so that they can provide frequent scenario-based use of force training. But there are some questions that remain. How many agencies have access to video scenario resources? And in those that have it, what is the frequency and the dosage of exposure? Research indicates that fewer than half provide computer-based scenario training. Of those that do, 25% expose their officers to 1 scenario annually, and then 6 in 10 expose their officers to fewer than 4 annually. Now, in recommendation 5, we suggest that research should be conducted to identify the above information in reference to scenario training to reduce and eliminate biased use of force decisions, and the results should be used to develop standards to guide agencies. There is sufficient theory and empirical support to implement recommendation 4 in the near future. That said, more research needs to be conducted. A top priority would be to initiate research that will answer the questions in recommendation 4, when, how much, how often, and this research and the answers can be used to produce standards for agencies throughout the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Dr. Randolph Dupont, who is professor and clinical psychologist, University of Memphis.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank the task force for your all service. I realize each of you has a day job, so your willingness to help our country address such important issues that are part of our community-oriented policing deserved a great deal of thanks. So thank you all for that. I've tried to focus my recommendations on practical suggestions that I hope will be helpful. These recommendations are based on work with the Crisis Intervention Team model, which is now in 2,800 municipalities. Trust can be built during law enforcement training if it is integrated into the training curriculum process rather than added on as a separate class. The building of trust during training is possible because law enforcement officers enter the profession with a great deal of idealism. However, this idealism is often destroyed by struggles on the job, which include enormous pressure of the work itself, the toll that the work takes on an officer's personal life, and the exposure to behavior that reflects the worst side of all of us. This exposure creates a cynicism and an understandable distrust in many law enforcement officers. As a result, officers can lose their way and become disillusioned with the community in which they work. However, experience and outcome research with the Specialized Crisis Intervention Program for law enforcement has led to the conclusion that trust can be rebuilt through policy and training changes. I'm going to start with 5 recommendations. That is, first, to establish common tasks to produce a common direction, common tasks between the community and the police department. The training itself should be made strategic but not traumatic. That there should be a redesign and a renaming of cultural competency and empathy training. that we should address the negative attitudes towards police officers as part of training. And finally, we should expand the use of force continuum training so that verbal interventions and de-escalation techniques are more than just 1 or 2 items on a short list of options. First, law enforcement agencies should jointly engage in common tasks prior to the start of training. Community involvement can be complex, and often departments find it somewhat messy because they have to work on a very efficient, highly efficient schedule. However, community involvement is worth the effort necessary for success. These common tasks should be related to training and corresponding policy changes which would occur. Shared tasks and shared accomplishments are needed to make trust meaningful and actually lasting. Common tasks involving planning for training can start small and become more substantive over time. Feedback from successful crisis intervention programs has a common theme. They consistently tell us and they consistently report that success is all about the community networking when we go back and talk to them a year later. Second, law enforcement builds the potential for greater trust when training is made strategic and not traumatic. The change to a more strategic approach to policing is positive because too often in the past, training has focused and shown images where officers see graphic images of terrible outcomes to police-citizen interactions. While law enforcement is indeed a dangerous job, the concern is that these graphic images or stories of harm to the officers is less effective than teaching new skills and strategies. Trainers are starting to understand the importance of relying on the skills of the officer and the ability of the officer to comprehend the unique circumstances encountered in a citizen event. Third, teaching officers cultural competency and empathy training is a well-meaning pursuit that could use redesign and renaming. Cultural competency and empathy training should be integrated into the curriculum so that it would become redundant to have second courses. It should be a part of every course. It should be a part of all that officers do. While some lecture material may be necessary, the change in behavior is more likely to come from officers learning in small groups with members of the community. In CIT training, officers participate in a free-form discussion with veterans and individuals with mental illness in a non-crisis environment. Afterwards, officers in Memphis reported, "They are just like us." Fourth, a corollary to changing officer attitudes toward the community is to address the negative image and stereotype that some community members have towards the police. Both the original receiving facility and the VA Medical Center in Memphis has psychiatric staff and trainees ride with the officers. Riding with an officer tends to really make them see the challenge faced on the street by officers and changes the attitudes towards police. Finally, while a small percentage of use of force complaints are substantiated, issues around the use of force continue to challenge law enforcement agencies. Community trust in departments might well be served if the use of force continuum was expanded during law enforcement training. Currently, verbal interventions under the use of force continuum can sometimes be limited to commands such as stop or other similar commands. However, more complex de-escalation techniques are not always clearly part of the use of force continuum. De-escalation techniques are rated by crisis intervention team officers as one of the best set of courses in their entire 40-hour training. The 5 recommendations that I've forwarded are built on the assumption that law enforcement agencies can find the appropriate support to make change. In addressing the population of those living with mental illness, a number of barriers need to be addressed, most notably the lack of emergency mental health services. Additionally, innovative programs have been developed to assist smaller rural and suburban departments that often struggle with the training needs of more extensive training. However, the success of a grassroots program like the Crisis Intervention Team in developing well over 2,800 sites shows that meaningful trust can be established. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is David Friedman. He's Director of National Law Enforcement Initiatives for the Anti-Defamation League. Welcome.
Thank you. We are deeply appreciative of the opportunity to appear before you. The Anti-Defamation League is one of the nation's most respected civil rights organizations. We are a leader in the fight against hate crimes and the most important non-governmental authority on extremism, hate groups, and domestic terrorism. No other civil rights organization works more closely with law enforcement. ADL trains thousands of law enforcement professionals each year on subjects ranging from hate crimes to terrorism. I have been asked to focus on one specific training initiative, law enforcement and society, because this program addresses some of the central issues before the task force. In 1998, Charles Ramsey, the new chief of Washington, D.C.'s Metropolitan Police Department, whom some of you may have heard of, asked the Anti-Defamation League and the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum to create a new training program for his recruits. He believed that learning about the Holocaust would increase recruits' understanding of their relationship to the people and communities that they served, and understand better their role as protectors of individual rights and the Constitution. We started with his recruits. Instantly, he asked us to train the entire department, 3,500 personnel. The FBI heard about this program, and within a year, mandated that every FBI new agent had to take this program before graduation from Quantico, and that is still the case today. To date, close to 100,000 law enforcement personnel have participated in law enforcement in society. We do not market this program. Agencies come to us to request it. Why? Why do police feel so badly that they need this? And why do they need it? Police training, and it has been said throughout the day, has traditionally focused on technical proficiency, knowledge of the law, policies, and procedures. But today, that is simply not enough. Policing in a democracy is about interacting with people. It is about how you treat people fairly, with respect and compassion. And those behaviors cannot be transformed into practice unless they are internalized. And that requires a different kind of training. Law enforcement and society training has been described as transformational. And that was from the outset Chief Ramsey's intention in building a training around the brutality and inhumanity of the Holocaust. He believed that it was imperative to reach officers not just on the intellectual level, but on the emotional, spiritual, and moral plane as well. Training needs, in his word, to help them see things differently. Law enforcement in society is a full-day training. It starts by examining the history of the Holocaust and the conduct of police under the Nazis, who started in 1933 as neutral professionals that most law enforcement professionals would recognize today. It builds to a discussion about policing today. We lead the training by asking questions. Why did you go into law enforcement? What are the stereotypes of law enforcement? Where do they come from? Does it matter how people see you? Whether they trust you? How do you keep from seeing the world as us versus them? What prevents you from abusing your power? But towards the beginning, we always ask a question: how do you want to be seen by the people you serve? We have held 1,000 trainings, and the answers are always so similar. They want to be seen as fair, unbiased, professional, compassionate, role models, and protectors. Law enforcement and society drives home to police that their jobs, their identity, the sacrifice they make are defined by the relationship that they have to the people they serve. If they forget that, if people do not trust them, if they are feared, they have failed. The training forcefully reminds them that the only real safeguard are not civilian review boards, internal affairs. The only real safeguard from abuse is the conscious decision that each officer makes to act according to their professional core values. Today, although it started as a program for recruits, the greatest demand for law enforcement in society is for leadership training. It is part, for example, of the curriculum of both the FBI National Academy and National Executive Institute, as well as Pele. Law Enforcement and Society, as a leadership training program, confronts leaders with the reality that one of their most important responsibilities as leaders, it's not to manage the budget, it's not to work with the mayor, it's to build and sustain a culture that ensures that police act according to their professional values and understand clearly the relationship to the people and communities they serve. We have a few recommendations. First, this is a time in our history as a country in which law enforcement agencies have an opportunity, maybe an obligation, to rethink training. Training that increases the ability of police to interact with people, such as cultural competency, procedural justice, community policing. It has to be placed at the center of curricula and not on the margins. And that's not just for recruit training. It's for in-service training, supervisory training, and perhaps above all, starting with leadership training. Second, law enforcement and society. Its value and effectiveness have been demonstrated repeatedly. We were fortunate that in 2004 it was expanded through a grant from COPS office. We believe that COPS, the Department of Justice, should work with ADL and our partner, the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, to expand this training to selected jurisdictions with particular emphasis on leadership training. Because without the support and the total commitment of leaders, no training for police will succeed. And finally, there need to be incentives for creating innovative programs which address the issues of policing in a democracy and building trust. Training programs that change the way in which people see the world must be shared and replicated. I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today, and if anything, that is my Valentine's Day present to you.
Thank you for that Valentine's present. Our next and final speaker on this panel is Lieutenant Bruce Lipman. He is here representing procedural justice training. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It really is an honor to be here today, and also on behalf of the officers who made procedural justice training in Chicago happen. Hopefully I can represent them, because without them it wouldn't be as effective as it was. My recommendations are pretty much the same as a lot of other people's. I think Sandra and our training are very similar, and her recommendations actually very much mirror and probably say better than I could what mine would be. So I'm going to try and tell a little story today about how procedural justice came about and how effective it's been in Chicago. When Gary McCarthy came to Chicago, about 6 months after he came to Chicago, he directed the Training Academy of Chicago Police Department to develop a police legitimacy program for the entire police department. Now, I was the commanding officer of Instructional Design and Quality Control Unit at the time, which means it was my job to develop the training. Now, I've been around for a while. I'd been around, I think at the time, about 26 and a half years, and I'd seen superintendents come and go and new programs come and go. And the first thing I thought was, okay, here we go, another training program. But being conscientious, I started to do my due diligence and started to do research. And I don't like to read off of computers. I had to print everything up, and I started out with about a 1-inch binder, and I ended up with a 5-inch binder, and this is literally the truth. I had a 5-inch binder of material by people like Tracy Mears and Tom Tyler and Sunshine that I read about procedural justice. A breakthrough came through, though, in March, 3 years ago, when we were invited to go and talk to Tracy Mears and Tom Tyler at Yale University. And myself and a police officer of mine, Al Ferrara, went and traveled to Yale, and we sat for 2 days with Tracy and Tom, and we outlined procedural justice. And Tom and Tracy couldn't have been kinder and more gracious to us. So we went back with this outline to Chicago. Now, in the meantime, we'd also realized that there's this connection between procedural justice and police legitimacy, and Dennis Rosenbaum had already given our recruits a 4-hour training program called Quality Interactions with People, which included procedural justice. So we had a little bit of a starting point. So anyway, we started to develop this program, and we set out to make the program the best training program that we could ever, would ever have been attended by Chicago police officers. Chicago, any police officer who goes to training knows they want to run around and shoot and climb walls, and they love that kind of stuff. To sit in a classroom and discuss procedural justice and police legitimacy, we knew was going to be a hard sell. One of the things we wanted to do was we really wanted to try and reach the police officers. We wanted self-learning to go on. It was not a lecture-based instruction. It was very interactive. We asked a lot of questions. We had a lot of group exercises. We were looking for that light bulb moment for the individual taking the class, for the light bulb to go on. So as of now, as the Chicago Police Department has trained 10,000 officers in this program. One of the things I'm very proud of in the program is we included a piece on what we would call the historical basis of the us versus them. Why is there, especially in Chicago it's more black and white, it's some Hispanic, but in Chicago it's black and white. I realize other places may be more Hispanic or maybe gay, lesbian, but in Chicago it's a black, white, us versus them. So we told the history of starting from 1614 with slavery and how sometimes the police officers were actually the people who were the ones oppressing African Americans in America. And we told the story. And we had frank discussions about the us versus them. And you can imagine it was a hard thing. And just like Sandra said, people walked into the class called police legitimacy, because that's what we called it, looking up at the sky, crossing their arms. What the heck is this? Our success rate, at the end of every class, we did an evaluation. 93% of the veteran officers taking this class gave the class good, excellent, or very good rating. A full 83% rated the class as either excellent or very good. To me, that was amazing. We also worked with Wes Scogan from Northwestern University, he did a pre and a post test. We know that that police officers coming into the class learn something by the end of the class, which again was really good as being a trainer. We also know that it's working on the street because Wes is doing a longitudinal study on the street. We know that it's having some effect on the street. Phase 2 of the training is being rolled out now. It included some of the things that we talked about at Yale University. It always was intended to be a 3-part plan, so hopefully we'll get to the 3rd part someday. And so far, I think, from what I've heard, Phase 2 might actually be better than Phase 1. It's effective. We look at it as a tool for police officers, but I will say this. One thing that keeps coming up is training. It cannot be a be-all and end-all, and Sandra said the same thing. This has to be adopted by police departments. It can't just be, oh, we're going to train them in procedural justice and walk away, or train them in CIT and walk away. It has to be part of the way we do business. And I'll just finish up. Dr. Tad Hughes from Southern Police Institute was at a conference, and this is what he said. Supervisors' behavior in a procedural justice manner internally stimulates officers to behave in a procedurally justice way externally. It's just like anybody here. If you get yelled at and screamed at, you're going to go out in the street and you're not going to be in a very good mood. But if you can come to work and it's demonstrated at work, you're much more likely to go out and demonstrate it. And I thank you for your time.
Well, thank you so much, Lieutenant Lipman. I'm now going to be turning to the task force for questions. And we're going to start with Chief Villaseñor.
Thank you all. It was an excellent presentation. What a great way to end the day. You all bring such good insights. I think this is primarily towards Lieutenant Brown and Mr. Friedman, but any of you feel free to wave in. I've participated in both your trainings. We brought Fair and Impartial to Tucson, and you were one of our train-the-trainer primary trainers. And Mr. Friedman, I've been through the Holocaust training as well. And I think you both bring up, and Lieutenant Lippman, you bring it up too, cops tend to go into these things with a very blocked attitude, arms folded, rolling their eyes and everything. Now the benefit here we have is that they're a captive audience, and we get to make them sit through there. But what we're struggling a little bit, or not struggling, what we've discussed is how do we provide teeth to this change that we're trying to implement and this development that we're trying to recommend throughout the agency? And how do you entice people to start to look at these things and to open their arms and to open their minds and to listen to what's going on out there and incorporate the things that are there? And I'd just like to hear your thoughts on that.
I would have to say, in my experience, is that when a trainer stands in front of a classroom and talks about implicit bias, they must be honest and transparent. And the success that we have seen is that we tell stories from our careers when we stepped on it, and we are very honest and truthful. Because if we can stand in front of a classroom and be honest and truthful as law enforcement officers, it makes it much easier for them, the students, to say, okay, I did something like that, or I saw somebody do something like that. And then we're seeing people are starting to share. Now, part of the issue when I walk into a classroom talking about implicit biases, they don't know who I am. And so when they find out that the instructors have 30 years or some are actually still working, they tend to relax a little bit. Some of the traditional training that they get that I've heard is they are being called racist, or folks come in a room and say there's something wrong with you and I am here to fix it. The worst thing that we call anyone in our training is human. I mean, I actually did that the other day. It was up in Los Altos. And I said, the worst I'm going to call you is human, and there's nothing wrong with that. This is not about being bad police officers. This is just about being humans, and it is not just law enforcement officers. We're talking humans across the board. And so when we share that information with them, that is just not you and the badge and the uniform. This is doctors and lawyers and judges and teachers and everyone, as I say, quote unquote, of a womb. We come to the table with implicit biases. And when we start that conversation, you can see them relax a little bit. They sit back and they say, okay, this is going to be a little bit different. And someone said at the table, we're watching for that light to come on, that aha moment. Once you open yourself to the vulnerability of yourself as a law enforcement officer, then I think that you build trust and within the group. Just like we want to build trust within the community, we build trust in the room. And what happens in the room stays in the room. And also, we try not to cross rank. We want people to feel free to share opportunities and share times when they may have, again, stepped on it. And I think it's been very positive. And like I said, we're booked through the year and going into next year because it's a mindset and it's an opening and it's a heart to heart.
We start, as you know, with several hours examining the Holocaust, and it's important not just as an intellectual experience, it opens the participants up. It gets to most of them on many different levels, and they come in the room shaken. At some point, when we switch to the contemporary discussion, they close up again. They cross their arms, they become, and we know that. All of the trainers are civilians. We've never been law enforcement, and that doesn't make them feel any better. They're used to being beaten on, accused, to having it called sensitivity training. And we like when they come in with that attitude, because they don't know that at the end where we're going. And as you've seen this, we have them share with us things that they often don't get the opportunity to talk about with a civilian. They talk about how they are treated by the people on the street, and they are treated shamefully. And it's painful to me to hear that. And yet, as they talk about it, they often realize that there is this dichotomy between how they react as individuals and how they must act as professionals. And that's kind of where we're moving them to. And then when we talk about how they want to be seen by the people they serve, we're talking about the core values. We're talking about something that's aspirational. So by the end of this, instead of feeling like we are disasters waiting to happen, they see this higher calling. And they see it against the backdrop of the Holocaust, in which every value we have as a nation was abrogated, in which the conduct of government was on a level of atrocity that is unimaginable. And they realize that it's their choice to be part of a system in which they're going to be treated badly, they're not going to be thanked the way they should, but the reason we are the nation we are is because of our laws and our values, and their job is to preserve those. And it makes them, at the end of the day, whether they're a chief of police or whether they're, a new agent, it makes them see the big picture of their calling and how important it is that they continue to care and be idealistic about their profession.
Could I add something, Chief? One of the things right from the beginning that we had included in our training was a little block on cynicism. And it's very interesting because I know the director of the FBI addressed Georgetown University the other day, and he mentioned police cynicism. Again, Al Ferrara, who went with me to Yale, is a member of EAP, and he kind of took it upon himself to extend, he kind of created a cynicism block based on Kevin Gilmartin and some of the things he brought in himself to about an hour long. It was the second hour of our instruction. We noticed almost immediately when he started to address cynicism and talk to officers about cynicism, we noticed a dramatic change because officers, and this goes across the board, we've sent materials to police departments in over 19 states. We've had departments come in and see the training. We've gone out and given the training. We've sent things to New York, Baltimore, Boston, Oakland, Seattle, Dallas, Las Vegas. We've had them come in, and this is across the board. Cynicism is something that police departments and police officers around the country face. And when we started doing that block on cynicism, and walking officers through it, and Al standing up there asking questions and getting these responses and getting these officers to think, it made a huge difference. And it's something that probably needs to be addressed, is this police officer cynicism, where it comes from, how it can be addressed, and how it can be cured. Because until it does, there's this block. And I think everybody here has seen it who's been to training that this is just, Kevin Gilmartin, pardon my French, but Kevin Gilmartin talks about everyone's an a-hole and everything is BS. And, this a-hole created this BS. And, that's when police officers start to create, because we talk about the 3 to 7% police officers, the people we deal with are in crisis. And we deal with 3 to 7% of the population. The other 93 to 97% we don't see, but we're not getting called for tea and crumpets every day. We're seeing people in crisis, and then we start to view everyone like that. So I think cynicism is something that really has to be addressed with this, too.
Yeah, thank you. Sue Rohr.
First, I want to say thank you to all of you. It's just, I told Chief Ramsey I'd like to take David Freeman home with me so I could put you at my academy and have my recruits listen to you, because you're really, really inspirational. I'd like to address my questions to Lieutenant Brown and Lippman, because I know you've done a lot of training on this topic, and you were talking about the cynicism, Bruce, and I think that's the giant hurdle. And we've used it in our procedural justice training as an example of, okay, this is internal procedural justice gone wrong, when the line officers feel like the folks at the top aren't listening to them and aren't taking their feelings into account. And it's the best example we have of what procedural justice is when you feel like you feel about the bosses, that's how the community feels about you. And it's our best way to get through to them. But we never seem to get to the next step, which is, once we get through the training, now what do we do? We've done the training. I'm sure the two of you have heard from many more people than I have, suggestions that come up during the class. What do the line officers wish the departments would do to make procedural justice real, internally and externally?
The perspective we get that the police officers, and they may be completely wrong about this, but they just feel that the hierarchy of the department does not the hierarchy almost tells them, you're going to be procedurally just, but we don't have to be. We're going to not, there's no trust. We talk about trust. We talk about trust with the community. It amazed me when I was watching what's happening down in Ferguson, and it was police officers don't understand the anger in the black community, and they heard the word trust and respect. Well, police officers, a lot of times, I don't believe, feel that they get that respect. They don't get that trust from the hierarchy. The superintendent from Milwaukee was talking about, how do we punish people? Even Chief Ramsey, when he was back in Chicago, we were talking about policing. Was it a mistake of the heart or was it a mistake of intent? Did you do something unintentionally and you screwed up, or you did something that we need to fire you over? There's a lack of trust, and they see that the hierarchy department doesn't have to do what they're asking the police officers to do. I always say it like this. Like all of us, I had a really crummy job when I was a kid. I worked in a fish store. And the owner of the fish store was crazy, literally crazy. And he'd yell at you and scream at you, and then you'd have to go out to the counter and take care of customers. Well, you just got yelled at and screamed at. No, yeah, go be out and be friendly to the customers. So I think it goes from the top down. I think it has to do with our supervision within, our officers go to roll call. How are they treated at roll call? Are they yelled at and told, hey, you didn't write enough tickets, you didn't write enough moving violations, you screwed this up, or are they complimented and encouraged? We all like to be patted on the back. We know if we take a kid and tell the kid, you're bad, you're terrible, you never amount to anything, the kid's going to grow up bad. But even as adults, even though we're adults and our adult minds don't need that, we still like that dopamine rush of being treated fairly. We want to be treated with respect. We want to have a voice. All the things that we want to give the community that police officers want. And I think we have to start addressing that.
There's a couple complaints that I hear from officers. One is my boss taking this training? That's number one, right? And number two is, this all sounds good, this whole implicit bias, and we have contact theory to get out of your cars and to contact folks different from yourself so you can get to know them as individuals. But the complaint there is, how and when can we do this? When we start the shift, we're so busy, and when we end the shift, we're so busy. Then there is no reward for us. There's no way to track when I get out of a car 2 blocks from school and walk 5 kids to school, a bunch of high fives and see you tomorrow morning. There's no way to track that. Yet an officer gets kudos at the roll call the next day because he had 5 suspended license tickets. And so law enforcement officers at the lower levels are very frustrated when we spend 6-7 hours a day telling them, understand what your implicit biases are, go out into the community, spend an extra 5 minutes with the people that you're talking to. And they say, well, we can't do that because numbers matter, and we don't have a way to track. Now, some agencies are giving call signs to that amount of time when they're getting out of the cars and spending times at schools or businesses and such. But the issue is, we, as a whole, and over the last 30 years, you walk into a briefing and somebody had an arrest and everybody's like, oh, good job, pat them on the back, and it feels good. So then you say, well, I want to feel like that too. So when you do sit up and you say, I went to the Ronald McDonald House and I spent time there, you get joked about and you're like, oh, yeah, right, all that old school types of thought processes. But today, the younger officers that are coming on, they believe in this diversity. They want to get out in that community. So we have to create programs that help them to understand and make them feel good about identifying what their implicit biases are, going out and overcoming their implicit biases and making it feel good, because this is not only about the community, this is about your officers and making them feel better about the work that they're doing, like David said. But we need to create some way of measuring what we're asking them to do, and we just don't have it right now.
Dr. DuPont, I know that you know a lot about these two topics. Can you maybe talk a little bit about how the procedural justice training supports crisis intervention training?
I think they work well, because I think what I hear discussed is the thing that's embedded in the crisis intervention training. I think what I like about it, and as you know in the institute where you work, is the way that's brought into the scenarios. And I think that is one of the answers that you're bringing up, which is sort of how do you take it from the classroom and bring it into the patrol, actual patrol work. And I do think scenario-based training makes a big difference. And so I think that's why we emphasize that so much in the CIT training.
Could I just add something to that? When we teach procedural justice, we tell them right up front, this is not community policing, it's not verbal judo, it's not sensitivity, it's not diversity. Now, it works with all of them. And we know that if they do this, they are going to work better with the community. But it enhances all of them. And we try and teach them, we actually try, we give them a goal exercise when we teach it, and we ask them to list their life goals, and we try and associate that. If you do procedural justice, this will actually help you achieve your goals in policing and in life. We have their personal goals and their policing goals, and we show how it enhances it doing procedural justice. So we look at this as another, like almost a tool or tactic to use in doing police work, and it crosses everything. It works with CIT, it works with everything. It works, we have a program in Chicago where they visit the Holocaust Museum in Chicago. It's this program, and it works with everything.
Can I just say one more thing? Something that Dr. DuPont brought to the table, and that's the scenario-based training. The scenario-based training is good because throughout our lives, we create these stereotypes in our minds, and we link demographics to crime or threat. The scenario-based training is excellent because we can unlink those stereotypes where we associate people of color, lower socioeconomics to crime. And we now, with the scenario-based training, we can link women to crime as well as children to crime, as well as counter stereotypes, where we're not always seeing an African-American male that we suspect as a threat, but we see a black male in a business suit. So we have these counter stereotypes, which we are training officers to actually see. And it makes a change in their mind, and they see, okay, I didn't know I was doing that, but guess what? I was. And that's really important for them to identify.
Thank you all. This has been a very, very informative panel, and we so much appreciate your being here. With that, let me turn back to our director, Ronald Davis.
So at this point of the program, we're going to go to community comments. If you want to make a comment and you have not filled out a card, please do so. As this outstanding panel transitions, Jim Koppel will come up. We have 2 speakers, and I believe Jim also has 2 or more comments online. So let me start with the speakers in the audience. The first card I have, if I'm pronouncing this right, I apologize if I am not, Charlene Carver. And if you raise your hand, actually, the microphone will be brought to you. Yes. Oh. To your left.
Yep. Good afternoon. My name is Charlene Tarver. I am a local resident here in Phoenix, Arizona. I think I've spent my entire Valentine's Day with you all since about 9 a.m. this morning. I actually went to work at 4 a.m. so that I could get my work done in my law office and spend my day with you all. This is a hugely significant topic. I am tremendously impressed with the diversity that I see reflected in the task force. Unfortunately, I did not see that same diversity echoed throughout the panels. So that is one criticism that I do have. On the other side of that, I think it is also tremendously unfortunate that the media is not represented here, because I think the media is a huge factor in a lot of the stereotypes, stigmas, biases, etc., that fuel much of the tension between communities of color and law enforcement. So I think that it would behoove us to include them in the conversation, because all too often I think that the way that we handle, or that the media handles, whether it is the death of a young black male or the incarceration of a young black male, is oftentimes projected in very negative ways, and it further exacerbates some of the problems that we're seeing. Beyond that, I would encourage you to continue to do the work that you're doing. I appreciated all of the comments. Again, I appreciated the diversity and seeing African American women and men part of the conversation. I think it changes the dynamic of the conversation. All too often, I am seeing Caucasian politicians, Caucasian leadership and management in law enforcement, and typically on the other side where there is diversity, it's generally those that are perceived as the aggressors. So that's my comment for today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Carver. The next speaker, before we go to online, Gerald Richard. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I've enjoyed the last 2 days with you, and since I had an opportunity to be here yesterday as well, I sincerely appreciated the diversity that I saw, especially within the youth panel, including our Native American children, our Latino children, as well as our African American children. I want to say this, and that is, I'm sorry that you had to spend so much time inside. It's been beautiful outside for the last couple of days. And my understanding is that the Gang Resistance Education and Training paper was presented in Washington, D.C. to your listening, at your listening session there. Here I want to say welcome to the Valley of the Sun, where the Phoenix Police Department a few years ago was recognized by CALEA as one of the best law enforcement agencies in the world. Former Chief Roy Mentor, who was here from Peoria, he, on a monthly basis, he has community and police relation meetings every month in his department. He invites the business community in, he invites our community leaders in, and also he makes sure that he has members from the city government there in order to respond to questions. And to Chief Byers-Black, who had to leave because her husband's birthday is today, one of the things that a lot of people don't know about her is that she was one of the founders of the GREAT Foundation, Inc., which is a supplemental program in order 501c3 in order to assist the GREAT program. She also is the individual that was responsible for Super Bowl 49 and make sure that we had the collaboration that was necessary in order to pull that off successfully. The GREAT program was started in 1991. The Phoenix Police Department wrote the curriculum. ATF was there in order to provide the funding. And the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center was there in order to provide assistance. That particular program at that time was geared towards helping children, with law enforcement officers doing the training, helping children to understand exactly the right choices they should make, but also to build a relationship between law enforcement and the children. Let me give you an example of how that works as far as how to develop a leader. At the last National Policy Board meeting that I attended, one of the things that I found in Orlando just before you start your IACP was a representative for FLETC, the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. The representative for FLETC talked about how he went through the GREAT program. So the program helped to develop leaders. When I walked in here yesterday, the young man that's sitting outside, Stephen, is a son of Colleen. She too started a program in Salt Lake City in order to address youth and gang violence. Leadership that we have now seen from 1991 till today, 24 years. But also when we first started that program, Congress provided $25 million in order to get the program off the ground. Now there's only $5 million, and as of October 1st, there's only going to be $2.8, and it's going to be funneled not through ATF, but through OJJDP that has a number of other juvenile justice programs, and the GREAT program will only receive $1 million, thereby cutting it completely. It will not be able to exist any longer. Although it has been a program that has been evidence-based, and the longitudinal study has shown that it is successful. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your program. This is a program that was started by law enforcement that has been sustained by communities. This is a program that has evolved over time in order to make sure that we address contemporary issues such as bullying, cyberbullying, and through our family programs where we bring in the entire family, we address domestic violence. There's no other program like this where you have officers that go into the schools and work with the children like this. There is no other program where they provide the summer programs whereby you have an individual like the last time I went to talk to one, a young lady who was in the 9th grade, not middle school, but the 9th grade, who came back and said, the reason I came back is because it's fun, it's safe, and I learned stuff. This program has been one that over time officers have fought with everything they possibly could. But because it has lost the attention that it once had, it is now literally going away. And yet, the State Department, and as of October 1, will be paying more money for the GREAT program in Central America, where it has been thriving in Belize, San Salvador, and others, but yet not here in our own nation. It is critical that when you go back in order to put into the 21st century...
30 seconds.
Pardon?
I need you 30 seconds, sir.
Put into the 21st century policing program, that the GREAT program is there, and it's first and foremost as far as a law prevention program to help our youth and to maintain positive relationships and law-abiding citizens. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. You didn't tell us, I don't think people know who you are besides your name.
My name is Gerald Richard. I chair the Gang Resistance Education and Training Foundation, Inc., former prosecutor and former director with the Phoenix Police Department, primarily specializing in police and community relations, demonstrations, protests, and rallies.
Thank you. Jim.
We have an email from Dorothea. She says, I would like to suggest that as much as possible, police should live in the community they police. They should know the names of as many residents as possible and not just the criminals they encounter. Another email from Doug Parker. He says, law enforcement policies. American law enforcement is so decentralized that without the work of organizations such as IATLIST, There will never be anything close to national standards for policies, recruiting, and in-service training. This is a core issue for the task force.
Thank you, Jim, and I now turn it back to the co-chairs.
Thank you so much, Ron. I'm now going to be turning to the task force for concluding remarks, and we're going to be starting with Dr. Alexander.
Thank you and good afternoon. And what I want to say very quickly is that I believe we all, certainly I have, enjoyed the testimony we heard here today. And I am more than optimistic that at the end of all of this, what we're going to see is a real advancement in policing in this country. And it's all because of what the experiences that we've heard here today and the commitments and the passion that all of our presenters have had around these particular issues that are still of grave concern to all of us. But thank you all very much, and thank you all for coming as well.
Thanks to everyone in the audience and everyone on the panel. It's been 2 days packed with lots of information. Very appreciative of all of the panelists, but especially the two panels, one of which took place yesterday, the panel of young people who were here and who were present talking about their own experiences, and today's community panel as well, where folks were able to bring and shed so much light on so much of the hurt that different communities across this country face. And so I'm confident with all of the information that we've received that we're going to be able to digest it, talk about it, and hopefully come up with some very good recommendations to advance through the report. So thanks.
Thank you so much to everyone who virtually and in person spent any amount of the last 2 days with us. The testimony was incredibly informative, and I think that I'm taking away with me lots of new information, but in addition, a real willingness and excitement to go back and re-examine all of our pillars, as we've heard from some particularly underrepresented communities over the last 2 days that we hadn't been able to hear from in previous listening sessions. So there is a lot that is applicable on this pillar, but on the other ones that we are trying to tackle as a task force as well. I certainly want to thank the team at the COPS office and the team at SAI. You guys are absolutely tremendous. You deal with lots of changing schedules and difficult circumstances, and so I'm personally very thankful. We would not be able to do any of this work without you. So happy Valentine's Day to you guys.
I too am really appreciative of the incredibly rich and informative testimony we've had over the last 2 days about community policing, crime reduction, different ways of implementing training, and as Dr. Scrivener put, learnings at every level. One of the things that's been incredibly gratifying about the last 2 days is how well each one of the panels flows into the other, and you can actually see a coherent whole in terms of providing light to a path on the way to the future of policing. So I'm also grateful for the fact that I am, even though not with my partner, I'm spending at least most of the day in a climate that's about 85 degrees, which I think I'm about to walk into, instead of, I think it's 6 or something in New Haven. So I'm thankful for that. Thank you, Phoenix.
I would extend the same thanks to everyone. The testimony the last 2 days has just been so enlightening, and I'm so grateful to be part of it. I also want to, for the folks that are listening or following online, I especially want to reach out to our line officers across the country. I want to make sure that the folks working the front lines are heard from. We have a tendency on panels like this to listen to the halls of academia and the ivory towers of command, and I want to make sure we don't lose the perspective of those folks on the front line that have to carry out whatever recommendations we come up with. So you guys better go online and write something up. I know you can't say anything today. Thanks.
Hi, everybody. I'm Connie Rice with the Advancement Project. I'm a civil rights lawyer. I am these days so used to being around just the best law enforcement in the world Chief Beck and all of his wonderful folks at the top of LAPD, that when I hear a panel like we heard today talking about police officers who rape, who harass, I mean, it is just shocking. It shouldn't be. I'm an advocate. I used to sue police all the time. But for the last 10 years, I've only been with the creme de la creme in policing, and they don't harass people, and they don't abuse citizens, and they don't rape. So when I hear testimony like that, I hope this panel doesn't gloss over it. We have really got to dig down and document what we can, and then make some very specific recommendations to root out all abusive policing, no matter where it is. And then we can hold up the wonderful cops I deal with every day and say, this is the direction you go in. Thanks so much to the staff, thanks to the audience, and thank you especially to the folks who testified before us. And I'd like to thank my co-panelists. This is a really great group of people. You need to know you've got a great group of people here, and I think you're going to get some great recommendations. Thank you.
I also would like to thank the staff, and especially I want to recognize we've had some sign language interpreters working very hard over the last 2 days. And I'll try to be very brief because I don't want to make them work much harder. But they really have been working hard, and there's 2 of them, so they've just 2 of them have been taking turns and signing for our friends at home who are watching. So today was really awesome. I felt like it was I'm feeling really good leaving today because we got so much rich testimony from experts in the field and from members of the public and from different communities that we hadn't heard from before. And I think it just really today put together just how much education and training permeates all of the other things that we're looking at and working on. So I congratulate the COPS office and SAI for the quality of panels and witnesses that they got here to present testimony to us. And so I look forward to meeting with you all again in about a week or so to do our last set of meetings, and thank you all for your collegiality and hard work.
Well, I think everything has been said. It just hasn't been said by everybody, so it's my turn. I, too, have been thrilled by the conversations that we've had and the information that I've heard. And I have a lot to think about. I have a lot to take back and try and massage. We're getting to the meat of what we're supposed to do now. After we're done during the day, we meet at night in subcommittees to work out our recommendations from all the material that we've gotten. And the only way we're able to do that is because of the tremendous work of the staff from COPS office, SAI, DOJ. I mean, I even had one of them do a combat crawl in front of the panel here to get me some information and not disturb the view of anything. So it really, they make us feel and they make us recognize there's nothing they wouldn't do to make us successful. And they're just great people. And I appreciate the time for everyone who took time out of their schedules to come here and to present or just to listen and talk. Getting up at 4 in the morning and doing your regular job and then coming here kind of takes away the sting of my whining about staying up at night afterwards. So thank you for your dedication and your interest in this topic. I think that we need to remember that it's that vital to a lot of us, and we need to do our best. So thank you all.
I, too, want to thank everyone who came to present oral testimony, those that took time to submit written testimony, participate online, or just watch online, those individuals that took time out to come down here to sit through today's hearings and also provide some commentary. All of it is valuable, believe me, and will all be used to help develop the final recommendations. Today's panels that focused on on training and education was very, very impressive. Training and education is really the foundation on which we will have to build any model of policing that we move forward with in the future. So this is one that I personally look forward to when looking at the schedule for these particular hearings, and I was not disappointed at all. So I want to thank everyone for their input. We do have a very aggressive schedule. The clock is ticking. We need to have this report on the President's desk by the 2nd of March, which is not far away at all. But we'll get it done, and we'll get it done because we have an excellent staff working with us. The COPS office has been absolutely tremendous. SAI has been phenomenal in putting together everything that people are saying and giving us a list of recommendations that we can then talk about and try to decide which ones go forward. We've got excellent technical advisors, Daryl Stevens and Steve Rickman, who have helped guide us through the discussions. And of course, as someone already mentioned, Sean mentioned the sign interpreters that are over there working very hard so that our message can be heard throughout the country, even those that are deaf or hearing impaired. So with that, let me turn it over to my co-chair, Lori Robinson, for final comments, and then we'll let Ron Davis close us out.
I think everything has been said about the days, but I would just add that this has been, in fact, a remarkable 2 days of testimony with wonderful witnesses. I often think over more than 3 decades of work in criminal justice that I've kind of seen it all. And there were a few moments when I hesitated when the President's office called several days before December 1st and asked me whether I would agree to co-chair the task force. I'd kind of been trying to step back a little bit from involvement. And I can only say that I'm certainly glad I did say yes, because working with this group has been one of the clear highlights of my career, and particularly co-chairing with Chuck Ramsey. And I never thought that I would spend these intense days and learn so much. I think I would speak for the members of this task force, despite all of those decades working in this field, to be able to sit here and learn so much in these very intense hours. But we've had some remarkable witnesses, and I want to join in thanking the people who are still here. This expertise coming from every corner, from the youth who were with us yesterday, bringing their special expertise, to the members of the community, to, of course, the members from law enforcement and academia and such, but it's the diversity of views that has come together that is really going to inform what we bring back to the President. So with that, Ron, let me turn to you.
So if I just make a closing comment, then give you information for our next hearing session. I want to thank my staff, the COPS office and SAI, like everyone else. You guys have done a tremendous job. And somewhere in between supporting the work of the task force, the COPS office still is putting out grants and providing just a tremendous service to the field. So thank you very much, especially on this special day. And just to show you how grateful I am, you can actually have tomorrow off. Yeah. With regards to the witnesses, I want to make one correction. I think over the last 3 sessions, about 5 or 6 days, we've been able to, and I'm going to use the word we, collectively been able to bring in front of the task force and bring in front of the nation, quite frankly, the best witnesses, the best experts, people with real-life experience, community, youth people that the country offers. And a lot of it was because everyone had input. And so we received recommendations from online, from the field, from the task force members that are also very much engaged with this. And because of that, we had these diverse panels, and it won't stop there. I think one of the strengths this task force is doing right now, even before the recommendations go to the field, is a model of how to have a discussion, how you can have diverse perspectives, people that may be on just polar opposite sides of an issue and be able to agree, to build consensus, and when you do disagree, do so without being disagreeable. And I think that's the part that also the task force is demonstrating. So I'm thankful for the task force, its leadership, the co-chairs, and everything that we're doing. Now, this continues, as the co-chairs mentioned, the report's due March 2nd. So we have another hearing February 23rd and 24th. On February 23rd, we'll be looking at officer safety and wellness. And you heard a little bit today on why that's important, as far as how the officers, their well-being and safety. And so I think we'll hear a lot more from rank and file that have been dispersed throughout the hearings, but now we will focus on that area. And then on February 24th in the morning, we will finish up with a panel that the co-chairs have designed, talking about the future community policing, and there's really no better way to close out than looking forward. So we learn from the lessons of the past, we look at what's the challenges of today so that we can get prepared for tomorrow, and that's what this task force is doing. So February 23rd, February 24th, go to the COPS website. Both of these days will be in DC. We'll be, as they say, hopefully it won't be 6 degrees, but we'll be there. And if you want to give any comments, give any materials, you can do that at any time online. And with that, thank you for your attendance. For those watching, thank you for your patience, and thank you for really participating with us as we deal with these issues.
So we are officially adjourned for the day. Thank you.